Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Mara. The distant clash of steel against steel carries through the thin walls of our makeshift home, each ring vibrating through the floorboards like a tuning fork struck against bone. I pause mid-stitch on Era's torn sleeve, needle suspended in air as another wave of war horns echoes from the valley's edge. "Mama?" Ira looks up from her pile of scavenged buttons, arranging them into careful patterns on the cracked linoleum. The noise sounds angry. The understatement draws a bitter smile to my lips. Angry doesn't begin to cover the symphony of violence bleeding through our walls. Metal screams against metal. Voices roar commands in the guttural tongue I've learned to understand, but never speak. The Red Moon warriors are fighting someone, and from the sound of it, they're not winning. Just the men being loud, sweet girl. I keep my voice steady, but my fingers betray me, pulling the thread too tight until it snaps. Keep playing. The lie tastes like ash. 7 years among the Red Moon clan has taught me to read the rhythms of their battles since I was bartered from my bunker in exchange for winter rations. This isn't a raid or a hunt. This is desperation, the kind that comes when your territory is being carved away piece by piece. Another horn blast, closer now. Close enough that I can smell the metallic tang of blood on the wind that seeps through our patched windows. The scent mingles with the ever-present smoke from the clan's forge fires, creating something thick and choking that makes my throat constrict. Era abandons her buttons, those gold-flecked eyes turning toward the sound with the same curious intensity she reserves for bird songs and wind patterns. Sometimes I wonder what she hears that I don't. Her father's blood runs strong in her veins, orc mixed with the blood of this earth. Something that has given her more magic than most. Mama, the metal smell is getting thicker. She wrinkles her nose, that tiny gesture so achingly human it makes my chest tight. Like when Gorthak sharpens his blades, but more. My hands still completely. Era shouldn't be able to detect blood from this distance, shouldn't be able to pass the difference between weapon sharpening and battle spill. But she can, because she's not entirely human, and because the magic that flows thin in this world still recognizes her as something worth awakening for. The thought should comfort me. Instead, it sends ice crawling up my spine. A crash thunders through the settlement, wood splintering, someone screaming. Not the controlled violence of sparring or discipline. This is chaos, the kind that swallows small clans whole and leaves nothing but burned-out husks in the morning light. I drop the sewing and cross to our single window, peering through the gap between the boards we've nailed over the glass. The scene beyond makes my stomach lurch. Red Moon warriors stream past our door, some limping, others carrying wounded. Their usually pristine armour is dented and blood-streaked. Gorthak stumbles by, clutching his shoulder where something has torn through the metal plating to the flesh beneath. His tusks are chipped, his breathing laboured. These aren't men retreating from a minor skirmish. These are survivors fleeing something that's broken their lines completely. "Era," My voice comes out sharper than intended. Come here, now. She responds to the tone immediately, abandoning her buttons to scramble to my side. I scoop her up, feeling the familiar weight of her small body against my chest, the way her arms wind around my neck with complete trust. Her dark curls tickle my chin, and for a moment I allow myself to breathe in the scent of her. Wood smoke and something indefinably sweet, like pine sap warming in sunlight. Are we playing hide and seek? Her whisper carries excitement rather than fear. At 5, she still sees adventure where I see catastrophe. Something like that. I move quickly but quietly, gathering the few possessions that matter. The bag I've kept packed since her birth, the dried meat wrapped in oiled cloth, the water skin that never quite empties thanks to her unconscious magic. We're going to take a walk. My fingers find the small bone charm my grandmother gave me, the one I've worn since childhood. The surface is smooth from years of nervous touching, carved with symbols that predate the orc's arrival. Protection, she'd said, for when the world grows too dark to see. Another crash, closer now. Glass shatters somewhere nearby, followed by a sound I recognize, the wet thud of bodies hitting the ground and not getting back up. Aira's grip tightens around my neck. Mama, why does the air taste like coins? Blood. She's tasting blood on the wind, and we're still inside our house. I don't answer, just hoist the pack onto my shoulders and move toward the back door. The settlement around us is dissolving into chaos. Shouts, running footsteps, the acrid smell of something burning. Through the thin walls, I hear Mecca barking orders to the clan mothers, telling them to gather the children and retreat to the southern caves. But the southern caves are a day's walk, and whoever is attacking us won't give us a day. They won't give us an hour. My hand finds the door latch just as something heavy slams into our front wall. The entire structure shudders, dust cascading from the rafters like dirty snow. Aira makes a small sound against my throat, not quite fear but recognition that something has fundamentally changed. Hold tight, Aira. I slip the latch and ease the door open, peering into the narrow space between our house and the next. Empty for now, but I can hear them. Heavy footsteps, voices speaking in a dialect I don't recognize. Not Red Moon, someone else entirely. We slip outside just as our front door explodes inward. The cold hit steals my breath and makes Aira gasp against my shoulder. The first snow of the season has begun to fall, fat, lazy flakes that drift down like ash from some distant fire. They cling to my eyelashes, melt on my cheeks, and suddenly I'm 7 years old again, listening to grandmother's voice by lamplight. When the first snow falls, child, that's when the world remembers magic. I shake off the memory and focus on the tree line beyond the settlement's edge. The black pine forest stretches dark and deep, its branches heavy with accumulating snow. It's not safety, nothing in this world is safe, but it's cover, and cover might be enough. Behind us, something roars. Not human, not entirely orc either. Something caught between worlds, like my daughter, but twisted with rage instead of wonder. I run. My boots slip on the increasingly slick ground, but I don't slow down. Can't slow down. Each step takes us further from the burning settlement and deeper into the forest's embrace. The snow falls harder now, thick enough to muffle sound and blur the world into soft grey shapes. Aira's breathing evens out against my neck, her initial fear giving way to the drowsy contentment she always finds in motion. She's always been like this, soothed by travel, by the rhythm of my steps and the whisper of wind through trees. Another gift from her father's blood, perhaps. Orcs are wanderers by nature, even when they're trying to build permanent homes. Tell me the snow story, Mama. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it carries clearly in the muffled quiet of falling snow. My throat tightens. Of all the things she could ask for, of course it's this. The ritual grandmother taught me, the one I've never quite had the courage to perform. too much like prayer, and I stopped believing in answered prayers the day the bunker elders handed me over to Gorthak's hunting party. But Ira is asking, and her voice carries that particular note that means she needs this. Not wants, needs, the way she needed my voice singing her to sleep during the worst of the fever sickness last winter. So I tell her, my voice joining the rhythm of our footsteps through deepening snow. When the first snow falls on the longest night, when the world grows quiet and the stars grow bright, my grandmother's words flow through me like muscle memory, carrying the cadence of older times. Times when humans believed in more than just survival. I find a black pine with branches low enough to reach, its needles dark against the accumulating white. Setting Era down carefully, I unwrap the thin red ribbon I've carried in my pack since leaving the bunkers, a remnant from my sister's hair, saved from the before times when such things mattered. Why that tree, Mama? Ira watches with rapt attention as I tie the ribbon around a sturdy branch, the red silk bright as blood against the dark bark. Because it's strong. The words come easier now, mixing memory with improvisation. Because it stays green when everything else sleeps. Because sometimes the world needs reminders that not everything beautiful has to die. The wind picks up, setting the ribbon dancing like a tiny flame. Snow catches in Ira's dark curls, and for a moment she looks ethereal, caught between human and something else, between this harsh world and the gentler one my grandmother used to describe. Now we make a wish for warmth, I whisper, gathering her close again. For protection, for the promise that winter always ends. She closes her eyes, her small face scrunched with concentration. Her lips move silently, and I wonder what prayers a 5-year-old offers to a world that's shown her mostly kindness mixed with constant threat. The snow continues to fall around us, each flake a small benediction in the growing dark. Behind us, the sounds of battle fade into memory. Ahead, the forest stretches deep and silent, offering shelter to those brave enough to seek it. I hoist my pack higher and lift Era again, her warm weight reassuring against my chest. The ribbon flutters on its branch, a splash of colour in the monochrome world, and I allow myself one moment to believe in my grandmother's magic. Then I turn deeper into the trees, carrying my daughter toward whatever uncertain sanctuary the darkness might hold.
Chapter 2. Nelrish. The world tilts sideways, pines wheeling overhead like the spokes of some massive wheel spinning out of control. My shoulder strikes something solid, tree trunk, rock, the distinction blurs behind the fire racing through my veins. Each heartbeat drives the poison deeper, a slow burn that started in my gut and now reaches fingers of agony toward my extremities. The taste of the water was off. I thought I'd refilled my water skin in a muddied stream. The memory surfaces unbidden, sharp-edged against the fever haze. That bitter aftertaste after I'd swallowed, the way it clung to my tongue like regret. I should have known. Should have recognized that the hunting party was too large, that I should never have let my guard down. My legs give out completely. The impact drives what little air remains from my lungs, dirt and pine needles grinding against my cheek. The scent of damp earth mingles with the metallic tang of my own blood, a combination that should be familiar after 38 years of warfare, yet feels foreign now. Distant, as if experienced through thick glass. You always were too trusting, Nelrish. Her voice echoes in my skull, soft as silk and twice as cutting. The same voice that once whispered promises in the dark, that claimed love even as it sharpened the blade for my back. How long had she been planning this? How many nights had she lain beside Red Moon's chieftain, whispering poison in his ear about Wintermaw's growing influence? I forced myself to roll over, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through my core. The sky above filters through black pine branches, heavy with the season's first snow. Gray clouds gather like bruises, promising the kind of storm that buries everything beneath pristine white. Clean. Final. My fingers find the hilt of my hunting knife, instinct born of decades leading the clan through territories where death lurked behind every shadow. The leather wrapping is slick with sweat and something darker, but the weight remains familiar, comforting even. Steel has never betrayed me, never smiled while driving poison into my gut. The blade clears its sheath with a whisper of metal against leather. My reflection wavers in the polished surface, gray-green skin gone ashen, eyes that should burn blue-gray now filmed with fever. The tusks my father polished smooth have been clenched so tight they've drawn blood from my lower lip. Weakness. The word tastes like ash. Wintermaw chieftains don't die whimpering in the dirt from some coward's poison. We die facing our enemies, weapons in hand, roaring defiance until our final breath rattles free. But there are no enemies here. Only pine trees heavy with snow and the growing darkness as my vision narrows. Only the slow burn in my veins and the bitter knowledge that I walked willingly into this trap. The old ways are dying, Nelrish. You cling to honor like a drowning man clings to driftwood. She wasn't wrong. That's what cuts deepest. Not the betrayal itself, but the grain of truth threaded through her lies. The world has changed since we fled Protheka. The magic that once flowed through orc veins like liquid fire has guttered to barely glowing embers. Honor feels increasingly like luxury in a realm where survival demands compromise at every turn. I try to push myself upright, muscles straining against the poison's weight. My vision grays at the edges, breath coming in shallow gasps that fog the cold air. Each exhale feels like giving up ground in a battle already lost. Reach for it. Reach for the magic. The thought comes automatically, trained into me by generations of Wintermaw shamans. Magic is birthright. Magic is strength. Magic is the fire that separates orc from the lesser races that scurry through the shadows of this broken world. But when I reach, grasping for that warmth that's been slipping year by year, I find only empty space. The connection that once was enough to heal wounds, to give me more strength, is gone. Whether by the poison or simply the final guttering of power too long away from its source, I cannot tell. Though many orcs haven't been able to wield for some time now. The knife tumbles from nerveless fingers. The sound of metal striking stone echoes strangely in the pine-muffled quiet, seeming to come from very far away. Everything feels distant now. The cold, the pain, even the fury that has sustained me through 2 decades of clan leadership. She counted on this. Counted on me being too proud to beg for help, too stubborn to retreat. Another memory surfaces, her fingers tracing the scars across my chest, mapping the history of violence written in my flesh. She'd known every weakness, every place where pride and honor created gaps in my defenses. Known that I'd drink what she'd given me rather than show suspicion. Snow begins to fall, fat flakes that drift down like ash from some distant fire. They land on my upturned face, cold pinpricks against fevered skin that melt almost immediately. The contrast should hurt. Instead, it feels almost gentle, a benediction. My hand finds the leather cord around my neck, fingers closing around the carved bone pendant that bears Wintermaw's mark. 3 interlocking circles, past, present, future. The symbol of continuity, of the eternal cycle that binds all things. My father wore this same pendant, his father before him. Back through 15 generations of chieftains who led the clan through prosperity and famine, through war and the uneasy peace that follows victory. It will die with me. The pendant slips from my fingers, the cord still around my neck, but the weight no longer resting against my chest. Symbolism, perhaps, or simply the slow failure of a body that's carried me through too many battles to count. I managed to drag myself another few feet, bark scraping against the metal plates sewn into my leathers. Every movement costs more than the last, but I refused to die here on the main path where Red Moon scouts might find me. Refused to give them the satisfaction of confirmation. Too proud even now. The thought comes with bitter amusement. She'd laugh at this. Nelrish of Wintermaw, reduced to crawling through pine needles like a wounded animal, still concerned with appearances even as life bleeds out through pores turned fever bright. But pride is all I have left. Pride and the determination to meet death on my own terms. The ground slopes upward here, a small rise crowned with ancient pines, whose trunks stretch toward the gray sky like pillars in some vast, roofless cathedral. Between their roots, a carpet of fallen needles provides cushioning for the inevitable. More importantly, gaps in the canopy offer a clear view of the heavens. Face the sky. Die looking up, not down. My father's words, spoken on his own deathbed after taking a blood-fang spear through the lung. He'd lasted 3 days, long enough to see me acknowledged as his successor by the clan elders. Long enough to pass on the final lessons that couldn't be taught through sparring or shared hunts. A chieftain's last duty is to die well, to show them that leadership means accepting responsibility even unto death. I'd been 22 then, still burning with the kind of rage that turns boys into warriors and warriors into weapons. The idea of accepting death, of choosing how to meet it rather than fighting until the final heartbeat, had seemed like cowardice. Now I understand. Death becomes inevitable the moment we draw first breath. The only choice lies in how we greet that inevitability when it finally arrives to collect what was always owed. My back finds the rough bark of an ancient pine, trunk wide enough to support my weight as I slowly work myself upright. The movement costs everything, leaves me gasping and shaking. But I manage it. Manage to sit facing outward, toward the valley where winter moss fires burn in the distance. The poison's burn has spread to my fingertips now, each nerve ending alive with liquid fire. My vision blurs, sharpens, blurs again. The world takes on a strange quality, hyper-real in some moments, dreamlike in others. Colors seem both more vivid and somehow wrong, as if viewed through water or colored glass. Snow continues to fall, accumulating on my shoulders and in the folds of my leathers. Soon it will cover me entirely, provide a clean white shroud for whatever the scavengers leave behind. The thought should disturb me. Instead, it brings an odd comfort. Even in death, the world offers its own form of honor. My breathing grows shallower, each inhalation requiring conscious effort. The spaces between heartbeats stretch longer. Darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision, not the clean black of unconsciousness, but something deeper. Final. I should have words. Last thoughts worthy of a chieftain's death. But there are no words. Only the slow burn of poison, the whisper of wind through pine boughs, and the growing certainty that this small rise beneath ancient trees will mark the end of Nelrish, of Wintermaw's reign. The pendant grows heavy against my chest again, though I cannot feel my fingers well enough to know if I've grasped it, or if memory simply carries more weight than flesh. Either way, the carved bone seems to pulse with its own warmth, or perhaps that's merely the fever reaching its crescendo. Above me, snow continues to fall through the darkening afternoon, each flake a small benediction in the gathering dusk. My eyes drift closed, then force themselves open again. Not yet. Not while strength remains to witness my own ending. Face the sky. The words echo in my mind, no longer my father's voice but my own. A final command to the body that has served clan and honor for 38 years. Face the sky and let death find me as it finds all chieftains in the end. Upright, unbowed, and utterly alone.
Chapter 3. Mara. The sounds of battle fade behind us, swallowed by pine boughs and distance until only the whisper of wind through needles remains. My lungs burn from the sprint, each breath scraping raw against my throat, but I don't dare slow. Not yet. Not while Red Moon's war cries might still echo through these trees. Era's weight against my chest has grown heavier with each step, her small body pressed tight against mine as I navigate between towering pines. Snow drifts down through the canopy above, fat flakes that catch in her dark curls and dust my shoulders with cold. Each footfall crunches too loud in the forest quiet, marking our passage for anyone skilled enough to follow. "Maman!" Her voice is barely a whisper against my collarbone. "The trees are scared." I shift her weight, adjusting my grip as we pick our way over fallen logs slick with moss and ice. The child says things sometimes, odd things that make me wonder if the stories about mixed blood are true. If there's something in her that connects to this broken world in ways I'll never understand. "Just the wind, sweet girl." The endearment slips out automatically, though my attention stays fixed on the path ahead. We need shelter, need distance, need to find some defensible position before full dark settles and the temperature drops enough to kill. But even as I plan our next move, part of me marvels at how quickly everything changed. This morning I was sorting through our meagre supplies, calculating how to stretch winter stores. Now we're fugitives in a forest that belongs to creatures far stronger than us, with nothing but the clothes on our backs, the small pack I grabbed, and whatever mercy the approaching storm might show. My foot catches on something that isn't root or stone. I stumble, nearly dropping Era as I fight to keep my balance. She squeaks, small hands fisting in my coat, and I manage to steady myself against a pine trunk rough with bark. "Sorry, baby, The words die in my throat. At my feet, partially hidden by fallen needles and the gathering snow, lies a body, an orc's body, massive, even sprawled motionless among the pine roots. My heart hammers against my ribs as every instinct screams, "Run! Leave him! Get Aira away from here! Find shelter and pray this one was alone." But I don't move. Something about the scene holds me frozen. The way he's positioned against the tree trunk, back straight despite obvious pain. His eyes are closed, but not in death. His chest rises and falls in shallow breaths that mist the cold air. Snow has begun to accumulate on his shoulders and in the silver-streaked hair that's come loose from its braid. He looks diminished, not in size, even unconscious. He dwarfs anything human, but in presence. The threat that should radiate from him feels muted, banked like coals beneath ash. There's something almost peaceful about his stillness, as if he's chosen this place for rest rather than collapse. "Mama!" Era shifts in my arms, and I realise I've been staring. "Why did we stop?" The practical answer lodges in my throat, because we found an enemy who could kill us both without effort if he wakes, because we should be running. Instead, I find myself studying the details that make no sense. The way his hunting leathers are well maintained but not ostentatious. The absence of trophies or scalps that mark the Red Moon warriors. The carved pendant at his throat that catches what little light filters through the canopy. 3 interlocking circles worn smooth by handling. This isn't Red Moon. The realization hits with startling certainty. The armor is wrong, the weapons too plain. Everything about him speaks of function over intimidation, pragmatism over cruelty. Era wiggles in my arms, her attention fixed on the unconscious orc with the intensity she usually reserves for injured birds, or the strange dreams that wake her in the night. Before I can stop her, she's slipping from my grip, small boots finding purchase on the needle-strewn ground. "Era, no, come back here." But she's already moving, drawn by whatever invisible thread connects her to the world's wounded things. Her steps are careful, deliberate, until she crouches beside the orc's massive form. One small hand hovers over his temple, fingers spread wide. "He's hurt," she whispers, and I know she's not talking about anything visible. Inside hurt, like when the metal tastes bad. Before I can pull her away, her palm settles against his forehead. The change is immediate. Her gold-flecked eyes go wide, pupils dilating until they're almost black. Her breathing shifts to match his, shallow, laboured. When she speaks, her voice carries an odd distance, as if she's narrating something happening far away. Water tastes wrong, bitter. He drinks it because he's thirsty from the hunt. Her head tilts, tracking movement I can't see. Stomach burns. Gets worse. Falls down, but people keep walking. They leave him. My blood chills. Not because of what she's describing, though the image of a hunting party abandoning one of their own makes my skin crawl, but because of how she's describing it, as if she's watching it happen, as if she's somehow there. Someone he trusted. She smiles when she hands him the water skin. Ira's voice hardens with an anger that doesn't belong to a 5-year-old. She wants him dead. Poison. The word crystallizes everything. His laboured breathing, the grey pallor beneath green skin, the way he's positioned himself to die with dignity, rather than fight an inevitable end. Someone poisoned him and left him to die alone in the snow. I should be relieved. A dying orc poses no threat. Should make it easier to walk away, to focus on getting Ira to safety before this storm turns deadly. Instead, I find myself kneeling beside them both. What kind of poison? The question surprises me even as I ask it. Can you tell? Ira's brow furrows in concentration, her connection to whatever visions flow through her touch deepening. Burns like the bad mushrooms, the ones you said make your belly hurt and your skin hot. Nightshade family. The knowledge surfaces from half-remembered lessons, fragments of botanical lore my grandmother shared during long winter evenings in the bunker. Most of those plants work slowly, attacking the nervous system and organs over hours rather than minutes, survivable if treated quickly enough, if being the operative term. I study the orc's face, the strong jaw beneath those polished tusks, the network of old scars that speak of battles survived. He looks older than I first thought, maybe late 30s, with the kind of weathered competence that comes from years of responsibility. Leadership, perhaps. The pendant suggests someone important enough to own heirloom jewellery. Someone worth killing, apparently. Can you see anything else? I ask Ira, though part of me already knows what I'm going to do. The part that remembers my grandmother's stories about mercy being its own kind of strength. Hurts, she whispers, and I'm not sure if she means his pain or her own. Like fire in his blood. But there's good things too. Warm things. He misses someone. Wishes he could see snow fall on water. The detail hits unexpectedly sharp. Snow on water. Such a simple image, but one that speaks of someone capable of finding beauty even in exile. Someone who notices the small graces that make survival worthwhile. My hands move before conscious thought can interfere, checking his pulse at the throat. Strong but irregular, skin fever-hot despite the gathering cold. His breathing remains shallow, but there's no blood on his lips, no sign of internal hemorrhaging. Whatever poisoned him works slowly enough to leave time for intervention, if I choose to intervene. The smart choice is obvious. Take Ira and keep moving. Find shelter and let the storm cover our tracks. Let this orc die as his enemies intended, and count it one less threat in a world full of them. But the image of him drinking from that water skin, trusting someone who smiled while planning his death, won't leave me alone. The way Ira described his abandonment, hunting party walking away while their leader collapsed behind them. There's a cruelty in it that makes my stomach twist, a violation of bonds that should matter even between enemies. She keeps going, telling me every detail that must be playing through his mind, and then suddenly, she trails off, like she's being sucked into the poison too. Ira, I need you to step back now. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Can you gather some of those pine boughs, the ones with the most needles? She blinks, the vision distance fading from her eyes as she focuses on me. We're going to help him. I think we are. The decision settles with surprising finality. Right or wrong, smart or catastrophically stupid, I can't walk away from this. Can't leave him to die alone while snow covers his body like a shroud. Ira nods gravely and begins collecting branches, her small hands surprisingly efficient at the task. Meanwhile, I inventory what I know about nightshade poisoning and what resources the forest might provide. Willow bark for the fever, pine needle tea to help his system flush the toxins, charcoal if I can make a fire hot enough, though that poses its own risks. More immediately, I need to get fluids into him and shelter over us all before the temperature drops further. I check his water skin first, unsurprised to find it empty. Either he finished the poisoned water or had the presence of mind to dump it once he realised what was happening. The leather shows no residue, no lingering scent of bitter almonds or other telltale markers. Professional work. Whoever wanted him dead knew their craft. Snow crunches under my knees as I position myself beside his head, hands hovering over his shoulders. He's even larger up close, broad enough that my arms barely span his chest. The muscle beneath his leathers feels solid as stone, though fever heat radiates through the layers. "Can you hear me?" I keep my voice low, unthreatening. "I'm going to try to help, but I need you to wake up. Need you to drink something." No response. His breathing doesn't change, doesn't acknowledge my presence in any way. But when I touch his forehead, checking the fever's progress, his eyes snap open. Blue-grey irises focus on mine with startling intensity. For a moment, neither of us moves. I see the exact instant he catalogues my humanity, my vulnerability, the fact that I'm close enough for him to snap my neck without effort. See him register error gathering pine boughs just beyond his reach, and I see him choose to remain still. "You should run." His voice comes out as a rasp, barely audible above the wind through branches. "Whatever clan you escaped from, I can't protect you." "I'm not asking you to." I settle back on my heels, hands moving to my coat pockets, in search of the small knife I always carry. "I'm asking you to drink willow bark tea and try not to die while I figure out how to keep us all from freezing." Confusion flickers across his features, the kind of genuine bewilderment that suggests he's not accustomed to humans offering aid rather than fleeing in terror. "The poison. Nightshade family. Probably belladonna or something similar." I begin stripping bark from a nearby willow, movements efficient despite the tremor in my hands. Survivable if we can get your fever down and keep you hydrated. Though I should mention that if you try to hurt my daughter, I'll finish what your enemies started. That earns me a look that might be respect. "Your daughter?" I glance toward Era, who's created an impressive pile of pine boughs and begun weaving them into a rough shelter framework as she's learned to do since she can walk. "She's the one that saw you. She's got magic." I'm not sure if it's dangerous for him to know when this world has so little left. Understanding dawns in his fever-bright eyes. She saw everything, the betrayal, the abandonment, the fact that you crawled off the path to die with some semblance of dignity. I focus on my work, using the knife to scrape inner bark into strips. Admirable in its way, stupid but admirable. Stupid? Dying serves no one. Living means the chance to make your enemies regret their choices. A sound escapes him that might be laughter or simply pain. Revenge? Justice? There's a difference. I pause in my bark stripping to meet his gaze directly. Though I suppose that depends on what you choose to do with a second chance. Snow continues to fall around us, accumulating faster now as the storm gathers strength. Soon the temperature will drop enough to make survival questionable for all three of us. But for now, in this small clearing beneath ancient pines, something unprecedented is taking shape. A human woman, an orc, and a half-blood child who sees too much, bound together by circumstance and the strange mercy that sometimes blooms in the spaces between enemies. Whether it will kill us all remains to be seen.
Chapter 4. Nelrish. The world exists in fragments, scattered pieces of sensation that drift through the fever haze like snow through pine boughs. Cold seeps through my leathers despite the fire burning in my blood. Each breath scrapes raw against my throat, tasting of copper and the bitter dregs of whatever Serene fed me in that cursed waterskin. Footsteps, light ones, careful on the forest floor. Not the heavy tread of orc warriors or the desperate crash of fleeing prey. Something else entirely. A voice cuts through the static, filling my skull. Woman's voice, low and measured. Counting. Numbers that rise and fall with a rhythm I can't quite place, until understanding surfaces like a bubble breaking water. My breathing. She's counting my breaths. The realization should trigger alarm, should force my body into the defensive alertness that's kept me alive through 2 decades of clan warfare. Instead, I find myself listening to the cadence of her voice, the way each number carries a weight of concentration rather than threat. 7, 8, 9. As if my survival matters to her in some way that makes no sense. Human voices aren't supposed to sound like that when addressing orcs. Fear, yes. Hatred, certainly. Resignation when circumstances leave no other choice. This clinical focus, this careful attention to my body's rhythms, speaks of someone who's chosen to invest effort in keeping me alive. The question is why? Movement beside me draws what little focus I can muster. Something small and warm settles near my head, and I catch the scent of a child. Sweet milk breath, and that indefinable innocence that clings to the very young. Impossible. No human would bring a child this close to a dying orc, regardless of circumstances. Yet small hands find my temples, fingers cool as riverstones against the fever burning through my skull. The touch should be nothing. Negligible weight, easily ignored. Instead, it draws heat from my skin like water soaking into parched earth. The relief is immediate and startling, enough to drag my consciousness closer to the surface. The hands belong to a girl, far too young to be out here, with dark curls that catch snowflakes and eyes the color of autumn leaves. She studies my face with the serious attention adults reserve for important decisions, as if cataloging every detail of my condition. There's something otherworldly about her focus, something that suggests she sees more than simple flesh and fever. Half-blood. The knowledge surfaces without conscious thought, recognizing the subtle markers that speak of mixed heritage, the faint luminescence beneath pale skin. The way she holds herself, balanced between human fragility and something wilder. Her parentage explains the fearlessness, perhaps. Enough orc blood to recognize me as kin rather than monster. Enough human wisdom to approach with healing rather than violence. Era, the woman's voice again, gentler now, maternal. Step back while I get this into him. The child, Era, withdraws her cooling touch with obvious reluctance. I want to protest the loss, to ask for those small hands to return and draw more fire from my burning skull. But my throat feels packed with ash, voice reduced to nothing more than labored breathing. Something presses against my lips. Wooden cup, rough-carved and warm with whatever liquid it contains. The scent hits first. Willow bark, bitter and medicinal, mixed with pine needles and the metallic tang of melted snow. Healing tea. Someone has taken the time to brew proper medicine rather than simply leave me to die. I need you to drink this. The woman's voice carries quiet authority, the tone of someone accustomed to being obeyed without force. Small sips. Don't try to talk. The first taste confirms what my nose already identified. Willow bark tea, strong enough to fight fever, but carefully balanced to avoid poisoning an already compromised system. Whoever prepared this knows their craft, understands the fine line between medicine and toxin. Each swallow burns going down, but I can feel it working almost immediately. The bitter compounds beginning their war against whatever Sareen fed me. Between sips, I catch glimpses of my unlikely savior. Human woman, maybe mid-20s, with the kind of practical competence that speaks of hard-won survival skills. Her movements are efficient as she tends the small fire struggling against wet wood and falling snow. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Every action serves a purpose. She's built a shelter of sorts, Pine boughs woven together and anchored against larger trees, creating a windbreak that transforms this small clearing into something approaching habitable. The fire occupies the center, fed with carefully selected wood that burns hot despite the moisture. Smoke rises in a thin column that disperses quickly among the branches overhead, invisible from any distance greater than a few yards. Professional work. This woman knows how to survive in hostile territory without advertising her presence to every predator or enemy within miles. The question that haunts my fever-muddled thoughts is how she acquired such skills, and why she's chosen to use them for my benefit. More. She presses the cup to my lips again, patient as stone. You need to flush the poison before it reaches your heart. I manage another swallow, then another. Each one requires tremendous effort, but I can feel strength returning by degrees. Not much, nowhere near enough to fight or flee, but sufficient to maintain awareness of my surroundings. Sufficient to register the magnitude of what's happening here. A human woman and her half-blood daughter have chosen to save the life of an orc chieftain they've never met, in a forest where discovery by either side could mean death for all three of us. They've sacrificed concealment, expended precious resources, and taken enormous personal risk for no apparent gain. In my world, such actions demand explanation. Require purpose beyond simple mercy, because mercy alone doesn't keep you alive when the snow starts falling and enemies prowl the darkness between trees. Yet I can find no ulterior motive in the woman's careful ministrations, no hidden agenda in the child's gentle touch. They're helping me because I need help, because leaving me to die violates some internal code that matters more than personal safety. The concept is so foreign, I struggle to process it fully. Even among my own clan, aid comes with expectations, loyalty earned, debts acknowledged, favors to be repaid when circumstances permit. But these strangers offer assistance without negotiation, without guarantee of future reward. It makes no sense. Makes perfect sense. Creates an obligation I'll carry until the day I can properly discharge it. The fire pops and hisses as moisture in the wood turns to steam. The woman adds more fuel with practiced motions, building the heat without creating enough light to attract unwanted attention. She's positioned herself between the flames and the forest beyond, using her body to further conceal our presence. Everything about her posture speaks of someone accustomed to remaining invisible. Mama, the child, Ira, settles beside her mother with the easy familiarity of shared hardship. His fever's going down. Good. The woman's response carries relief she doesn't try to hide. Can you tell if the poison's still spreading? A pause while the girl considers, head tilted in concentration. It's fighting. The good medicine and the bad poison, like when ice and fire touch. An apt description. I can feel the battle being waged inside my body. Willow bark compounds binding to toxins, pine needle antioxidants supporting organs under assault. The fever remains, but its edge has dulled. My breathing comes easier, no longer the shallow panting of a body struggling to process poison. I will live. The certainty settles with quiet finality. The recovery will take time I may not have. Time these strangers are giving me at considerable cost to themselves. Why? The word emerges as barely a whisper, throat still raw from fever and poison. But it carries all the weight of my confusion, my gratitude, my growing sense of debt. The woman looks up from the fire, meeting my gaze with steady green eyes that hold depths I can't begin to fathom. For a long moment she doesn't answer, simply studies my face as if weighing what truth she can afford to share. 'Cause someone poisoned you and left you to die alone. Her voice carries quiet steel. Because that's wrong, regardless of who you are or what you've done. I could kill you both. The statement emerges without conscious thought, simple acknowledgement of physical reality. Even weakened, even poisoned, I remain dangerous enough to end their lives with minimal effort. You could. She returns to feeding the fire unconcerned. But you won't. How can you be certain? Because if you were the kind of person who killed those who helped him, you'd already be dead. She selects another piece of wood, testing its dryness before adding it to the flames. Poison like that, it requires trust. Someone close enough to hand you water without suspicion. The accuracy of her assessment sends cold through my chest that has nothing to do with winter weather. She's right, of course. Sorene's betrayal cut deep precisely because I trusted her judgment, valued her counsel. The water skin came from someone I considered an ally, perhaps even a friend. Your daughter, I managed, struggling to keep my voice above a whisper. She saw. Ira sees many things. Most of them are true. The woman's tone carries protective warning despite its quietness. She said someone you trusted smiled when she handed you the water. Memory surfaces like bile in my throat. Sorene's face as she offered refreshment after the long hunt, the slight curve of her lips that I'd interpreted as shared satisfaction in a successful raid. Now that expression takes on a different meaning. Anticipation rather than pleasure. The satisfaction of a plan nearing fruition. Why tell me this? I ask. Why not let the poison finish its work and leave me? Why stop and help at all? The woman's hand's still on the wood she's been arranging. When she looks at me again, her eyes hold something I don't immediately recognize. Something fierce and protective and utterly implacable. Because I know what it feels like to be betrayed by someone you trusted. Know what it costs to survive it. She resumes her work, movements sharper now. And because my daughter has nightmares about cruel people who smile while they hurt others, if I can prevent one more child from seeing that particular darkness, I will. Understanding dawns with painful clarity. This isn't random mercy or simple compassion. This woman has her own history with betrayal, her own reasons for recognizing the wounds that matter most. She saves me not despite who I am, but because she understands what I've endured. The realization creates a debt beyond simple life preservation. She's given me not just survival, but recognition. Acknowledgement that my pain matters, that the violation of trust deserves a response rather than acceptance. I close my eyes and let the willow bark work its medicine through my system. Let the warmth of their small fire chase the poison chill from my bones. Let myself acknowledge the magnitude of what these strangers have offered freely, without negotiation or demand for payment. When I recover, when I'm strong enough to stand and fight and reclaim what was taken from me, I'll remember this moment, this choice made by a human woman and her half-blood daughter to offer mercy when they could have offered death. The debt begins here, in this small shelter beneath snow-heavy pines, and I will see it properly repaid regardless of what such payment might cost.
Chapter 5. Mara. The morning arrives wrapped in silence, thick and muffled by the snow that's been falling steadily since before dawn. I wake to the soft whisper of flakes against pine boughs and the steady rhythm of breathing from our unexpected companion. The orc, Nelrish, I think Era called him in her sleep-murmured observations, lies still beneath the makeshift blanket I'd fashioned from my coat and gathered moss. His fever broke sometime during the night. I know because I checked, fingertips pressed briefly to his forehead, while Ira slept curled against my side like a little fox seeking warmth. The skin felt cool, normal temperature beneath the coarse dark hair. Relief had flooded through me then, unexpected in its intensity. Why should I care if an orc lives or dies? The question haunts me as I carefully extract myself from our nest of pine needles and borrowed body heat. My movements are practiced quiet, learned from years of early morning scavenging runs in the bunkers when competition for resources meant the difference between eating and going hungry. But I do care, and that realization sits uneasily in my chest as I duck out of our shelter into the pearl-grey morning. The forest has transformed overnight. What yesterday was brown earth and green pine now lies buried beneath a blanket of white that continues to thicken with each passing moment. Fat flakes drift down through the canopy, each one catching what little light filters through the clouds. It's beautiful in a way that makes my grandmother's stories feel real. Winter as something magical rather than simply another survival challenge. First snow. The phrase rises unbidden from childhood memory, carrying with it the weight of traditions I'd thought lost forever. Grandmother's voice echoes in my mind. When the first snow falls on the longest night, when the world grows quiet and the stars grow bright. My breath mists in the cold air as I survey our small clearing. The fire has burned down to embers, carefully banked to provide warmth without producing telltale smoke. Our tracks from yesterday are already filling with fresh powder, erasing evidence of our passage. Good. The longer we remain invisible, the better our chances of surviving whatever comes next. I need to forage while the opportunity exists. Need to find food, medicine, anything useful before the snow gets too deep for safe travel. The few rations I grabbed during our flight won't last more than another day, especially if we're feeding 3 instead of 2. The wintergreen grows in patches beneath the larger pines, dark leaves almost black against fresh snow. I gather handfuls, stuffing them into the pouches I've fashioned from torn fabric. Wintergreen for pain, for fever that might return. The sharp scent clings to my fingers as I work, minty and clean. Chaga proves harder to locate, but I find a promising birch tree with the telltale black growths clinging to its trunk like burned fists. I chip away what I can reach with my belt knife, collecting the orange interior that will brew into medicine. Chaga for immune support, for general healing. Something tells me we'll need all the medicinal help we can gather. Pine needles come easiest of all. I strip young shoots from several trees, selecting the brightest green growth for maximum potency. These will provide vitamin support through the lean winter months ahead, assuming we survive long enough to worry about nutritional deficiencies. When I return to our shelter, I find Era awake and busy with some project that involves arranging small objects in careful patterns. She's gathered winter berries, the bright red ones that birds love but humans can't digest, along with seed pods and interesting twigs. Her small fingers work with surprising dexterity, despite the cold, weaving and positioning each element with artistic precision. "What are you making, sweet girl?" I keep my voice low, conscious of our sleeping companion. "Decorations." She doesn't look up from her work, tongue poking out slightly in concentration. "First snow means decorate the trees for good luck. Grandmother's stories said so." My heart clenches at the casual reference to traditions I've tried so hard to preserve. In the bunkers, such practices were considered wasteful superstition. Resources too precious to spend on anything that didn't directly support survival. But here, watching my daughter create beauty from forest scraps, I remember why these rituals matter. "That's right." I settle beside her, sorting my gathered materials. "Your great-grandmother would be proud." Ira beams at this approval, then returns to her work with renewed focus. She's creating tiny wreaths from flexible twigs, decorating them with berries and seed pods, arranged in pleasing patterns. Each one is small enough to hang from low branches, bright spots of colour against the white and green backdrop of winter forest. "He's dreaming good dreams now," she observes without prompting, glancing toward where Nelrish lies motionless. Yesterday the dreams were all fire and sharp teeth. Today they're like warm honey. I follow her gaze to study our patient. In sleep, with the harsh lines of pain smoothed from his features, he looks less intimidating. Still dangerous, the breadth of his shoulders and the weapons within reach make that clear, but not actively threatening. His breathing comes easy and regular, no longer the laboured struggle of yesterday. "Can you tell what he's dreaming about?" Era tilts her head, considering. "Water, clean water that tastes like sky, and singing, like voices calling from far away." She shrugs. "Good dreams, safe dreams." The relief that floods through me is inappropriate and unwelcome. I shouldn't care about an orc's emotional state, shouldn't feel invested in his recovery beyond basic human decency. But watching the peaceful rise and fall of his chest, I find myself genuinely glad that his rest is undisturbed. Perhaps it's because I understand the alternative too well. Nightmares have been my companion for years. Dreams of the bunker, of being traded like livestock, of watching Era grow up in a world that sees her as an abomination rather than a gift. Peaceful sleep is a luxury few of us can afford. The snow continues to fall, heavier now. Fat flakes that stick and accumulate rather than melting on contact. I need to set snares while I can still move through the forest without leaving obvious trails. Food remains our most pressing concern, followed closely by the question of where we'll go once Nelrish recovers enough to travel. I select a promising game trail and begin constructing a simple snare from salvaged wire and carved wooden components. The work requires precise tension. Too loose and prey slips free, too tight and the mechanism fails to trigger properly. My fingers remember the technique from bunker survival training, muscle memory overriding the cold that makes fine motor control difficult. "Mama, look!" Era's voice carries quiet excitement. I turn to find her holding up a completed decoration, a miniature wreath woven from red berried branches and adorned with tiny pine cones arranged like flowers. It's beautiful in a way that catches my breath. Proof that creativity and hope can flourish even in the harshest circumstances. It's perfect. I mean every word. Should we hang it? She nods eagerly, and together we select a low branch within sight of our shelter. Era stretches on tiptoe to position her creation, adjusting it until the arrangement pleases her artistic sensibilities. The bright red berries stand out like tiny jewels against the snow-dusted pine needles. "One for each hope," she says solemnly, echoing words I've spoken during our private celebrations. Grandmother said the trees remember winter wishes. What do you wish for? Warm beds, clean water that doesn't taste like metal, and... She glances toward our shelter, lowering her voice. For the hurt dreams to stay away, from all of us. The simple wisdom of her words strikes deep. She's right, of course. We're all carrying hurt dreams, all struggling with betrayals and losses that poison sleep. The bunker's cold efficiency, my time with the Broken Tusk clan. Whatever drove Nelrish to trust the wrong person with his life. Good wishes, I tell her, dropping a kiss on her dark curls. The trees will remember. We work together in comfortable silence, creating more decorations as the snow transforms our temporary camp into something approaching magical. Era's artistic vision guides our efforts. She sees patterns and possibilities I would miss, combinations of natural materials that create unexpected beauty. I find myself thinking about the poem grandmother taught me, words that seemed like simple rhymes until this moment. For snow remembers what we have lost, each flake a memory, each breath a cost. But in the silence the old magic wakes, and winter gives back what winter takes. Maybe there's truth in those lines beyond mere sentiment. Maybe first snow really does offer chances for new beginnings, for laying aside old hurts in favour of fresh possibilities. The thought feels dangerous, too much like hope in a world that punishes such luxuries. But watching Era arrange berries with the serious concentration of an artist, seeing our grim survival camp transformed by her innocent creativity, I find myself willing to consider the possibility that this first snow might indeed be bringing us something valuable, even if I can't yet name what that might be. I complete the snare and move to scout another location, leaving Era to her decorating. The forest stretches endlessly in all directions, white and silent and full of hidden threats. Somewhere out there, the Red Moon clan continues their search. Somewhere behind us lie the bunkers with their false safety and suffocating walls. But here, in this small clearing defended by pine boughs and heated by careful fire, we've created something that feels almost like sanctuary. Temporary, fragile, bought with enormous risk, but real nonetheless. The question remains, Where do we go when this shelter can no longer protect us? Winter is settling in with serious intent, and our options grow more limited with each falling flake. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 6. Nelrish. The world returns in fragments. Scent of pine smoke, whisper of falling snow, warmth against skin that no longer burns with fever. I surface from dreams of clean water and distant voices to find myself wrapped in unfamiliar softness, sheltered by walls that smell of resin and earth rather than stone and leather. My body protests the attempt to sit upright, muscles weak as water, after whatever poison coursed through my veins. The effort leaves me breathless, but my head remains clear. The fog that clouded my thoughts yesterday has lifted, leaving behind crisp awareness and the uncomfortable realization that I owe my life to strangers. My memories are muddied too, and I can't recall much in the time since I was poisoned. The shelter around me speaks of skill and desperation in equal measure. Pine boughs woven between salvage posts create walls that block wind while allowing smoke to escape. The construction is clever, human ingenuity applied to forest materials with the kind of efficiency born from necessity. Whoever built this understands survival in ways that command respect. Movement catches my attention. A woman crouches near a small fire, tending something that steams in a metal cup. Her hair catches the light, dark blonde twisted into a practical braid with loose strands framing features that belong in softer times. She moves with quiet competence, each gesture economical and purposeful. This must be the one who saved me. The thought carries weight I'm not ready to examine. You're awake. Her voice holds careful neutrality, the tone of someone accustomed to measuring words before speaking them. Green eyes study me with watchful intelligence. How do you feel? Like I've been trampled by a full war party. The admission comes easier than expected, but alive, which is more than I deserved an hour ago. Her mouth quirks in what might be amusement if she allowed herself such luxuries. The poison was nightshade-based. My daughter. I gesture toward where a small figure sits absorbed in some project involving berries and twigs. She helped me identify it. The words "my daughter" hang between us, and I watch something shift in her expression. Protectiveness, fierce and immediate. Good. A mother who fights for her child is someone I can understand. Era has gifts. The careful phrasing tells me more than a full explanation might. She sees things others miss. I study the child with new interest. Small for her age, but bright-eyed, working with the focused intensity I recognize in craftsmen perfecting their trade. The hints of orc heritage are subtle, her skin tone, the shape of her jaw, her thick black hair, but unmistakable to eyes that know what to look for. Half-blood. The realization brings no judgment, only curiosity about her story and grudging admiration for her mother's courage. Raising such a child in this world requires strength beyond the physical. She saved me as much as you did. I keep my voice low, respectful. I'm in both your debts. The woman, I still don't know her name, extends the steaming cup toward me. Willow bark tea, it'll help flush the remaining toxins. I accept the offering with hands that shake more than I'd prefer. The tea tastes bitter and earthy, but warmth spreads through my chest as I drink. Real warmth, not the false heat of fever. I'm Nelrish. The introduction feels inadequate given the circumstances, but protocols exist for good reason. Mara. She settles cross-legged beside the fire, maintaining careful distance. And that's Era. The child, Ira, looks up at the sound of her name and offers me a smile that transforms her serious face. You're not dreaming the scary dreams anymore. No, I find myself smiling back, charmed despite everything. Thanks to your healing touch. She giggles at this, returning to her work with renewed focus. I watch her arrange berries in careful patterns, creating something beautiful from forest scraps. The sight stirs old aches, memories of the children I might have had, the family I chose to sacrifice for clan leadership. What are you making there, little artist? Decorations for the first snow. Era holds up a miniature wreath, proud of her creation. Mama says we have to decorate the trees for good luck when winter starts. It's tradition. The concept intrigues me more than it should. Human traditions often mirror older customs, echoes of practices that might have sprung from common roots. And what does decorating the trees accomplish? Magic, Ira says matter-of-factly. The snow remembers what we lost, but winter gives back what winter takes. Grandmother's poem says so. I glance at Mara, noting the way her expression softens when she looks at her daughter. Love, pure and uncomplicated, transforms her features from merely pretty to genuinely beautiful. The realization hits harder than expected. Your grandmother sounds wise. I keep my attention on Era, safer ground than studying her mother's face. What else happens with the first snow? Oh, lots of things. Ira warms to the subject, setting aside her work to gesture enthusiastically. We tie our hopes to evergreen boughs and speak our dreams to the winter. And there's supposed to be ribbons. Red ones for warmth and love and daily bread. But we don't have ribbons, so I'm using berries instead. The casual adaptation speaks to resilience that impresses me, making do with what's available while honoring the spirit of tradition. It's a mindset I recognize from my own people's customs, adjusted for survival in hostile territory. Berries seem more fitting for forest rites, I tell her seriously. The trees will appreciate offerings that belong to their world. Era beams at this validation, immediately returning to her project with doubled enthusiasm. I catch Mara watching me with something like surprise, as if my patience with her daughter isn't what she expected from an orc. The assumption stings more than it should. How many of my people has she encountered? What experiences shaped her expectations? The questions burn, but asking them would require revealing more about myself than seems wise. You should drink more. Mara refills my cup without being asked. The purge takes time to complete properly. I obey, grateful for her knowledge even as I chafe at the weakness that makes such help necessary. Every instinct screams to be moving, scouting, preparing defenses. Lying here helpless while others provide for my safety goes against everything my training demands. The shelter is well built, I offer instead, hoping to convey appreciation without sounding patronizing. Clever use of materials. It's temporary. Mara's tone suggests she's not fishing for compliments. We needed something quick when the fighting started nearby. Fighting! The word carries implications that make my jaw tighten. Red Moon? Her nod confirms what I suspected. Not sure who they were fighting, but the settlement was falling. We grabbed what we could and ran. Settlement. Not bunker, not encampment. Somewhere permanent enough to call home, now lost to orc infighting. The casual way she mentions fleeing speaks to familiarity with displacement that no one should possess. I'm sorry. The words feel inadequate, but necessary. Red Moon has been pushing into territories all winter. The raids grow bolder. I'm not surprised someone is fighting back. You know them? Something sharp enters her voice, protective mother evaluating threat levels. By reputation. I choose honesty over evasion. They're part of the reason I was in these woods. Tracking their movements, trying to understand their patterns. It's the truth, if not the complete truth. No need to mention clan leadership or the greater strategic implications of Red Moon's expansion. Better to appear as a simple scout than a chief with a target on his back. Alone? Mara's incredulity seems genuine. That's dangerous, even for... She trails off, but I catch the implication. Even for an orc. Fair enough. Most humans see us as either unstoppable killing machines or savage brutes. The reality of vulnerability rarely occurs to them. I was with a hunting party. I take another sip of the bitter tea, feeling strength creep back into tired muscles. But a failing soldier becomes expendable in light of gathering supplies and intelligence for the clan. Expendable. The word tastes false even as I speak it, but it serves to deflect questions about why I had been left behind. Well, your intelligence gathering nearly got you killed. Mara's tone carries dry humor beneath the criticism. Poisoned water isn't exactly a tactical victory. No, I agree, studying her face in the firelight. The shadows emphasize the delicate line of her cheekbones, the curve of her mouth that suggests smiles come easier in better circumstances. But being found by skilled healers might qualify as strategic luck. Color touches her cheeks at the compliment, quick and telling. When did she last hear words of appreciation from someone not her daughter? The thought sparks protective instincts I have no right to feel. Mama's really good at fixing things, Era chimes in, glancing up from her decorating. She fixed the air scrubbers in the bunker and the water filters, and now she fixed you. Bunker. The casual reference explains much. Technical knowledge, systematic thinking, the pallor that speaks of too many years underground. Mara came from the eastern settlements, the places where humans buried themselves rather than face orc occupation directly. She's very skilled, I agree, watching Mara's expression closely at the scrutiny. I owe her more than I can easily repay. You don't owe us anything. The words come quick, defensive. We couldn't just leave you to die. Some would have. I keep my voice gentle, non-threatening. Leaving would have been the safer choice. Maybe, Mara pokes at the fire with unnecessary force. But Ira was drawn to help you, and I've learned to trust her instincts. I glance at the child again, noting the way she hums softly while working. Power runs in her blood, diluted perhaps, but present nonetheless. In the old world, she would have been treasured for such gifts. Here, she's more likely seen as an aberration. Smart policy. I drain the last of my tea, already feeling more alert despite the lingering weakness. Children often see the truth adults miss. The grown-ups were fighting so loud yesterday, Era observes without looking up. All angry voices and metal sounds. But the trees were trying to sing about the snow coming. I like the tree songs better. The simple statement carries profound insight. She experiences the world through senses most adults have forgotten, finding peace in natural rhythms while violence rages around her. No wonder Mara trusts such perceptions. The fighting you heard, it's moving east. I offer what intelligence I can without revealing too much about my sources. If you stay north of the ridgeline, you should avoid the worst of it. Though there's no avoiding orc territory. Relief flickers across Mara's features before caution reasserts itself. How can you be sure? Because I've been tracking their movements for days. Another partial truth. Red Moon prefers established routes when moving heavy forces. They'll follow the easiest path toward their objectives. And what are their objectives? The question carries weight beyond simple curiosity. She's thinking strategically, planning rather than simply reacting. Good. Survivors think 3 moves ahead. Territory, resources, the usual prizes war brings. I shift position, testing my strength, still weak but functional. They want to control trade routes through the northern passes before spring. Spring's a long way off. Mara's voice carries the weight of someone who understands exactly how brutal winter survival can be. Yes. I meet her eyes directly. Which brings us to more immediate concerns. You need shelter, supplies, somewhere to wait out the cold months. I need time to recover before I can travel safely. A few days, she says quickly. You shouldn't need more than that to get your strength back. A few days. The time frame seems optimistic given how thoroughly the poison ravaged my system, but I appreciate her desire to minimize obligations between us. Independence is safer than dependence, especially when trusting the wrong person can prove fatal. Agreed. I settle back against the makeshift bedding, already planning despite my body's protests. I'll be strong enough to move by then, and until I am, I can help defend this position if Red Moon comes closer. Something eases in her posture at this offer. Fear she's been carrying alone, perhaps. The weight of protecting her daughter without backup or resources. I understand that burden intimately. Thank you. The words come soft, genuine. It's been just us for a long time. Just them. Yet she came from the Red Moon settlement. I know enough about them to know how they treat their women. The isolation explains much about her careful manner, the way she measures each word before speaking. Trust becomes luxury when survival depends on constant vigilance. Not anymore. The promise emerges before I fully consider its implications. Not while I breathe. Mara's eyes widen slightly at the intensity behind my words. Perhaps she hears something I didn't intend to reveal. The depth of obligation that drives Orc honor codes. The way life debts forge bonds stronger than blood. Or perhaps she simply recognizes one survivor acknowledging another, the kind of alliance born from shared understanding of what it costs to keep living when the world conspires against you. Either way, something shifts between us in that moment. A foundation laid, tentative but real. Mama, look! Era holds up another completed decoration. This one's for the nice Orc man who had bad dreams. Nice Orc man. The casual phrase makes me smile despite everything. If only my enemies could hear such innocent assessment of my character. It's beautiful, Mara tells her daughter, but her eyes remain on my face. Very thoughtful. The berries match his eyes when the firelight hits them, Era explains with artistic seriousness. Blue-gray like winter sky. Perceptive child. I find myself wondering what else she sees, what insights those unusual senses provide about the people around her. The thought should be unsettling, being read so easily by someone so young, but instead it feels oddly comforting. When did I last encounter honesty so pure? When did anyone last look at me and see something worth decorating for? The snow continues falling beyond our shelter walls, muffling the world in pristine silence. First snow, bringing with it possibilities I'm afraid to examine too closely. Change disguised as weather, transformation wrapped in winter's cold embrace. I close my eyes and listen to Yera's soft humming, to the whisper of flames consuming dry wood, to the steady breathing of the woman who saved my life. For the first time in longer than I care to admit, the sounds around me speak of safety rather than threat. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. Questions about where we go next, how we survive what's coming, what debts can truly be repaid between people from different worlds. But for now, in this small space carved from winter forest, I'm content to simply breathe and heal and wonder at the strange paths that led us all to this moment. Perhaps Zyra's grandmother was right about winter giving back what it takes. Perhaps some gifts come disguised as accidents, salvation wrapped in near-death experiences. Perhaps first snow really does bring magic, even to those who stopped believing in such possibilities long ago.
Chapter 7. Mara. The way Nelrish talks to Era sets my teeth on edge. Not because he's cruel, but because he isn't. I've spent 5 years learning that orcs take what they want without asking, use humans like tools, discard broken things without thought. Yet here sits one speaking to my daughter like she matters, like her words carry weight worth considering. It doesn't fit. None of this fits. I busy myself with the small pot I salvaged from our flight, checking the root vegetables I managed to forage yesterday while he lay unconscious. Turnips and wild onions. Nothing fancy, but they'll make decent broth with the rabbit I caught this morning. My hands move through familiar motions, while my mind wrestles with contradictions I can't reconcile. Maybe it's the injury. Pain and weakness could make anyone more agreeable, more dependent on kindness from strangers. But he's been awake for an hour now, alert enough for conversation. And still he watches Ira's decorating project with what looks suspiciously like genuine interest. "The pattern you're making," he tells her, gesturing toward the careful arrangement of berries and twigs. "It reminds me of star charts my people use for navigation." "Really?" Ira's eyes light up with the kind of enthusiasm reserved for new discoveries. "Do the stars tell you where to go?" "Sometimes." His smile transforms his entire face, softening features that should intimidate into something almost warm. "Though they're better at telling you where you've been." The observation carries unexpected depth, the kind of philosophical bent I wouldn't have credited to any orc, let alone one who claims to be a simple scout. I steal another glance at him while stirring the broth, noting details that escaped me during yesterday's crisis. He's handsome. The admission comes unbidden and unwelcome, but I can't deny what my eyes insist on seeing. Sharp cheekbones offset by the civilized length of his tusks, storm-coloured eyes that actually listen when people speak, dark hair shot through with premature silver that speaks to responsibility shouldered young. Even weakened by poison, he carries himself with unconscious authority that makes the cramped shelter feel smaller. When did I start noticing such things? When did survival allow space for thoughts beyond the next meal, the next safe place to sleep? "Mama makes the best soup in the whole world," Ira announces with fierce loyalty, apparently deciding our guest needs to know this crucial information. "I'm sure she does." Nelrish's attention shifts to me with uncomfortable directness. The smell alone suggests considerable skill. Heat climbs my neck at the simple compliment. In the bunkers, only specialised workers were allowed near the food. Our leaders did not trust easy, not willing to give any opportunity to be poisoned. Learning to work with actual ingredients came later, born from necessity when foraged meals became our only option. But pride in small accomplishments feels dangerous when shared with someone whose intentions I can't read. "It's just broth," I deflect, ladling the steaming liquid into 3 metal cups scavenged from abandoned settlements. Nothing special. "Everything's special when you're hungry enough." He accepts the offered cup with careful hands, still steadier than they should be given yesterday's condition. "Thank you." The gratitude sounds genuine, but then orcs are skilled at deception when it serves their purposes. I settle cross-legged at what I judge to be a safe distance, close enough to provide assistance if needed, far enough to run if this civility proves false. Era abandons her decorating to claim her own cup, settling between us with the unconscious trust of childhood. The arrangement forms an awkward triangle around our small fire, intimate in ways that make my pulse quicken for reasons I refuse to examine. "Look, it's snowing harder." Era points toward the shelter entrance, where fat flakes drift past our improvised doorway. "Perfect for the rites." She sets down her barely touched broth and scrambles outside, apparently immune to cold that makes me pull my coat tighter. Within moments, I hear her voice raised in delight as she discovers some new wonder winter has provided. She's remarkable. Nelrish sips his broth with careful appreciation, watching through the gap where Era disappeared. Most children her age would be frightened by everything you've both endured. She's stronger than she looks. The words come sharp with protective instinct. She's had to be. Something shifts in his expression at my tone, understanding perhaps, or recognition of familiar pain. Children shouldn't need such strength. No. I test my own broth, using the ritual to avoid meeting his eyes. But the world doesn't care what children should or shouldn't need. True enough. His voice carries agreement, edged with old grief, making me wonder what losses shaped his perspective. Still, she maintains joy despite everything. That's rarer than strength. The observation hits closer to truth than comfortable. Era does find wonder in small things, snowflakes and berry patterns and conversations with strange orcs who should terrify her. Sometimes I envy that resilience, the way she adapts to circumstances that would break most adults. My grandmother used to say joy was the most rebellious act possible. I find myself admitting, refusing to let hardship steal what makes you human. Wise woman. Nelrish's smile returns, smaller this time but somehow more genuine. Is that where the winter rites come from? Her teachings? The question shouldn't surprise me. Era mentioned grandmother's poems while he listened, but something in his tone suggests more than casual curiosity, like the traditions themselves matter to him beyond simple politeness. She remembered things from before, I explain carefully. Stories her own grandmother told about how people used to celebrate. Most of it's probably wrong now, but Ira loves the rituals. Before the crossing. The phrase emerges loaded with significance I can't quite place. Before my people arrived in our world? Our world. The possessive pronoun carries implications that make my stomach tighten. How long until Earth becomes exclusively theirs? Until humans exist only in whatever spaces orcs allow us to occupy? Yes. I keep my voice level despite the direction of my thoughts. When humans lived above ground, and winters meant festivals instead of survival. I'm sorry. The words come quiet, heavy with what sounds like genuine regret, for what my people's presence has cost yours. An apology. From an orc. For conquest and displacement and the systematic destruction of human civilization. I stare at him over my steaming cup, searching for signs of mockery or manipulation, finding only tired sincerity that I don't know how to process. Why? The question escapes before I can stop it. Why are you sorry? Your people won. This is your world now. Winning and being right aren't the same thing. He meets my scrutiny without flinching, and victory tastes bitter when built on others' suffering. The philosophy unsettles me more than threats would. I understand orcs who take what they want through force. Their motivations are clear, their actions predictable. But one who questions conquest while benefiting from it, who apologizes for choices he presumably supports. Either he's the most skilled liar I've ever encountered, or everything I thought I knew about his people is dangerously incomplete. Mama, look what I made! Ira bursts back into the shelter, trailing snow and excitement, clutching something in her mittened hands. A tree for the rites. She's drawn a crooked evergreen in the snow outside our doorway, complete with carefully hung pine cones that dance in the falling flakes. The sight tugs at memories of grandmother's stories, decorated trees bringing luck and hope through winter's darkest months. It's beautiful, sweetheart. I force my attention away from Nelrish's thoughtful expression, focusing on safer ground. Very artistic. The pine cones are like ornaments, Era explains to our guest, apparently assuming he needs education in proper decorating techniques. They'll catch the snow and hold winter magic until spring comes back. I've never appreciated winter as much as you do. His observation carries wistful undertones that surprise me. Your grandmother taught you to find beauty in harsh seasons. She said winter was just sleeping time for the world. I find myself elaborating, drawn into sharing despite my better judgment. Everything rests and gathers strength for what comes next. The cold isn't punishment, it's preparation. Preparation. He repeats the word like it contains particular significance. Yes, I can see the wisdom in that perspective. Something in his tone makes me study his profile as he watches Era adjust her snow tree decorations. There's longing there, carefully controlled, but present nonetheless. Longing for what? The simple joy my daughter radiates. The certainty of traditions that promise better times ahead? Or perhaps longing for belonging somewhere, the kind of deep roots grandmother's stories always emphasized, connections to places and people that survive temporary hardships. "Where will you go?" he asks suddenly, attention shifting back to me with uncomfortable directness. "When I'm well enough to travel. Back to the bunkers." The question highlights exactly how precarious our situation has become. Where do we go? The settlement that sheltered us lies in Red Moon hands now, assuming anything remains beyond ash and broken stone. The bunkers represent safety of a sort, but also the slow death of lives lived entirely underground. I was headed back, I admit, before catching myself. Too much honesty, especially with someone whose loyalties remain unclear. Now, I'm not sure. The admission reveals more vulnerability than wise. I shouldn't be telling an orc, even one who seems different, that we have nowhere to go, no clan or community to protect us. That we're exactly as alone and defenseless as we appear. But something about the way he asked, the careful concern in his voice, made truth easier than lies. Another warning sign I should probably heed. "The bunkers are safe," he observes, tone neutral enough to avoid seeming like advice. But safety isn't the same as living. No. I sip my cooling broth, using the pause to study his expression. It isn't. The snow continues falling beyond our small shelter, muffling the world in pristine silence, broken only by Era's humming as she tends her makeshift decorations. First snow, carrying with it all the promises grandmother's poems described, clean slates and new beginnings and winter magic that gives back what it takes. But promises require faith I'm not sure I possess anymore. And magic seems like luxury when survival demands such constant vigilance. Still, watching Nelrish watch my daughter with something approaching wonder makes me think perhaps some gifts come disguised as complications. Perhaps some strangers carry more hope than threat, even when logic insists otherwise. Perhaps I'm finally losing my mind from too many years spent balancing trust against suspicion, kindness against caution. The broth warms my hands, if not my doubts. Outside, winter deepens around us, beautiful and merciless in equal measure.
Chapter 8. Nelrish. Strength seeps back into my bones like spring melt filling winter streams, gradual but undeniable. By the next afternoon I can stand without the world tilting sideways, though Mara watches each movement with the sharp attention of someone calculating whether her patient might suddenly become her problem again. Smart woman. Caution serves her well in a world that punishes trust too freely given. I test my balance against a tree the shelter is leaned against, pleased when my legs hold steady. The poison's grip loosens with each passing hour, leaving behind only the hollow ache of a body pushed beyond its limits. Soon I'll be strong enough to travel, to track down the hunting party that left me for dead, to make Serene answer for what her betrayal has cost. But not yet, and perhaps there are better uses for recovered strength than immediate revenge. Stay still, Ara commands from her position near the fire, where she's attempting to braid strips of birch bark into some elaborate pattern. I'm not finished looking at you. The imperious tone draws a smile I don't bother hiding. 5 years old and already possessing the kind of confidence that could move mountains if properly directed. Her magic sparkles around the edges of her words like frost catching sunlight, subtle but unmistakable to those who know how to see it. Looking at me for what purpose? I ask, settling back down with exaggerated obedience. To see if you're still sick inside. She studies my face with unsettling intensity, those gold-flecked eyes seeming to peer past skin and bone toward something deeper. Mama says poison leaves shadows even after it's gone. Perceptive child. And a perceptive mother, though Mara's attention feels different than her daughter's. Less magical sight, more learned wariness. She moves through camp maintenance tasks with the fluid efficiency of someone who's mastered survival through careful observation, noting wind direction and fuel conservation, and sightlines that might betray our position to unwelcome visitors. Everything she does speaks to years spent making herself useful, necessary, invisible. The way she banks the fire to minimize smoke, how she chooses the driest wood to reduce telltale crackling, the unconscious habit of checking escape routes every few minutes, mapping the fastest path through trees should running become required again. She fascinates me in ways I don't entirely understand. I've never paid particular attention to humans beyond their utility to the clan. They serve purposes, labor, breeding stock for those who care about such things, occasional sources of information about bunker locations and supply routes, practical interactions with practical creatures who adapt to circumstances beyond their control. But watching Mara work reveals layers of competence that command something closer to respect. She doesn't simply endure hardship, she transforms it into opportunity. Turns a desperate flight into shelter, poisoned water into healing tea, winter's approach into reason for celebration rather than despair. And she moves like music given form, graceful efficiency that speaks to strength held carefully in reserve. Her body tells stories I find myself wanting to read, the slight callus on her trigger finger suggesting familiarity with weapons, the way she favors her left ankle hinting at old injury never properly healed, the unconscious protective stance she adopts whenever positioning herself between Era and potential threats, including me. Especially me. The realization should sting more than it does. I represent everything that's destroyed her world, everything that's forced her daughter to grow up understanding fear and hunger and displacement as normal conditions of existence. Of course, she watches me with suspicious calculation. Of course, she measures distances and weighs options every time I move. The surprising part is how much I want to prove her caution unnecessary. Your mother's right about poison shadows, I tell Era, who continues her intense examination. Sometimes they linger longer than the sickness itself. But not in you anymore. She speaks with the certainty of someone who sees truth others miss. The bad parts are almost gone now. Just tired parts left. Tired parts? The pieces that hurt when you think about sad things. Her explanation comes matter of fact, as though reading emotional wounds ranks among normal childhood skills. Mama has those too, but different colors. Colors. The casual reference to her magical sight sends uncomfortable awareness down my spine. How much does she see when she looks at us? What shadows does her gift reveal that we'd rather keep hidden? Mara glances up from her work sharpening salvaged metal into arrow points, expression shifting toward protective alertness. Era, don't pry into people's private thoughts. I'm not prying. The protest carries indignant sincerity. I just see what's already there, like looking at clouds. You can't help what shapes they make. An apt comparison that makes me wonder what shapes my thoughts present to her unusual perception. Nothing too revealing, I hope, though given recent developments, I'm not entirely certain what constitutes acceptable versus problematic emotional territory anymore. When did I start thinking of humans as individuals worthy of consideration rather than resources to be managed? When did survival-focused pragmatism give way to something approaching personal interest? Dangerous questions with answers I'm not prepared to examine. I should contribute something useful while I recover, I announce, pushing speculation aside in favor of practical action. More than consuming your supplies and taking up space. The offer draws Mara's full attention for the first time since our earlier conversation. She studies my face as though searching for hidden motives, weighing sincerity against potential deception. You don't owe us anything, she says finally. We helped because it was right, not because we expected payment. The response reveals more about her character than perhaps she intended. In my experience, humans, like orcs, operate primarily through systems of obligation and exchange. Services rendered in expectation of services returned, assistance given to create leverage for future negotiations. But she speaks as though kindness needs no justification beyond moral imperative, as though helping poisoned strangers ranks among basic responsibilities rather than calculated risks. Either she's extraordinarily naive or operating from principles that shame my more cynical assumptions. Given everything she survived, naivety seems unlikely. Nevertheless, I continue, skilled hands shouldn't remain idle when there's work to be done. I lever myself upright and move toward the pile of deadfall wood she's gathered for fuel, selecting a thick branch with good grain and minimal knots. My belt knife slides free with familiar weight, balance precise enough for detail work despite its primary purpose as a weapon. "What are you making?" Era abandons her bark braiding project in favor of watching me work, curiosity bright as winter starlight. "Something for you." The admission escapes before I consider whether gift-giving might complicate relationships I don't fully understand yet. A bell. If the wood cooperates. Her entire face transforms with delight, joy so pure it makes my chest tighten with unexpected emotion. When did a child's happiness begin affecting me like physical force? When did her pleasure become something I actively wanted to create? A real bell? That makes music? "Real music," I confirm, beginning the careful process of hollowing out the branch's interior. Though not very loud, more like whispers than shouts. The work demands concentration that provides welcome distraction from more complicated thoughts. Wood shavings curl away from the blade in precise spirals, revealing the bell's emerging shape through controlled removal of everything unnecessary. Ancient meditation disguised as practical craft, muscle memory inherited from childhood lessons in patience and precision. Mara continues her own tasks, but I catch her watching my progress with what might be grudging approval. My knife technique probably reveals more about my background than she expected. Nobility tends toward ceremonial weapons rather than tools maintained for daily use. "Where did you learn woodworking?" she asks, apparently deciding direct questions pose less risk than continued speculation. "My father." The answer comes easier than anticipated, carrying none of the usual weight that thoughts of him tend to bear. He believed leaders should understand every skill they might ask of their people. "Leaders?" Her tone sharpens with new wariness. "You're not just a scout." The observation hangs between us like a blade suspended over thread. One wrong word and whatever fragile trust we've built dissolves into suspicion and fear. I could lie, maintain the fiction of being a simple warrior displaced by clan conflicts. Safer for everyone involved if she continues thinking of me as an expendable soldier rather than a strategic target. But lies feel wrong here, in this small space where honesty has already saved my life and created something approaching companionship. She deserves truth, even if it complicates everything. "No," I admit, not looking up from my carving. "I'm not." The silence stretches long enough for me to question the wisdom of confession. When I finally risk glancing toward her, Mara's expression has shifted into something unreadable. Calculation mixed with what might be resignation? "What are you then?" "Right now, I'm not ready to tell her the truth. I'm not sure anymore." She eyes me, clearly putting enough together. "The poison wasn't random then." "No." I return focus to the bell's emerging form, using steady knife work to avoid meeting her increasingly sharp gaze. Someone wanted me dead badly enough to risk direct confrontation with my clan. Poisoning seemed cleaner than open warfare. Someone you trusted. The guess hits the target with uncomfortable accuracy. Serene's betrayal cuts deeper than a simple assassination attempt. She had access, opportunity, and intimate knowledge of my habits that turned trusted water into a delivery system for slow death. Someone I should have trusted less, I correct, hollowing out another careful layer of wood. Trust becomes liability when power shifts, and old alliances no longer serve current ambitions. Mara absorbs this with the grim recognition of someone familiar with betrayal's many forms. Perhaps human settlements operate on similar principles. Cooperation until resources grow scarce, loyalty until survival demands different choices. Will they come looking for you? The question carries practical urgency that makes me appreciate her quick grasp of relevant concerns. If winter moss search parties track my trail to this location, her daughter becomes exposed to clan politics and territorial disputes that could prove deadly for non-combatants. Eventually, I test the bell's weight, pleased with its developing resonance. It's a soft sound but perfect for our situation, but not immediately. The hunting party that poisoned me will report my death first, buying time before anyone thinks to verify their claims. How much time? Days, perhaps a week if the weather slows travel. I begin shaping the clapper from a smaller piece of wood, working the surface smooth enough to produce a clear tone without excessive volume, long enough for decisions about what happens next. The statement hangs loaded with implication. What does happen next? Do I track down my would-be assassins and reclaim leadership through force? Do I gather loyal warriors and march against Red Moon territories in retribution for their role in this betrayal? Or do I consider possibilities that would have seemed impossible mere days ago, paths that might lead away from endless cycles of raid and counter-raid toward something approaching peace? Dangerous thoughts for a chieftain. Practical thoughts for a man who's discovered there are things worth protecting beyond clan honor and territorial disputes. Finished, I announce, holding up the completed bell for Ira's inspection. The wood gleams pale gold in the firelight, surface smooth beneath my fingers, clapper positioned to create gentle music when moved. She accepts the gift with reverence that humbles me, turning it over in small hands to examine every detail of construction. When she shakes it experimentally, the sound emerges sweet and clear, not loud enough to betray our position, but musical enough to delight its intended recipient. "It's beautiful," she breathes, eyes bright with wonder. "Thank you." The gratitude strikes me, simple words carrying the weight of genuine appreciation. When did children's happiness become something I craved? When did making gifts feel more satisfying than receiving tribute? There's more we should do before night falls, I tell Mara, who's been watching this exchange with an unreadable expression. Improvements to make this shelter more secure. She nods slowly, perhaps accepting that my presence here extends beyond simple recovery time. That whatever brought us together has created obligations and opportunities neither of us fully understands yet. What kind of improvements? I rise and move toward the shelter's eastern wall, where wind cuts through gaps in our hasty construction. Windbreak first, then we modify the smoke dispersal to prevent detection from distance. The work unfolds naturally, my hands remembering skills learned through years of campaign construction and temporary fortification. Mara proves an able assistant, following my instructions with quick comprehension that speaks to practical intelligence honed by necessity. We weave additional branches through the existing framework, creating barriers that will deflect winter wind without appearing artificial to casual observation. I show her how to angle the roof extensions to split smoke from our fire, dispersing it through multiple exit points rather than allowing a single column that might betray our location to hostile searchers. Raiders look for straight lines and right angles, I explain while adjusting branch placement. Natural irregularity hides human presence better than attempting perfect camouflage. She absorbs the lesson with focused attention, filing away information that might prove crucial for future survival. The exchange feels strangely intimate, sharing knowledge that could keep her daughter alive, teaching skills that acknowledge continued existence rather than temporary shelter. As though I expect to care about their welfare beyond my immediate recovery, as though their safety has become a concern worth consideration alongside my own survival priorities. When did that shift happen? When did two strangers become something approaching? What? Allies? Friends? Something more complicated that I lack adequate words to describe. The afternoon fades toward early winter darkness while we work, Ira's bell providing a gentle soundtrack to our shared labor. She explores the immediate area under her mother's watchful eye, collecting interesting stones and testing snow consistency for some project known only to her 5-year-old imagination. Perfect domesticity that makes my chest ache with longing I didn't know I possessed. This is what peace feels like. Simple cooperation toward mutual benefit. Conversation without hidden agenda. Child's laughter marking time instead of battle drums or mourning songs. This is what I've spent 8 years of leadership trying to create for my clan. What wars and raids and territorial expansion were supposed to achieve eventually, once threats were neutralized and borders secured and challenges overcome. But perhaps the path toward peace leads through unexpected places. Perhaps it requires letting go of assumptions about enemies and allies, about what strength looks like and how safety is achieved. Perhaps it begins with trusting humans who have every reason to distrust me, in shelters built for 3 where there should be room for only 1. The bell answers softly as Ira shakes it, music that speaks of possibilities I'm only beginning to understand.
Chapter 9. Mara. The afternoon light filters through our improved shelter, casting dancing shadows that make the space feel less like desperate refuge and more like home. The thought unsettles me. I've lived in bunkers or half-fallen homes my entire life, grey walls and recycled air, and the constant hum of failing systems. This ramshackle collection of branches and salvaged materials shouldn't feel like sanctuary, but somehow it does. Maybe it's the way Nelrish moves through the space now. No longer the dying stranger I stumbled over, but a presence that fills corners with quiet competence. He checks our work with the satisfied attention of someone who builds things to last, adjusting branch angles and testing joint stability with hands that know their business. Or maybe it's Era's bell, chiming softly whenever she moves, adding music to moments that have known too little joy. The first lasting snow is coming tonight, I announce, reading the pressure in my bones and the particular stillness that settles over winter air before storms. We've had flurries and snow that sticks to the ground, but the dustings have melted and become slush each time. We're about to have true, thick snow. I can feel it. Ira looks up from her latest project, arranging pine cones in patterns only she understands, with excitement bright as flame. First snow! We have to get ready! Nelrish pauses in his examination of our smoke dispersal system, those storm-grey eyes finding mine with curiosity. Ready for what? The question carries no mockery, just genuine interest that makes my chest warm in ways I don't entirely trust. Most people either dismiss grandmother's traditions as outdated nonsense, or eye them with suspicion, wondering if old rituals might attract unwanted attention from forces better left undisturbed. But he simply waits for explanation, patient as stone and twice as solid. First snow rites, Era explains with 5-year-old authority, abandoning her pine cones to bounce on her toes. We decorate and sing songs and make wishes for winter to keep us safe. I catch myself smiling at her enthusiasm, remembering my own excitement during those precious rituals with grandmother. How magical it seemed when snow began falling just as we finished our preparations, as though the world itself approved of our celebrations. It's old tradition, I add, suddenly self-conscious about explaining beliefs that might sound foolish to orc ears. From before, when people lived above ground and winter meant something different than survival. Nelrish settles cross-legged near our fire, giving Ira his complete attention. Tell me about these rites. The simple request unlocks something inside my chest that's been locked away too long. When did I stop expecting anyone to care about the things that matter to me? When did sharing traditions become vulnerability rather than joy? Well, you've seen a bit. Like how we decorate the trees around our shelter, I begin, words finding rhythm as memory guides them. With red ribbon if we have it, or strips of cloth, or berries. Anything bright that stands against the snow. The colours carry our hopes up to where winter can see them. But before the big lasting snow, we want as much colour as possible. Era has been decorating and making wreaths, but it's been smaller amounts than what we'll do tonight. And we sing, Era adds, practically vibrating with excitement. Mama knows all the songs grandmother taught her. They're about snow and stars and magic. I feel heat creep up my neck at her enthusiastic endorsement. The carols grandmother taught me probably sound strange to modern ears, fragments of older traditions that evolved in isolation, changed by years of retelling until they're something between memory and dream. But Nelrish leans forward with interest rather than amusement. Would you sing one now? The request catches me off guard, vulnerability and want tangling in my throat. It's been so long since anyone asked to hear my voice raised in something other than necessity. So long since traditions felt like celebration rather than desperate clinging to lost purpose. But his expression holds no judgment, only the same patient attention he gives to Ira's explanations of her magical sight. As though my small rituals deserve the same consideration as survival skills or tactical planning. Ira knows this one, I manage, voice catching slightly on the first words. She joins in immediately, her clear soprano lifting around my deeper tones. Snow falls soft on winter's night. Stars come out to share their light. Tie your wishes to the tree, send them where the wind runs free. Red for warmth and gold for grain, green for hope through winter's pain. When the longest night is done, we'll dance beneath the winter sun. The melody flows between us, simple but haunting, carrying echoes of celebrations that happened in a world we'll never see. Era's voice catches the high notes, while mine holds the harmony grandmother taught me. 2 generations of women keeping flame alive in darkness. When the last note fades, silence settles that feels different from before, charged with possibility, thick with connection I hadn't dared hope for. Nelrish's eyes shine with something that might be wonder. Beautiful, he says quietly. The melody carries old magic, even without power behind it. You felt that, I ask, surprised by how much his recognition means. Magic leaves traces long after it's gone. His voice carries the weight of experience I'm only beginning to understand. Your songs hold echoes of what they once were, even if the power itself has faded. The observation sends shivers down my spine that have nothing to do with cold air. He sees things I thought were lost forever, recognizes value in traditions I've guarded like precious secrets. Do orcs have winter celebrations? Era asks with the directness only children possess. Nelrish considers the question seriously, as though her curiosity deserves thoughtful response rather than dismissive adult answers. The respect he shows her never fails to surprise me. He speaks to her like she's worthy of real conversation, not just someone to be managed or entertained. Different ones, he says finally. Simpler. We build great fires on the longest night to honour the lunar goddess. Ask her blessing for safe passage through dark months ahead. The lunar goddess? I prompt, genuinely curious about beliefs I've only heard referenced in angry human rhetoric about orc barbarism. His expression shifts towards something approaching reverence. She guides us through darkness, literal and otherwise, lights paths when all other navigation fails. He pauses, studying flames that dance between us. We offer her prayers and sometimes small gifts, weapons or crafted items, things that required skill to create. What kind of prayers? Gratitude mostly, for moonlight during raids, for protection during vulnerable moments, for wisdom when leadership requires difficult choices. His voice drops lower, carrying undertones of personal connection rather than rote recitation. She's supposed to watch over warriors who fight far from home, keep them safe until they can return to their clans. The explanation reveals layers I hadn't expected. Faith that acknowledges uncertainty rather than demanding guarantees. Traditions focused on humility rather than conquest. Nothing like the bloodthirsty savagery human propaganda claims drives orc spirituality. Could you teach us about it? The request escapes before I consider whether asking about orc religious practices crosses lines I should maintain. If it's not forbidden to share with outsiders. Something flickers across his features, surprise perhaps, or pleasure at my interest. Nothing forbidden about sharing knowledge that brings no harm. He reaches into the fire with careful fingers, selecting a partially burned stick whose end glows ember bright. Moving to clear ground beside our shelter, he begins drawing lines in the dirt with deliberate precision. Winter solstice circle, he explains as the pattern emerges. We mark 4 directions, then add symbols for things we hope to preserve through dark months: family, shelter, health, enough food to last until spring returns. The design takes shape under his patient guidance, cardinal points connected by flowing curves, with smaller symbols clustered around the perimeter like stars surrounding the moon. Each mark carries meaning, he explains in a quiet voice that turns instruction into something approaching intimacy. North for endurance, because winter tests every strength we possess. South for warmth, both in hearth and heart. East for new beginnings that come with spring's return. West for wisdom learned through surviving hardship. Era crouches beside him with fascination written across her face, drinking in every detail like water after drought. What are those little marks around the edges? Hopes, he answers simply. Specific things we want winter to protect or provide. Your mother's first snow rites and our solstice circles aren't so different. Both ask for safe passage through dangerous seasons. The parallel strikes me with unexpected force. Human and orc traditions born from the same fundamental needs: warmth, safety, hope that light returns after darkness passes. Different methods reaching toward identical goals, shaped by separate histories but serving similar purposes. I never thought, I begin, then stop, unsure how to finish the observation without revealing assumptions I'm not proud of holding. Never thought orcs pray for safety instead of conquest? The question carries no accusation, just understanding that cuts too close to truth for comfort. Something like that, I admit, heat creeping up my neck again. Most of what humans know about orc beliefs comes from our warriors, who speak primarily of war and victory, because those are the contexts where our peoples meet. His tone remains carefully neutral, but I catch undertones of old frustration. We have mothers who pray for children's health, farmers who ask for good harvests, artisans who seek inspiration. Same as any people. The simple statement reframes everything I thought I understood about the clans. Propaganda and limited contact created images of one-dimensional monsters, rather than complex societies with a full range of human, orc experiences, hopes and fears and daily concerns that transcend territorial disputes. Show me more, I request, settling beside the circle he's drawn. About the symbols, what would you mark for this winter? He glances toward me with an expression I can't quite read, as though weighing how much truth he's willing to share. The firelight catches the silver threads in his black hair, highlighting features that speak to strength held carefully in check. Shelter, he says finally, adding curved lines that suggest protective walls. For 3 people rather than 1 clan. The addition makes my breath catch in my throat. 3 people. He's including us in his hopes for winter survival, marking protection for strangers who have no claim on his concern. Health, he continues, drawing interwoven spirals that seem to move in the dancing light. Freedom from poison and sickness for all under this roof. Another symbol joins the growing collection, this one resembling interlinked rings. Unity, that cooperation serves us better than suspicion. The last marking hits like an arrow finding its target, cutting through careful distance I've maintained since discovering his true nature. He's not just teaching us about orc traditions, he's sharing hopes that include us, expressing desires for connection that mirror my own growing feelings. Can I add something? Era asks, reaching for the stick with eager hands. Nelrish passes it to her without hesitation, watching as she considers the circle with serious concentration. After a long moment, she begins drawing her own symbol beside his, a simple but recognizable representation of a tree with spreading branches. "What does that mean, little artist?" I ask, using the pet name that always makes her glow with pleasure. "Family," she announces with satisfaction. "Not just blood family, but chosen family. People who take care of each other because they want to, not because they have to." The words strike me, cutting straight through every defensive wall I've built around my heart. She sees what I've been afraid to acknowledge, that this strange collection of people huddled in improvised shelter has become something precious, something worth protecting beyond immediate survival needs. I glance toward Nelrish and find him watching Ira with an expression of such gentle warmth that my chest tightens painfully. No calculation in his regard, no assessment of her potential usefulness to larger plans. Just fondness, genuine affection for a child who isn't his responsibility, but has somehow become important anyway. When did I stop believing anyone could care about us without ulterior motive? When did kindness become suspicious rather than welcome? But watching him with her, the careful way he answers her questions, the patience he shows when she interrupts his work with observations only 5-year-olds find fascinating, the pride that crosses his features when she demonstrates her growing magical abilities. None of it feels calculated. None of it serves an obvious strategic purpose. It just is. Natural as breathing, warm as hearthfire. "Your turn," Ira announces, offering me the drawing stick with ceremonial gravity. I accept it with hands that tremble slightly, considering the circle and its growing collection of hopes. What would I mark for winter survival? What desires dare I admit, even in symbolic form? The stick moves almost without conscious direction, drawing flowing lines that resolve into representation of the rising sun. New beginnings. The possibility that spring might bring more than simple survival, that it might offer transformation, growth, chances to become something other than what survival has demanded. "Hope," I say quietly, completing the mark with the final curved ray. That winter teaches us things worth learning instead of just testing our endurance. Nelrish's eyes find mine across the fire, and something passes between us that makes the air feel charged with possibility. His gaze holds steady, storm-grey depths reflecting flames that seem to burn in more than wood and kindling. For a long moment, the world narrows to just this. His attention focused entirely on me, my heart beating loud enough that I wonder if he can hear it, space between us humming with awareness I haven't felt in years. Want. Pure and simple and terrifying in its intensity. I should look away, should break whatever spell is weaving itself around us before it becomes too strong to escape. Should remember that attraction and trust are different things, that desire can lead to poor decisions when survival hangs in balance. But his expression holds no demand, no pressure for response I'm not ready to give. Just acknowledgement of connection that grows stronger with each shared moment, each small revelation that proves we're more alike than different. The recognition should frighten me more than it does. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 10. Nelrish. The morning air carries the bite of approaching winter, sharp enough to remind me that my body still harbors traces of poison's weakness. I grip the sturdy branch Mara found for me, oak, stripped of bark and worn smooth by her careful hands, and test my weight against it. My legs hold steady, though I can feel the slight tremor that speaks to depleted strength. "Don't push too hard," Mara says from beside me, her voice carrying that particular blend of concern and practicality I've come to recognize. She stays close enough to catch me if I stumble, but far enough away to preserve my dignity. The consideration in her positioning doesn't go unnoticed. I'm steady enough, I assure her, taking a careful step forward. The branch takes more weight than I'd prefer, but my balance holds true. Another day, perhaps two, and I'll be back to full strength. Truth, mostly. The poison worked its way through my system with vicious efficiency, leaving behind weakness that feels foreign in bones accustomed to reliable power. But recovery progresses steadily. Each hour brings clearer thought. Each meal restores vitality I'd feared permanently lost. Ahead of us, Era dances through the forest with energy that makes my chest warm. She moves like wind through trees, following paths only she can see, pausing to touch bark or examine stones with fascination that speaks to magical sensitivity beyond her years. "Look, Mama!" she calls, crouching beside a fallen log, covered in moss bright as emeralds. The earth spirits are sleeping here. I can feel them dreaming about spring. Mara's expression softens with maternal pride that transforms her features completely. Gone is the careful wariness, replaced by open affection that makes her beautiful in ways that have nothing to do with physical attraction. Though that component certainly exists, the graceful way she moves through undergrowth, the competent sweep of her gaze as she catalogues potential dangers, the few escaped strands of dark blonde hair that catch morning light like spun gold. But it's watching her with Era that truly undoes me. The infinite patience she shows when her daughter stops to investigate every interesting discovery. The way she explains things without talking down, respecting the child's intelligence while providing guidance that keeps them both safe. The fierce protectiveness that never dims, even as she begins to trust my presence among them. This is what family looks like. Not the clan bonds I've known, built on honor and duty and shared survival, but something softer and more precious. Choice rather than obligation. Love that exists simply because it exists, requiring no justification beyond its own worth. "What do the spirits dream about?" I ask Era, genuinely curious about her perceptions. She tilts her head with concentration that makes her tiny horn nubs catch the light. When she speaks, her voice carries the distant quality that signals her magic stirring. Green things pushing up through snow, flowers that smell like sunshine, baby animals taking their first steps. Her eyes find mine with startling directness. They're not sad dreams. They know winter has to come first, but they're not afraid of it. The observation hits deeper than expected. Dreams without fear, hope that doesn't require guarantees. Faith that cycles continue, that endings lead to beginnings, that patience rewards those who endure hardship without losing sight of what lies beyond it. "Wise spirits," I say softly, meaning it. Ira beams at my response before bounding toward the next interesting discovery. Her laughter echoes through trees like music, bright counterpoint to the deeper rhythms of forest life. Watching her explore with such joy makes something in my chest expand until breathing becomes conscious effort. When did I start wanting this? Not just the woman walking beside me, though desire for Mara burned steady as banked coals, but all of it. The domesticity, the daily intimacies of shared space and common goals. The privilege of watching a remarkable child grow into her magical gifts under gentle guidance rather than harsh necessity. "She's extraordinary," I tell Mara, as we follow Era's meandering path through the underbrush. "She is." Pride colors every syllable. Sometimes I worry her gifts will bring unwanted attention, but watching her discover the world through magic, seeing how naturally it comes to her, Mara's voice trails off, but I hear what she doesn't say. Wonder wars with fear in any parent's heart when their child possesses abilities beyond normal understanding. Magic recognizes magic, I observe carefully. What she carries connects her to older powers, but it also protects her. The earth spirits she feels, the way animals respond to her presence. That's not random attraction. She belongs to this world in ways that will serve her well. Mara glances toward me with an expression I can't quite decipher. You speak as though you know something about magic. The comment invites a revelation I'm not certain she's ready to hear. How do I explain that Wintermaw bloodlines carry traces of magical heritage, that my own connection to ancient powers allows me to recognize the strength building in her daughter? How do I describe abilities that feel increasingly distant from their source, weakened by separation from Protheka, but not entirely lost? All orcs retain some sensitivity, I say instead, offering partial truth that satisfies without overwhelming. Enough to recognize power when it manifests, even if we can't access much ourselves anymore. We walk in comfortable silence for several minutes, following game trails that wind between towering pines. I note territorial markings scratched into bark, claw patterns, and scent signs that speak to various clan activities in the area. Most are old, indicating these woods see little regular traffic, but a few catch my attention with their deliberate positioning. Those marks, I say, pointing toward 3 parallel scratches carved deep into oak bark. Clan territorial markers. This forest sits at the boundary between multiple territories. Mara's shoulders tense slightly. Multiple territories? Are we in danger? Not immediately. I pause beside the marked tree, reading the signs with experience earned through years of navigation and negotiation. These particular marks indicate neutral ground, hunting territory shared by agreement rather than claimed through conquest. As long as we don't establish permanent settlement or take more resources than we need for immediate survival, most clans will leave us alone. Most clans, she repeats, catching the qualifier. I run my fingers over the scratches, feeling their depth and age. 6 months old, perhaps 8. Old enough to suggest stable agreement, recent enough to indicate ongoing relevance. Territory disputes shift constantly, I explain, moving toward the next set of markings. What appears settled one season might become contested the next, especially as resources grow scarce or clan populations change. But these woods have remained neutral for considerable time. The agreements here run deep. How do you know so much about clan politics? Mara asks, and there's genuine curiosity in her voice rather than suspicion. Most orcs I've encountered speak only of their own clan's concerns. The question I've been avoiding since consciousness returned. How long can I postpone revealing the truth about my identity, my responsibilities? The reason Red Moon wanted me dead badly enough to risk poison rather than direct confrontation. But looking at her now, the way sunlight catches gold highlights in her hair, the careful attention she pays to my explanations, the growing ease in her posture as she walks beside me, I find myself wanting honesty more than safety. I'm from Wintermaw, I say quietly, watching for her reaction. My position within the clan requires extensive knowledge of neighboring territories and their political situations. Her steps falter only slightly, but I catch the moment of tension that flickers across her features. Wintermaw's reputation precedes us, especially among humans who've heard stories of our military capabilities, our role in the larger territorial conflicts that shaped this region. Wintermaw, she repeats, voice carefully neutral. I've heard the name. I stop walking entirely, turning to face her with the honesty she deserves, even if it costs me the fragile trust we've built. What have you heard? Mara meets my gaze directly, those moss-green eyes searching my features for something I hope she finds. That they're formidable, strategic, that other clans respect them enough to avoid direct confrontation when possible. Anything else? That their warriors are honorable by orc standards, that they keep their word once given, even to enemies. She pauses, and I see the moment decision crystallizes in her expression. that they don't torture prisoners or take trophies from the dead. Relief floods through me at her words. She knows enough to understand what Wintermaw represents, but her knowledge comes from sources that recognize honor rather than simply fearing strength. Whatever stories reached her ears painted us as dangerous, but not monstrous. All true, I confirm, though I suspect the reputation comes with certain expectations about my behavior toward humans. Does it? The question carries weight I'm only beginning to understand. What expectations? I consider my words carefully, aware that this moment might determine whether the connection building between us survives full disclosure. That I view humans as resources to be exploited or obstacles to be eliminated. That personal attachments to your kind represent weakness or temporary convenience. And do you? No. The word emerges with more force than intended, carrying conviction that surprises us both. Humans were abstractions before, political considerations or trading partners or potential threats, but not people. Not individuals with thoughts and hopes and fears that mirror our own. Mara's expression softens at my admission, something that might be understanding flickering in her eyes. What changed? The honest answer sits in my throat like swallowed fire. You changed everything. Watching you save my life without hesitation. Seeing you with your daughter. Hearing you sing songs that carry echoes of magic older than our conflicts. All of it rewrote assumptions I didn't even realize I held. But such honesty feels premature, too intense for wherever we stand, in this careful dance of growing attraction and mutual discovery. Perspective, I say instead. Hard to maintain abstractions when survival depends on cooperation. She studies my face for a long moment, and I wonder what she sees there. The careful control I've maintained since childhood? The hunger I've been fighting to keep hidden? The growing certainty that what started as life debt has become something infinitely more complicated and precious. Whatever her conclusions, they seem to satisfy her. The tension in her shoulders eases, and when she resumes walking, her pace carries less wariness than before. For what it's worth, she says quietly, I'm glad it was Wintermaw that found us. If it had to be any clan... The simple statement unlocks something in my chest that's been wound tight since waking in her care. Acceptance. Not just of my presence, but of my identity, my heritage. The complications that come with both. She knows what I am now, and she's choosing to continue this strange partnership anyway. Ahead of us, Era has discovered a grove where morning light filters through branches in patterns that make the air shimmer with possibility. She spins in the dappled sunlight with arms outstretched, laughing at something only she can perceive. She feels the ley lines, I realize aloud, watching her movements trace invisible pathways through the grove. The currents of old magic that run beneath the surface. Is that normal for someone her age? Normal? I consider the question seriously. No, not normal, but not unprecedented either. Some children are born with sensitivity that strong, especially those with mixed heritage. The combination of human intuition and orc magical bloodlines can produce remarkable abilities. Magical bloodlines? Mara's voice sharpens with interest rather than alarm. I thought orc magic had faded. Mostly yes, but the capacity remains dormant rather than lost. In rare cases, when circumstances align properly. I gesture toward Era, still dancing among shafts of golden light. It awakens. What kind of circumstances? Another question that brushes against revelations I'm not certain she's ready for. How do I explain that her daughter's presence has begun reactivating dormant wardstones around Wintermaw territory? That the child carries power enough to restore some of what we've lost, if properly guided? Stress, sometimes. Strong emotion. Contact with others who carry magical heritage. I meet her gaze steadily. The right combination of need and ability and opportunity. Understanding dawns in her expression, followed quickly by concern. The night she helped you, when she touched you to see the poisoning, did that awaken something? Yes, but gently, naturally. She wasn't forced or damaged by the experience. I pause, wanting to reassure her without minimizing the significance of what occurred. If anything, using her gifts in service of healing will help her learn control. Magic without purpose becomes dangerous. Magic with compassionate direction becomes strength. Mara nods slowly, absorbing implications I can see her working through. Her daughter's abilities growing stronger. The attention such power might attract. The choices that will need to be made about training, about safety, about the kind of life Ira might have as her gifts develop. Would you... She begins, then stops, uncertainty flickering across her features. Would I what? Help her learn control? If this arrangement continues past your recovery? The request emerges hesitantly, as though she's not certain she has the right to ask. My heart performs some complicated maneuver that leaves me momentarily breathless. She wants my continued presence, not just tolerates it, but actively desires it enough to trust me with her daughter's magical education. Yes, I say simply, not trusting my voice with more elaborate responses. I would be honored to help guide her development. Relief floods her expression, followed by something that might be gratitude or affection, or some combination of both. The sight makes my chest tight with emotions I don't have names for. Mama! Nelrish! Come see! Era's voice carries excitement that makes us both smile as we hurry toward the grove where she stands transfixed. At the center of the clearing, partially hidden by fallen leaves and moss, the remains of an old human structure rise from the forest floor. Stone foundations, mostly intact. The suggestion of walls that once enclosed space now open to sky. Metal fixtures so corroded, they're barely recognizable, but positioned with deliberate intent that speaks to former purpose. What was this place? Mara asks, wonder coloring her voice as she surveys the ruins. I examine the proportions, the careful positioning of doorways and windows, the evidence of craftsmanship that prioritized beauty alongside function. A home, I conclude, a large one, built for family rather than defense. Before the wars? Long before. I run fingers over stonework that shows skill passed down through generations. This was built when humans lived above ground as a matter of course, when winters meant celebration rather than survival. Mara moves through the ruins with reverence that suggests she understands what we're seeing, evidence of a world her grandmother described, but she's never experienced. Proof that stories of houses with gardens and families who gathered for festivals weren't just fantasy born of desperate hope. It's beautiful, she whispers, tracing carved details that time hasn't entirely erased. Yes, I agree, but I'm not looking at the ruins anymore.
Chapter 11. Mara. The snow falls thick and silent around us, transforming the forest into something from grandmother's stories. Each flake catches what little light filters through the canopy, creating a world that sparkles like scattered diamonds. I can't remember the last time I've been able to simply appreciate snow for its beauty, rather than curse it as another obstacle to survival. Era squeals with delight as she catches snowflakes on her outstretched tongue, spinning in circles until she tumbles into a drift that comes up to her waist. The sound of her laughter echoes through the trees, pure joy that makes my chest warm despite the cold air biting at my cheeks. "Look, Mama! I'm taller than the snow," she announces, standing on her tiptoes in the drift. "Barely," I tease, but I'm smiling as I say it. Watching her play without fear, seeing her experience winter as wonder rather than hardship. This is what childhood should look like. This is what I've wanted to give her, but never had the resources or safety to provide. Nelrish emerges from behind a pine tree, a perfectly rounded snowball in his massive hands. The sight of him crouched to Era's level, his expression serious with mock concentration, makes something flutter in my stomach that has nothing to do with hunger. "Era of the forest," he says in his gravest voice. "I challenge you to combat." She gasps with theatrical shock, her gold-tinged eyes going wide. What kind of combat? The ancient art of snow warfare. He hefts the snowball with exaggerated care. Do you accept? Yes! She immediately drops to her knees, scooping up snow with mittened hands that struggle to pack it properly. Her first attempt crumbles apart, but she tries again with determination that reminds me so much of myself at her age it makes my throat tight. I lean against a tree trunk, content to watch them play while keeping an eye on our surroundings. The decorations we hung yesterday look magical, dusted with fresh snow. The pine cones Nelrish helped us gather. The berries we strung on thin vines. The wooden bells he carved that chime softly in the winter breeze. Everything looks like it belongs to the old stories. The celebrations grandmother described with such vivid detail, I could almost taste the sweetness she spoke of. Nelrish launches his snowball with careful aim, lobbing it gently so it splats against Ira's shoulder rather than her face. She shrieks with laughter and retaliates with a handful of loose snow that barely travels 3 feet before scattering in the wind. Your technique needs work, he observes solemnly, moving closer to demonstrate proper packing methods. Snow warfare requires strategy, precision and... He pauses dramatically. Perfect ammunition. I watch his large hands guide her small ones, showing her how to compress the snow just enough to hold together without making it too hard. The patience in his movements, the way he speaks to her as though her questions deserve serious consideration, it does something to my heart I'm not prepared for. When did an orc become safe? When did his presence start feeling like protection rather than threat? Ira's next snowball flies true, catching Nelrish square in the chest. He staggers backward with exaggerated shock, one hand pressed to his heart. A direct hit! I am defeated! He collapses dramatically into a snowbank, arms flung wide. The victor claims the field. She dances around his prone form, chanting victory songs that consist mostly of I won, I won, I won, while he lies still as death. Then she stops, concern creeping into her expression. Nelrish? Are you really hurt? Quick as lightning, he sits up and grabs her around the waist, hauling her down into the snow beside him. She shrieks with delighted terror as he tickles her sides through her coat, both of them laughing so hard they can barely breathe. The sight of them together, this massive orc warrior playing in the snow with my tiny daughter, creates such a sharp ache in my chest. I have to look away. This is what she's been missing. Not just safety or adequate food or warm shelter, but someone who engages with her joy, who makes her childhood feel like something worth celebrating rather than simply enduring. And what am I missing? The question surfaces before I can stop it, unwelcome and dangerous. I've been so focused on survival, on keeping us both alive from one day to the next, that I've forgotten what it feels like to want something beyond basic necessities. But watching Nelrish with Aira, seeing the genuine affection in his storm-grey eyes when he looks at her, remembering the way his voice gentles when he speaks to me, I'm beginning to remember that survival isn't the same as living. I shake my head, dislodging thoughts that lead nowhere productive. We still need to eat, regardless of whatever complicated feelings might be developing. The snares I set yesterday need checking, and if we're lucky, we'll have protein to supplement the dried berries and nuts that make up most of our current diet. I'm going to check the traps, I call to them. Stay where I can hear you. Nelrish sits up in the snow, Ira still giggling in his arms. How far? The nearest line is just past that cluster of birch trees. I point toward the pale trunks visible through the falling snow. Maybe 50 yards. He nods, his expression shifting back to the careful alertness I've learned means he's cataloguing potential threats. Even in play, he doesn't completely lower his guard. The realization comforts me more than it should. I trudge through snow that comes nearly to my knees, following the path I blazed yesterday when setting the snares. The cold bites at my exposed skin despite the rabbit fur lining of my coat, but the physical discomfort feels manageable compared to the constant gnaw of hunger that's become our normal state. The first 2 snares are empty, their mechanisms undisturbed. The third shows signs of investigation, scattered tracks around the base, disturbed snow, but whatever investigated decided against the risk. I reset the trigger mechanism and move on to the 4th. My heart jumps when I see it. A hare, caught cleanly around the neck, its brown fur already dusted with snow. Good size, enough meat to give us all a proper meal with some left over for tomorrow. I say a quick word of gratitude to whatever spirits govern the hunt before lifting the still form. The walk back to our temporary camp feels lighter despite the additional weight. Real meat means strength, means the ability to keep moving when we need to, means I can stop worrying about Era's ribs showing through her skin when I help her dress each morning. I find them building what appears to be a snow fort, Era directing the construction with the authority of a seasoned architect, while Nelrish does most of the actual lifting and shaping. They both look up when I approach, and Ira's eyes immediately fix on the hare. "You caught something!" she exclaims, clapping her mittened hands together. "The snare caught something," I correct, though I'm smiling. "And it means we'll have a proper dinner tonight." Nelrish rises from his crouch, brushing snow from his leathers. His movements are fluid now, free of the careful compensation he's shown since recovering consciousness. The realization that he's regained his full strength creates a curious mix of relief and unease in my chest. "I can dress and cook it," he offers, gesturing toward the hare, "if you trust me with the preparation." I study his face, looking for signs of condescension or assumption of authority, but find only practical consideration. He's offering help, not demanding control. The distinction matters more than I can easily explain. "I'd appreciate that," I say, extending the hare toward him. "I can gather firewood while you work." He takes the small body with hands that dwarf it completely, his touch gentle despite their size. "I'll have it ready for roasting by the time you return." I watch him settle cross-legged in the snow, drawing a knife from his belt with movements that speak to long practice. His hands work with efficient precision, each cut deliberate and clean. There's no wasted motion, no hesitation, just the smooth competence of someone who's performed this task countless times under various conditions. "You look like you've recovered well," I observe, noting how his shoulders move without stiffness, how his breathing remains even despite the cold air. He glances up from his work, something unreadable flickering in his storm-grey eyes. "I think so, yes. Well enough that we could make for proper shelter soon, if the weather permits." The words hit me like cold water, washing away the warmth I'd been feeling watching him with Era. Proper shelter. Which means his clan's territory, his people, his responsibilities. Which means decisions about what happens to the human woman and half-orc child who saved his life. I keep my expression carefully neutral, fighting the tightness that suddenly grips my throat. "Soon," I agree, my voice steady despite the uncertainty clawing at my chest. He returns to his work, but I catch the way his hands pause for just a moment, the slight tension that enters his shoulders. He heard what I didn't say, understands the careful distance in my response. We're both avoiding the conversation that needs to happen, the discussion of what comes next when his debt is paid, and our temporary alliance reaches its natural conclusion. I turn away to gather firewood, using the physical task to distract myself from thoughts that lead nowhere useful. Whatever happens when we reach shelter, real shelter, will happen. Until then, we have today. We have Era's laughter echoing through the snow-draped trees, the promise of a proper meal, the strange comfort of not facing winter alone. For now, it has to be enough.
Chapter 12. Nelrish! The poison's grip has finally released me completely. I wake before dawn with muscles that respond without hesitation, lungs that draw air without strain, mind clear as winter water. My body hums with recovered strength, every fiber reminding me that I am chieftain of Wintermaw, that my people need their leader, that duty calls from the north like a wolf's howl. If I were alone, I would have been gone days ago. The logical part of my mind catalogues this truth with ruthless efficiency. Assess threat, recover strength, return to clan, resume responsibilities. Simple. Clean. The path I followed my entire adult life. But logic fractures against the sight of Mara sleeping with one arm curved protectively around Era, dark blonde hair spilling across the makeshift pillow of bundled cloth. The child's small hand rests against her mother's shoulder, both of them breathing the deep rhythm of genuine rest, something I suspect has been rare in their lives. I could slip away, leave dried meat and the remaining berries, ensure they have enough supplies to reach whatever destination Mara has in mind. Honor would be satisfied, my debt to them paid in full. They saved my life, I provided protection and knowledge in return. Transaction complete. The thought sits in my stomach like spoiled meat. I rise carefully, disturbing neither of them as I tend the fire back to full warmth. The routine of adding kindling, adjusting the logs, watching flames catch and spread. It gives my hands something to do while my mind wrestles with complications I never expected to face. Mara stirs as pale sunlight filters through the pine canopy, her green eyes finding mine immediately. Always alert, always assessing potential threats even in the moment between sleep and waking. The wariness that flickers across her expression before recognition softens it, reminds me that trust, for her, is a luxury she cannot afford to give freely. "Morning," she murmurs, voice rough with sleep. "Good morning." I gesture toward the fire where I've set water to heat. "Tea will be ready soon." She nods, carefully extracting herself from Ira's clinging limbs without waking the child. Her movements carry the practiced economy of someone accustomed to functioning on minimal rest, of making every motion count toward survival. Watching her braid her hair back with swift, efficient fingers, I find myself cataloging details I have no business noticing. The way morning light catches the faint freckles across her nose, how her hands remain steady despite the cold, the unconscious grace with which she navigates around our small camp. "How are you feeling?" she asks, settling beside the fire with arms wrapped around her knees. "Completely recovered." The words come out carefully, weighted with implications neither of us wants to address directly. Something shifts in her expression, a brief tightening around her eyes that she conceals by looking toward the trees rather than at me. She heard what I didn't say, understands that recovery means decisions, that lingering here serves no practical purpose for any of us. Era wakes with the gradual reluctance of childhood, stretching and yawning before her eyes pop open with immediate brightness. No transition between sleep and alertness, one moment unconscious, the next fully present and ready for whatever adventure the day might bring. "Nelrish! Are we going exploring today?" She scrambles upright, dark curls escaping from their loose braid in every direction. "I thought we might visit the stream," I say, the suggestion forming as I speak. "Refill our water skins, see if there are more berries to gather." It's an excuse to delay, to buy another few hours before the conversation that needs to happen. Cowardice, perhaps, but I find myself unwilling to shatter the fragile peace we've built in this temporary haven. Mara's eyes meet mine over Era's head, and I see understanding there. She knows we're both avoiding reality, buying time we don't actually have, but she nods anyway. "That sounds practical. We'll need water for wherever we go next." Wherever we go next. The phrase hangs between us like smoke from a dying fire. Visible, real, but impossible to grasp. The morning passes with deceptive ease. We pack light for the short journey to the stream, taking only water skins and a pouch for any berries we might find. The snow has stopped falling, leaving the world crystalline and still, each branch etched with white against the gray sky. Ira skips ahead of us, her excitement infectious as she points out animal tracks in the snow, patterns of ice formation on pine needles, the way her breath creates small clouds in the cold air. Her joy in these simple discoveries reminds me of my own childhood, before responsibility and leadership carved away the luxury of wonder. "Look, Nelrish! Rabbit tracks!" She crouches beside a set of prints, her mittened finger tracing the outline in the snow. "They go this way, and oh! They go in a circle." "Rabbits are clever," I tell her, kneeling beside her to examine the tracks more closely. This one doubled back to confuse any predators following its scent. Her gold-tinged eyes widen with fascination. "Like a trick?" "Exactly like a trick. Survival often requires outsmarting those who are bigger or stronger than you." The words carry more weight than I intended, and I catch Mara's sharp glance from where she walks a few paces behind us. Everything between us has become layered with double meanings, innocent statements transformed into something heavier by our circumstances. The stream runs faster than I expected for this time of year, the water dark and swift between banks lined with ice. I test the ice thickness with careful pressure from my boot, finding it solid enough near the edges, but dangerously thin toward the center where the current runs strongest. "Stay back from the water while I break through," I instruct, drawing my knife to chip away at the frozen surface near the bank. Ira obeys immediately, but her attention fixes on something else entirely. She tilts her head with the expression I've learned means she's using her unusual gifts, listening to things the rest of us cannot perceive. "There are more berries upstream," she announces with absolute certainty. "Red ones, sweet ones." Mara and I exchange a look. The child's instincts have proven remarkably accurate, her strange magic manifesting in ways that defy easy explanation, but consistently provide useful information. "How far upstream?" Mara asks. Era closes her eyes, her small face scrunched with concentration. "Not far. Past the big rock that looks like a sleeping bear." I follow her gaze and spot the formation she means, a boulder arrangement that does indeed resemble a hibernating animal. Perhaps 200 yards upstream, close enough for a quick gathering expedition. "I'll break the ice here first," I decide, returning to my work. "Then we can follow the stream to these berries." The ice yields to patient chipping, revealing clear water beneath that runs clean and cold. I fill the first water skin, testing the taste before filling the others. Good water, free of the metallic tang that sometimes indicates upstream contamination. Ira grows restless, waiting for me to finish, dancing from foot to foot with barely contained energy. "Can I skip rocks? Mama taught me, but I'm not very good at it yet." "The water's too fast for skipping here," I tell her, securing the filled water skins. "But I can show you proper technique when we find calmer water." Her face lights up as though I've promised her the greatest treasure imaginable. Such simple pleasures, such easy joy, things I'd forgotten existed outside of childhood memories. We follow the stream's meandering path upstream, Ara leading the way with the confidence of a skilled tracker despite her small size. The berry bushes she mentioned come into view exactly where she predicted, heavy with fruit that survived the early snow. "There!" she points triumphantly. "I told you!" "So you did." I examine the berries, recognizing them as winter-hardy cloudberries, tart but nutritious, and they'll keep well if we can gather enough. Well spotted. Mara moves to join the harvesting, but her attention keeps drifting to the surrounding forest, always alert, always watching for threats. The habit of someone who's learned that safety is temporary, that danger can emerge without warning. "These are good," she says, sampling one of the berries, sweet enough to make the sourness pleasant. Era chatters while we pick, sharing elaborate stories about berry fairies and winter spirits that would make our shamans proud. Her imagination runs as wild as her magical gifts, creating entire mythologies to explain the world around her. I find myself relaxing despite the nagging urgency that reminds me of clan duties left unattended. This moment, gathering food with capable hands, listening to a child's laughter echo off the water, feeling useful rather than burdensome, carries a peace I hadn't realized I was craving. Then I hear it, a whistle, low and modulated, carrying across the winter air with deliberate intent. Scout signal, but not one I recognize from Wintermaw's traditional calls. My blood turns to ice water. Red moon. Every muscle in my body tenses as I scan the tree line, searching for movement among the shadows. The whistle came from downstream, perhaps 300 yards away, but sound carries strangely in winter air. They could be closer. They could be farther. I have no way to know without exposing ourselves to reconnaissance. Ira's chatter stops abruptly. She stands frozen beside the berry bush, her gold-tinged eyes wide with an expression I've never seen on her young face, pure, instinctive terror. "Mama," she whispers, voice barely audible over the stream's murmur. "There are bad people coming, angry people. They smell like smoke and metal and blood." Mara's face drains of color, but her movements remain controlled as she drops into a crouch beside her daughter. "How many? How far?" "3, Era says with the certainty her magic grants her. "Maybe 4. They're looking for something. Looking for—" Her eyes find mine, wide with understanding that no 5-year-old should possess. "Looking for him." The world crystallizes into sharp focus. Red Moon scouts tracking me through territory I thought secure. How long have they been following? How did they find my trail? The questions race through my mind even as my body moves on pure instinct. I drop to my knees and gather both females against me, one arm around each, pulling them tight against my chest as I scan for immediate cover. A fallen log, 10 feet away, provides the best concealment available. Not perfect, but better than standing exposed beside the stream. "Move!" I breathe against Mara's ear. "Quiet as you can. Follow my lead." We crawl across the snow-covered ground, Aura pressed between Mara and me, all 3 of us moving with desperate care to avoid disturbing the surface enough to leave obvious signs. My heart pounds against my ribs, but my breathing remains controlled. Panic serves no one. Survival requires clarity. The fallen log offers more cover than I'd hoped, its massive trunk creating a natural blind between us and the downstream approach. I position myself so I can see over it, while keeping Mara and Era completely hidden, their bodies warm against mine in the confined space. Footsteps crunch through snow, deliberate and unhurried. 2 sets, possibly 3. They're following the stream's path just as we did, tracking signs I should have been more careful to obscure. "Trail goes cold here," a voice carries across the water. Rough, scarred by smoke and battle. Red Moon accent, thick with the guttural consonants their clan favors. "He's wounded," another responds. "Couldn't have gone far." My jaw clenches. They know about the poison, which means Serene succeeded in her assassination attempt, even if I survived it. Knowledge of my condition would have reached their war council, influenced their strategies. How much of Wintermaw's territory have they claimed in my absence? How many of my people have died defending lands I should have been protecting? Ira trembles against my side, her small body radiating the kind of fear that penetrates deeper than physical cold. I tighten my arm around her, willing my presence to provide comfort even as my own mind calculates distances, weapons available, likelihood of successful combat against unknown numbers. The footsteps move closer, pausing directly across the stream from our hiding place. I catch a glimpse of red clan markings, the gleam of well-maintained weapons. 3 of them, as Era predicted. All seasoned warriors by their movements, all equipped for tracking rather than pitched battle. One of them kneels beside the water, examining something I cannot see from this angle. Blood trace here, old but persistent. He's been drinking from this stream. Might explain why the trail fragments, the second scout observes. Following water rather than maintaining straight-line movement. They're good. Better than I'd hoped. Worse than I'd feared. Professional trackers who understand their quarry's likely behavior, who can read signs most hunters would miss entirely. Ira's breathing catches, and I feel her magic stirring. That strange warmth that seems to emanate from her when her gifts activate. She turns her face against my chest, her whisper so quiet I have to strain to hear it. They're going to spread out. One goes upstream, one downstream, one stays here to watch the crossing. Tactical information delivered with the matter-of-fact certainty only her abilities can provide. My mind immediately begins calculating possibilities, escape routes, the likelihood of moving 3 people through forest terrain without leaving a sign these scouts can follow. The odds are not encouraging. But as the Red Moon scouts begin implementing exactly the strategy Oara predicted, as I hold these 2 precious lives against me and feel snow settling on our hair like scattered stars, something crystallizes in my chest with startling clarity. I want them. Not temporarily, not as an obligation or debt to be discharged, but permanently. I want Mara's quiet strength and sharp intelligence as part of Wintermaw's fabric. I want Ira's laughter echoing through our longhouse, her strange gifts adding to our clan's capabilities, her bright presence bringing light to halls that have known too much darkness. I want them under my banners, protected by my name, claimed as mine in every way that matters. The recognition steals the breath I cannot afford to lose, while Red Moon scouts patrol barely 50 yards away. But the want remains, fierce and undeniable, even as the practical impossibility of the situation becomes increasingly clear. We are running out of time, running out of places to hide, and I am running out of reasons to pretend that letting them go could ever be an acceptable option.
Chapter 13. Mara. The fire crackles between us, sending sparks spiraling into the dark sky like tiny prayers to gods who stopped listening long ago. I watch them rise and disappear, each one carrying a wish I don't dare speak aloud. Era sleeps curled against my side, her small body radiating the steady warmth of deep childhood slumber, but rest eludes me completely. The image of those Red Moon scouts burns behind my eyelids every time I close them. 3 warriors moving through the forest with deadly purpose, hunting the man who sits across from me now, sharpening his knife with methodical strokes that speak of habitual preparation for violence. Each scrape of stone against metal reminds me that our fragile sanctuary exists on borrowed time. Between his knowledge and Ira's magic, we stayed hidden until they gave up and left. But Nelrish and I have been silent since, probably thinking the same thing. They'll find us soon enough. My mind churns through possibilities like water through a broken dam, chaotic, destructive, impossible to control. Where can we go? The eastern bunkers trade women when supplies run low. They proved that when they handed me over to Red Moon without a second thought. The western settlements shoot strangers on sight, paranoid after years of orc raids that left their communities gutted and afraid. North means deeper into the fighting. South leads toward where humans serve as little more than livestock. Every direction feels like a trap waiting to spring. I stroke Era's hair, feeling the slight warmth that always emanates from her skin when her magic stirs in sleep. She murmurs something unintelligible, pressing closer against my ribs, as though seeking protection from dreams I cannot fight for her. How do I keep her safe in a world that sees her as either an abomination or a prize to be claimed? Trust. The word sits bitter on my tongue, foreign after years of learning that safety exists only in self-reliance. But watching Nelrish these past days, seeing how he teaches Era to identify safe berries, how he ensures the fire burns steady through the night, how his presence transforms our precarious camp into something that almost feels like home. Cracks have formed in the careful walls I've built around my heart. He could have left days ago, should have left, if logic governed his choices. Instead, he carved wooden bells for my daughter and taught me to read weather patterns in cloud formations. Instead, he positioned himself between us and danger, without being asked, his body a shield against threats I hadn't even recognized. But he's an orc, and orcs take what they want, when they want it. I've seen the evidence carved into too many human settlements, heard too many stories whispered in bunker corridors during the dark hours when fear grows teeth. How do I reconcile the gentleness in his storm-grey eyes with the brutal reputation of his kind? Mara. His voice cuts through my spiralling thoughts, low and careful. When I look up, he's studying me with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken, despite every rational instinct screaming warnings. We should talk, he continues, sliding his knife back into its sheath with practiced efficiency. Away from Era, there are things we need to discuss. My stomach clenches. This is it. The conversation I've been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. The moment when our temporary arrangement dissolves into hard decisions and impossible choices. I ease myself away from Ira's sleeping form, tucking the blankets more securely around her small body. She stirs but doesn't wake, lost in whatever dreams occupy a 5-year-old mind, gifted with magic, too complex for her years to fully understand. Nelrish leads me perhaps 20 feet from our lean-to, far enough that our voices won't disturb Ira, but close enough that I can still see her sleeping silhouette by the fire's glow. Pine trees create a natural screen around us, their snow-laden branches forming walls that offer the illusion of privacy. The cold hits immediately without the fire's direct warmth, seeping through my coat and settling into my bones. But when Nelrish turns to face me, the chill becomes secondary to the weight of his attention, the way his eyes search my face as though memorizing every detail. You know we can't stay here, he says without preamble. Those scouts will return with reinforcements. This location is compromised. I know. The words emerge steady despite the chaos in my chest. We'll leave in the morning, head south toward... No. The interruption carries absolute conviction. South leads deeper into Orc territory. They'll find you within days. Then west, or north. It doesn't matter. I wrap my arms around myself, less for warmth than for the comfort of holding something together when everything else feels like it's falling apart. We've survived this long without protection. We'll manage. His jaw tightens, a muscle jumping beneath the grey-green skin. With a 5-year-old child, in winter, being hunted by scouts who know these forests better than you do? The brutal honesty of his assessment strips me down. I want to argue, to insist that maternal love and stubborn determination can overcome impossible odds, but the words stick in my throat. Because he's right. Because Era's safety matters more than my pride. What are you suggesting? I ask, though I already know the answer. Have known it since the moment those red moon whistles echoed across the water. Come with me. His voice gentles, carrying a warmth that contrasts sharply with the winter air around us. To Wintermoor lands, under my protection. The offer hangs between us like a bridge I'm terrified to cross. Everything I was raised to believe about orcs wars with everything I've observed about this particular orc, creating a battlefield in my mind where logic and instinct clash without resolution. I can't. The words tear from my throat, raw with emotions I don't know how to name. You don't understand what you're asking, what it would mean. Then explain it to me. He steps closer, close enough that I can see the silver threads in his black hair, catch the scent of pine and wood smoke that clings to his clothes. Close enough that his presence becomes a physical thing, solid and reassuring in ways that terrify me more than any external threat. She's my daughter, I whisper, the words barely audible above the wind through the trees. My responsibility. I won't hand her over to be some orc's curiosity or plaything or... Stop. The command cuts through my rising panic, firm but not harsh. Look at me, Mara. Really look. I force myself to meet his eyes, expecting to find the calculating coldness I've learned to associate with those who see error as something to be used. Instead, I see pain, deep and genuine, as though my words have wounded him in ways I never intended. Do you truly believe I would harm her? He asks quietly. After these days we've shared, after watching me with her? The question strips away every careful defense I've constructed, leaving me exposed and vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with the winter cold. Because the truth is more complicated than fear, more dangerous than simple distrust. The truth is that I've watched him teach Era to identify animal tracks with the patience of a natural teacher. I've seen him carve toys with hands capable of violence, but gentle enough to braid a child's hair. I've felt his presence beside our fire as protection rather than threat, his quiet strength as shelter rather than intimidation. I don't know what to believe anymore, I admit, the confession scraping my throat raw. Everything I was taught about orcs, about safety, about trust, none of it applies to you, and that terrifies me more than anything else could. Understanding flickers across his expression, followed by something softer that makes my chest tighten with emotions I have no business feeling. I understand your fear, he says, his voice carrying the weight of absolute sincerity. I understand protecting what matters most to you. But Mara... He reaches toward me, then stops, his hand hovering in the space between us as though asking permission. Let me protect you both. Let me keep you safe. Why? The question erupts from some desperate place deep in my chest. Why do you care? Is this just about repaying a debt? Because if so, consider it paid. You've taught us enough survival skills to last through winter, given us more than we ever... No. His hand finally makes contact, his large palm cupping my face with surprising gentleness. It has nothing to do with debt. The warmth of his skin against mine sends electricity racing through my nervous system, short-circuiting rational thought. I should pull away, should maintain the distance that keeps us both safe from complications neither of us can afford. Instead, I find myself leaning into his touch, drawn to the steady strength he represents. Then why? I whisper, my breath creating small clouds in the cold air between us. He's quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone with reverent care. When he speaks, his words carry the weight of truth spoken for the first time. Because I've come to care for you both. Because the thought of walking away, of not knowing what happens to you and Era, feels like tearing away part of myself. His other hand rises to frame my face completely, holding me as though I'm something precious rather than a burden he's acquired through circumstance. Because in a matter of days, you've become more important to me than duties I've honoured my entire adult life. The admission hangs in the air between us, raw and vulnerable, changing the fundamental nature of everything that's passed between us. This isn't obligation or temporary alliance. This is something deeper, more dangerous, infinitely more complex. You remember what you told me about the first snow? He continues, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. About winter bringing magic. I nod, unable to trust my voice. You and Era, you're what the winter brought me, what my life needed without me even knowing it was missing. His forehead drops to rest against mine, his breath warm against my lips. Don't ask me to walk away from that. I won't be able to stand it. Every carefully constructed wall around my heart crumbles under the weight of his words. The sincerity in his voice, the gentleness of his touch, the way he speaks about Ira as though she's already precious to him. It all combines to create something I haven't felt since before the world turned grey and desperate. Hope. Dangerous, foolish hope that maybe safety can exist in unexpected places. That maybe trust can be earned through actions rather than words. That maybe the winter really has brought magic in the form of an orc chieftain who carves toys for my daughter and looks at me like I'm worth protecting. I don't know, I breathe, the admission costing everything I have. I don't know if I can do this, if I can trust you with her, with us. Then don't decide tonight. His voice carries infinite patience, infinite understanding. But don't make me leave you here. Please. The please undoes me completely. This powerful, dangerous man, this chieftain who commands warriors and inspires fear in his enemies, asking rather than demanding, requesting rather than taking, offering protection without expecting anything in return except the chance to provide it. I can't keep pushing him away. Don't want to anymore. The walls I've built to protect my heart have become a prison, and he's offering me the key to my own cell. I don't know if I can trust him with our future, but I know I can trust him with this moment. Instead of answering with words that feel inadequate to express the tangle of emotions in my chest, I close the distance between us and press my lips to his. The kiss starts tentative, questioning, my way of asking if this is real or just desperation disguised as hope. But the moment our mouths connect, something ignites between us that has nothing to do with circumstance and everything to do with want. Pure, undeniable want that I've never allowed myself to feel. His lips are warm and firm against mine, carrying the taste of winter air and something uniquely him that makes my head spin. When he responds, deepening the kiss with careful pressure, I feel his restraint. The way he holds himself back, letting me control the pace and intensity. Even in this, he's protecting me, ensuring I never feel overwhelmed or pushed beyond my comfort. My hands find the front of his leather coat, gripping the material as though anchoring myself against the storm of sensation threatening to sweep me away. He's solid beneath my touch, real and warm and present in ways that make the rest of the world fade to insignificance. His arms encircle me, pulling me closer until I'm pressed against the broad expanse of his chest, surrounded by his presence and his scent, and the steady rhythm of his breathing. I'm breathless and shaking, not from cold, but from the intensity of connection I never expected to find in the middle of a frozen forest, with danger closing in from all sides. I don't know what comes next. Don't know if I can bring myself to follow him into territory that feels as dangerous as any Red Moon scout. But I know that right now, in this moment stolen from the edge of winter, I want him with an intensity that terrifies and exhilarates me in equal measure. If nothing else, I have him right now. And for the first time in longer than I can remember, right now feels like enough.
Chapter 14. Nelrish. The kiss ignites something primal in me, something I've kept buried beneath layers of duty and restraint for longer than I care to remember. When Mara's lips meet mine, soft and questioning at first, every carefully constructed barrier I've built around my desires crumbles like snow in a spring thaw. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We stay pressed together, breathing hard as we slowly return to ourselves. The cold air raises goosebumps along our exposed skin, but neither of us seems eager to break the connection, to return to the world of uncertainty waiting beyond this stolen moment.
Chapter 15. Mara. I wake to the sensation of movement, Nelrish stirring beside me, his chest rising and falling beneath my cheek, where it rests against his shoulder. The world feels different in the grey light of dawn, reality seeping back in like cold water through wool. But I don't pull away. Not yet. His arm tightens around me instinctively, a protective gesture even in sleep that makes something warm unfurl in my chest. I've never woken in a man's arms before. The experience leaves me feeling exposed and cherished in equal measure, like I've crossed some invisible threshold I can't uncross. Last night replays in fragments, his hands on my skin, the way he looked at me like I was something precious, the careful restraint even in passion. The memory sends heat flooding through me despite the morning chill, but it's followed immediately by the familiar weight of uncertainty that's become my constant companion. When Nelrish shifts again, I feel him wake fully. His breathing changes, becomes more deliberate, and I know he's aware of me pressed against his side. For a moment we simply lie there, neither acknowledging the intimacy nor breaking it. The silence stretches between us, comfortable and charged at once. Then he moves, carefully extracting himself without jostling me too much. I let my eyes drift closed, feigning sleep as he rises and moves away from our makeshift bed. The loss of his warmth hits immediately, cold air rushing in to fill the space his body occupied, but I force myself to remain still. His footsteps crunch softly through the snow as he moves away from the lean-to, probably to check our surroundings or tend to necessities. The practical part of me appreciates his vigilance. We're still too close to Red Moon territory for comfort, still vulnerable to discovery. But another part wishes he'd stayed longer, wishes I could have allowed myself a few more moments of that unfamiliar safety. What he said last night echoes in my mind. Come with me. Let me keep you both safe. The offer should terrify me. Everything I know about orcs, everything I was taught in the bunkers, screams that following him would be the height of foolishness. Orcs don't protect humans. They use them, trade them, discard them when they're no longer useful. The scars on my wrists from the shackles at Broken Tusk are proof enough of that reality. But Nelrish isn't like the others I encountered. He could have taken what he wanted from me by force. I've seen his strength. Know he could overpower me without effort. Instead, he waited for my permission, my invitation. He handles Era with patience that seems genuine, not the calculated kindness of someone with ulterior motives. Still, trusting him with my own safety is one thing. Trusting him with Era's is another entirely. I think of the way the Broken Tusk orcs looked at her when I was pregnant, the speculation in their eyes, the conversations that stopped when I entered a room. She's half orc, which makes her valuable in ways I don't fully understand, but know enough to fear. What if Nelrish's clan sees her the same way? What if his protection only extends as far as his interest in me? The questions circle in my mind like carrion birds, picking at every doubt I've nursed since his offer. But underneath the fear, a treacherous voice whispers that maybe, just maybe, this could be the answer I've been searching for without knowing it. Winter is coming. The Red Moon clan is hunting. I have no supplies, no shelter, no plan beyond running until we can't anymore. Following Nelrish might be a risk, but staying on our own feels increasingly like a death sentence with extra steps. A small sound from the lean-to draws my attention. Era stirring awake. I listen to her soft breathing change, the little sighs she makes when consciousness returns. She's always been an early riser, alert and curious about the world from the moment her eyes open. Mama? Her voice is whisper-soft, mindful even in sleepiness of the need for quiet. I turn toward her, abandoning any pretense of sleep. I'm here, sweet girl. She sits up, dark curls wild from sleep, and looks around the lean-to with the sharp awareness that's become second nature to her. Where's Nelrish? The casual way she says his name, like he's already part of our small family unit, makes my chest tight. He's checking our camp, making sure we're safe. Era nods solemnly, accepting this explanation with the matter-of-fact resilience that never fails to both impress and break my heart. No 5-year-old should be so comfortable with the concept of constant vigilance, but she's adapted to our reality with frightening ease. I help her from the bedroll, both of us moving quietly through our morning routine. She needs to relieve herself, which requires a careful trip to the designated spot Nelrish established yesterday. Close enough for safety, but far enough for privacy. I stay within sight, scanning the forest for any sign of movement while she handles her business with the efficient dignity she's developed. When we return to the lean-to, I hear footsteps approaching through the snow. My hand moves instinctively toward the knife at my belt before Nelrish's familiar silhouette emerges from between the trees. He carries something in his hands, small game from the look of it, probably caught in the snares he set yesterday. "Good morning," he says quietly, his eyes finding mine with an intensity that makes me remember exactly how his hands felt against my skin. Heat floods my cheeks, but I manage to nod in response. "Morning," I murmur, proud that my voice sounds steadier than I feel. Era has no such reservations. She brightens visibly when she sees him, though she keeps her voice appropriately low. "Did you catch breakfast?" "I did." He holds up 2 rabbits, already cleaned and ready for cooking. The snares worked better than expected. I watch him prepare the fire with efficient movements, coaxing flames from tinder and kindling with the ease of long practice. There's something soothing about his competence, the way he handles these survival tasks that still feel foreign to me, despite weeks of necessity. In the bunkers, food came from ration lines and reconstituted packets. This kind of self-sufficiency is a skill I'm still learning. As the meat cooks over the flames, I catch myself stealing glances at him. The morning light reveals details I missed in the darkness. The precise way he tends the fire, the careful attention he pays to our surroundings, even while focused on cooking. Everything about him speaks to a man accustomed to responsibility, to keeping others safe. He catches me looking during one of these stolen moments, and our eyes hold for several heartbeats before I force myself to look away. The awareness between us feels thick as honey, sweet and dangerous at once. Era, blessedly oblivious to the undercurrents, chatters quietly about the birds she can hear waking in the trees around us. Nelrish responds to her observations with genuine interest, pointing out calls she might not recognise and explaining which species they likely belong to. His knowledge impresses me, not just the practical understanding of a woodsman, but the way he shares it with patience that never feels condescending. When the meat is ready, we eat in companionable silence, the food warming me from the inside out. Real protein feels like luxury after days of berries and roots, and I can see colour returning to Era's cheeks as she works through her portion with determined focus. "We should pack the water skins with fresh snow," Nelrish says when we've finished eating. "It'll melt as we travel, and the streams may be too exposed for safe refilling later." The casual mention of travel makes my stomach tighten. Later, as if our departure together is a foregone conclusion rather than a decision I'm still wrestling with. Era perks up immediately. "Can I help?" "Of course." Nelrish's smile transforms his austere features, revealing glimpses of the man beneath the chieftain's mask. Fresh snow works best, the kind that hasn't been on the ground long enough to pick up dirt. He shows her how to identify the cleanest snow, the patches that fell recently and remain pristine white. Era throws herself into the task with the enthusiasm she brings to everything, her small hands working carefully to pack the water skins full. I watch them work together, noting the way Nelrish adjusts his instructions to match her understanding, never talking down to her despite her age. "Like this?" she asks, holding up a water skin packed with snow. "Perfect. You're a natural at this." The pride that lights up her face at his praise makes something shift in my chest. When was the last time someone other than me took interest in teaching her something? When was the last time she had a chance to impress an adult who wasn't exhausted by the simple effort of keeping us both alive? Nelrish suggests they gather berries and edible roots to supplement our supplies, and Era volunteers immediately. I follow them through the forest, staying close enough to intervene if necessary, but far enough back to observe their interaction without interfering. He teaches her to identify winterberries still clinging to their branches, explains which roots are safe to dig up and which to avoid. His hands remain gentle when guiding hers, his voice patient when she asks the endless questions that tumble from her curious mind. There's no impatience in his manner, no sign that her chatter annoys him the way it did some of the broken tusk orcs. "Why do the berries stay red when everything else turns brown?" she asks, holding up a cluster she's carefully picked. "The cold preserves them," he explains. "They're meant to feed the birds and small animals when other food grows scarce. The plant trades sweet fruit for seeds being carried to new places." "Everything helps everything else," she says, with the matter-of-fact wisdom that sometimes startles me with its depth. Exactly. I watch this exchange from a few paces away, my heart doing complicated things in my chest. Era is blossoming under his attention, becoming more animated and confident than I've seen her in weeks. The way she looks at him, with trust and growing affection, both warms and terrifies me. She's been hurt before. We both have. The humans who called her cursed, the orcs who saw her as an oddity at best. I've worked so hard to shield her from rejection, to be enough for her on my own. But seeing her now, seeing how she responds to genuine interest and kindness from someone other than me, I realise how much I've been asking of her, how much I've been asking of myself. Maybe for once I don't have to carry this burden alone. The thought feels dangerous and seductive in equal measure. I've been responsible for keeping us safe for so long that the idea of sharing that weight seems almost impossible to accept. But as I watch Nelrish show Era how to test soil with her fingers to find the best roots, I let myself imagine what it might be like to have help, to have someone else invested in her safety and happiness. It's a terrifying prospect, but maybe, just maybe, it's also exactly what we both need.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Nelrish. The sun sits too low in the sky, casting long shadows through the pine branches that tell me afternoon is slipping toward evening. My internal clock, honed by years of leading hunting parties and night raids, warns me that time grows short. Orcs travel best in darkness, our eyes cut through shadow like blades through silk, while human vision stumbles and fails. If we're to reach Wintermaw territory before dawn, we need to move soon. I glance toward Mara, who sits near the dying fire, carefully mending a tear in Era's coat with thread salvaged from our packs. Her movements are precise and economical, the kind of practiced efficiency that speaks to years of making things last far beyond their intended lifespan. The sight stirs something protective in my chest, watching her perform these small acts of care with such focused determination. Ara kneels nearby, entirely absorbed in some project of her own making. She's gathered pine cones and winter berries, arranging them in careful patterns around the base of a young evergreen that grows near our shelter. Her small fingers work with surprising dexterity as she threads dried grass through holes in the pine cones, creating what looks like primitive decorations. The berries she places with mathematical precision, their red color bright against the dark green needles. "What are you making, little artist?" I ask, genuinely curious about the purpose behind her careful work. She looks up at me with those remarkable gold-flecked eyes, a smile brightening her face. More decorations. The more color, the more wishes. The more decorations, the more magic. Her expression grows more serious, the weight of tradition settling on her young shoulders. Mama says it helps the magic remember where home is. That's what grandmother taught her. The words hit me with unexpected force. Magic remembering home. If only it were that simple. If only hanging berries and pine needles could call back what we've lost, could bridge the vast distance between this world and Protheka. But watching her work, seeing the careful reverence in her movements, I understand this isn't really about magic at all. It's about hope. About maintaining connection to something larger than immediate survival. It's beautiful work, I tell her, and mean it. The simple decorations transform the evergreen into something that speaks of warmth and intention rather than mere wilderness. Your grandmother sounds like she was very wise. She was, Era says with the matter-of-fact confidence of childhood. She knew lots of stories about when the world was different. When the world was different, before the portals opened, before my people fled to this dying realm, and humans retreated underground like frightened rabbits, before everything became about territory and survival and the slow grinding war that's consumed both our species. Mara finishes her mending and looks up to find me watching her daughter's work. Something passes between us. An understanding, perhaps, of how desperately we both want to preserve whatever innocence Ira can still claim. The child shouldn't know about clan wars and poisoned water and the sound of battle horns echoing through winter forests. She should be decorating trees and hearing grandmother's stories and believing in magic that remembers where home is. But time doesn't pause for such tender wishes. The light continues to fade, and with each passing moment, our vulnerability increases. I need to ask Mara for her decision. Need to know if she'll trust me enough to come with me to Wintermaw territory, or if I'll be forced to leave them here to face whatever comes alone. The thought of abandoning them makes my jaw clench involuntarily. Every instinct I possess screams against it, the same protective drive that's kept my clan alive through countless hardships, the bone-deep need to shield what matters from the darkness that threatens to swallow everything. But I can't force her choice. Honor demands I respect whatever decision she makes, even if it tears something vital from my chest. I push to my feet, brushing snow from my leathers, and catch Mara's attention with a subtle gesture. She follows my gaze toward a cluster of trees a dozen paces from where Ira continues her careful work, understanding immediately that I want to speak privately. "Keep decorating," Mara tells her daughter softly. "We'll be right over there." Ira nods absently, already refocused on her task, with the single-minded intensity that children bring to projects that matter to them. Mara rises and follows me toward the makeshift privacy of the pine grove, her expression guarded in the way I've learned to recognize. She's preparing herself for difficult conversation, steel settling behind those soft green eyes, like armor she's learned to wear. We stop just far enough away that Era won't overhear, close enough that I can still keep her in my peripheral vision. The afternoon air carries the clean bite of approaching snow, the kind of weather that will make travel treacherous but provide cover for our movements. Perfect conditions for what needs to be done, if Mara agrees to trust me. I study her face, noting the tension in her jaw, the way her hands remain carefully still at her sides, despite the urge to fidget I can sense beneath her controlled exterior. She knows what I'm going to ask, has been wrestling with the question since last night, probably longer. The weight of decision shows in the faint lines around her eyes, the careful way she holds herself. Mara. Her name feels important on my tongue, loaded with everything I want to say, but don't know how to voice. I need... The war horn cuts through my words like an axe through bone. The sound rolls across the forest with brutal clarity, deep, resonant notes that speak of conflict and bloodshed and battles that refuse to end. My blood goes cold as I recognize the particular cadence, the rhythmic pattern that marks Red Moon's call to arms. They're still fighting. still pressing whatever advantage they gained from the raid that drove Mara and Ira into the wilderness. Which means Wintermaw is still fighting back. I've thought over what Serene has done, what happened to me, what Mara said she ran from, and I've known that it must be my clan fighting them. They thought they killed me, came looking for me, and in response, the Wintermaw clan has been fighting them. Must still be fighting. The implications crash over me like a rock slide. If the battle continues days after it began, if Red Moon feels confident enough to sound war horns in broad daylight, then my clan is either winning decisively or losing catastrophically. Either scenario demands my immediate presence, to press our advantage or prevent our destruction. But more than that, the continued fighting means Serene and his warriors are still out there, still pursuing whatever goal drove them to poison me in the first place. Still a threat to anyone and anything I might care about. Mara's face has gone pale, her eyes wide with the kind of fear that comes from intimate knowledge of what those horns herald. She's seen what Red Moon does to prisoners, what they leave behind when their bloodlust is satisfied. The memory of smoke and screaming probably plays behind her eyes like a waking nightmare. "Era," she breathes, already turning toward her daughter. The child appears at my elbow before either of us can move toward her, materializing with the unnatural quiet she's developed over weeks of hiding and running. Her small face is pinched with concentration, nostrils flaring as she tests the air like a hunting hound. "There are orcs nearby," she says with frightening calm. "I can smell them, taste them on the wind." The confirmation has me stiffening. Of course, her magical sensitivity wouldn't just extend to dreams and emotions. It would encompass the physical world as well, allowing her to detect threats that ordinary senses might miss. If she says Red Moon warriors are close, then we have minutes at most before discovery. I look at Mara, seeing my own urgency reflected in her expression. This is it. The moment when theory becomes desperate reality, when careful consideration gives way to survival instinct. I can't ask for her trust now. I have to demand it. "Mara!" My voice comes out rougher than intended, edged with the command authority I've learned to wield as chieftain. "Do you trust me?" She hesitates, and in that pause I see everything. Her fear, her uncertainty, the weight of responsibility for Ira's safety that she's carried alone for so long. Trust doesn't come easily to someone who's been betrayed by circumstances beyond her control, who's learned that safety is an illusion and protection comes only through constant vigilance. But I need her answer. Need it now, before the choice is taken from both of us. I step closer, close enough that my presence fills her field of vision, and cup her face between my hands. Her skin feels cold beneath my palms, but her eyes search mine with desperate intensity, looking for something to hold on to in the chaos that threatens to engulf us. "I really, really need you to trust me," I tell her, letting every ounce of sincerity I possess color the words. This isn't manipulation or desperation speaking. It's the simple truth laid bare between us. "Right now, please." Her breath catches a small sound that might be fear, or might be something else entirely. For a heartbeat, we stand frozen in tableau, her face tilted up toward mine, my hands framing the delicate bones of her cheeks and jaw. The war horn sounds again in the distance, closer this time, and I watch her make the choice that will determine everything that follows. She nods. The movement is small, barely perceptible, but it carries the weight of absolute commitment. Trust given freely, despite every reason she has to withhold it. Despite the logical voice in her head that probably screams warnings about orc deception and false promises. Relief floods through me so powerfully, it leaves me momentarily unsteady. Then we have to go. Now.
Chapter 17. Mara. The war horn's echo still vibrates through my bones as I scoop Ira into my arms, her small body fitting against mine with the practiced ease of years spent running and hiding together. She doesn't protest, doesn't ask questions, just wraps her arms around my neck and presses her face into my shoulder, with the quiet acceptance of a child who's learned that sudden movements mean danger. "I can carry her," Nelrish offers, already moving toward our scattered belongings with economical efficiency. "No." The word comes out sharper than I intend, protective instinct flaring like a struck match. Aira is mine to carry, mine to shield. I've held her through every crisis we've faced since the moment she drew her first breath in that cramped bunker storage room. I won't hand that responsibility to anyone else, not even him. Not yet. Something flickers across his expression. Understanding, maybe, or respect for the fierce maternal bond he's witnessing. He doesn't argue, just nods and turns his attention to gathering what we can't afford to leave behind. Water skins disappear into his pack with practiced speed, along with our meagre rations and the small collection of tools we've accumulated. But there's something else he reaches for, something I hadn't noticed him working on during our quiet evenings by the fire. A horn, carved from what looks like deer antler, the surface smooth and gleaming from hours of careful attention. The sight of it sends ice through my veins because I recognize what it represents. Communication, coordination, the kind of tool a leader uses to rally his forces or signal his position to allies. Chieftain. The word echoes in my memory, something Aira mentioned once in passing, something I filed away without truly processing its implications. But watching him now, seeing the way he moves with sudden authority and purpose, the pieces click into place with terrifying clarity. This isn't just any orc warrior. This is someone important. Someone with power and responsibility that extends far beyond his own survival. And I've just agreed to trust him completely. Nelrish shoulders his pack and gestures for us to follow, leading us away from our makeshift camp with the kind of purposeful navigation that speaks to intimate knowledge of these woods. His steps are silent despite his size, each footfall placed with predatory precision as he guides us through the undergrowth. I struggle to match his pace while carrying Aira, my boots catching on exposed roots and hidden stones that he seems to anticipate and avoid without conscious thought. The war horn sounds again, closer now, and I can hear something else beneath its brazen call, shouting voices, the clash of metal on metal, the kind of chaotic noise that speaks to active combat somewhere in the forest around us. My grip on Aira tightens involuntarily, and she responds by pressing closer against me, her breath warm against my neck. We move through the trees like ghosts, Nelrish setting a pace that pushes the limits of what I can manage while burdened with my daughter's weight. My arms burn with the strain, my shoulders aching from the awkward angle, but I refuse to slow us down. Refuse to be the weak link that gets us all captured or killed. When we've put what feels like adequate distance between ourselves and the sounds of battle, Nelrish stops. He pulls the carved horn from his pack, raising it to his lips with the kind of reverent care usually reserved for sacred objects. The sound that emerges is nothing like the brutal war cry we heard earlier. This is something deeper, more musical, notes that seem to harmonize with the wind through the pine branches. A call, a signal to anyone listening that he's here, that he's alive. We continue moving, Nelrish blowing the horn at regular intervals as we make our way through terrain that grows increasingly familiar to him and increasingly foreign to me. This isn't random flight anymore. This is purposeful travel toward a specific destination, with the horn serving as a beacon to guide potential allies to our position. The third time he sounds the call, something answers. "Chieftain!" The shout comes from somewhere ahead of us, rough with relief and desperate joy. Nelrish goes rigid beside me, his entire posture shifting in ways that transform him from careful guide to something else entirely. His shoulders broaden, his spine straightens, and when he turns his head to pinpoint the source of the voice, I see the profile of someone accustomed to command. Chieftain, not just any leader, the leader. The absolute authority within whatever clan structure governs these woods. The orc who emerges from the tree line ahead of us is massive even by orc standards, a mountain of muscle and scarred flesh that moves with the controlled violence of a career warrior. Half his face is a ruin of old burns, the damaged skin puckered and discoloured, and his left eye shows the cloudy white of blindness. But his remaining eye blazes with fierce intelligence as it locks onto Nelrish, and the relief that washes over his features is profound enough to be almost painful to witness. Korash. Nelrish's voice carries a weight of authority I've never heard from him before, the tone of someone who expects immediate obedience and has never been disappointed. Are you ready to fight? 3 more warriors materialise from the forest behind Korash, all bearing the kind of battle-worn gear that speaks to active combat experience. They move with the coordinated precision of a unit that's fought together countless times, surrounding us in a protective formation that includes Era and me within their defensive perimeter, without question. Chief, it's good to see you, Korash answers, producing weapons from somewhere on his person and offering them to Nelrish with practiced efficiency. We thought we had lost you. Nelrish accepts the weapons, a massive sword that would require both my hands to lift, several throwing axes, a wicked-looking dagger, with the casual familiarity of someone returning to his natural state. The transformation is complete now. Gone is the wounded warrior I nursed back to health, replaced by someone who radiates danger and authority in equal measure. This is what he really is beneath the quiet gratitude and careful gentleness, a predator at the apex of his particular food chain. I'm not so easy to get rid of, and it is time we end this, Nelrish declares, strapping weapons into place with economical movements. Now, today, I want no more of these petty feuds with the Red Moons. The casual brutality of the statement sends ice through my veins, but none of the warriors show surprise or dismay. This is their world. Violence as a problem-solving tool. Leadership measured in the ability to destroy threats to the clan. I'm getting my first real glimpse of the culture that shaped the man I've been sharing quiet meals and gentle conversation with, and it's both terrifying and oddly reassuring. Terrifying because it highlights just how different we really are, how vast the gap between human and orc worldviews truly runs. Reassuring because it explains the absolute confidence with which he's promised to protect us. This isn't empty bravado or romantic gesture. This is what he does, who he is. But as he turns to leave, something cold and desperate claws at my chest. Not fear for my own safety. Korash and his warriors radiate competent protection, and I have no doubt they'll guard us with their lives if necessary. No, this is something else entirely. Something that catches me completely off guard with its intensity. I don't want him to go. Not because I need his protection, though that's certainly true. Not because I'm afraid of being left with strangers, though that's also accurate. I don't want him to go because the thought of him walking into battle, of facing whatever violence awaits in those distant sounds of combat, makes my stomach twist with genuine terror. Somewhere in the past few days, between the careful nursing and quiet conversations and desperate intimacy, I've stopped thinking of him as my protector and started thinking of him as mine. The realization leaves me reeling. I care about him, really truly care about what happens to him, beyond simple gratitude or strategic alliance. The thought of him getting hurt, of losing him to Red Moon Blades or Serene's ambition, is unbearable in ways I don't want to examine too closely. Nelrish. His name escapes before I can stop it, carrying more desperation than I intended. He pauses, turning back toward me with something soft and reassuring in his storm-grey eyes. I'll be back, Mara. I promise. His gaze shifts to Era, who watches the proceedings with the wide-eyed fascination of a child witnessing something momentous. Both of you will be safe. Korash and his warriors will see to that. The promise carries the weight of absolute conviction, but it doesn't ease the tight knot of fear in my chest. Promises can be broken by circumstances beyond anyone's control. Good intentions mean nothing if overwhelming force or simple bad luck intervenes. But I can't say any of that. Can't voice the terrified possessiveness that's taken root in my heart, or the way my hands want to reach for him and refuse to let go. So instead, I nod, holding Era closer and trying to project calm confidence I don't feel. He studies my face for a moment longer, and I wonder what he sees there. Whether my carefully maintained composure is as transparent as it feels, whether he can read the fear and desperate hope written in my expression. Then he nods once, sharp and decisive, and turns away. I watch him disappear into the forest with Korash and most of the warriors, their passage marked only by the subtle shift of shadows and the gradual fading of their footsteps. Within moments, it's as if they were never there at all, leaving me alone with Ira and two silent orc guards who position themselves strategically around our small clearing. The sounds of battle continue in the distance, meaningless noise that could indicate victory or disaster with equal plausibility. And I stand there, holding my daughter close, trying not to think about the fact that I've just watched the man I might be falling in love with walk willingly into mortal danger. Trying not to think about what I'll do if he doesn't come back.
Chapter 18. Nelrish. The forest closes around us like a familiar embrace as we move through terrain I've known since childhood. Every fallen log, every subtle deer path, every ridge that offers tactical advantage, burned into memory through decades of survival. But tonight the familiar feels foreign, tainted by the acrid smoke drifting from the south and the distant clash of metal that speaks to battle already joined. My warriors move behind me with the silent efficiency of men who fought together through countless skirmishes, their footsteps coordinated in ways that come only from shared blood and mutual trust. Korash matches my pace beside me, his scarred face set in the grim lines of a man preparing for violence, but I can feel questions radiating from him like heat from a forge. "Report!" I command, keeping my voice low enough to avoid carrying beyond our small group. "Soreen returned 3 days ago." Korash's tone carries the careful neutrality he uses when delivering news he knows will displease me. "Crying. Said you'd been killed while the hunting party was out holding the northern lines against Red Moon expansion." Each revelation falls into place with sickening clarity. 3 days. Long enough for her to orchestrate exactly the kind of escalation that would serve her purposes, positioning herself as the grieving messenger bringing word of catastrophe, while simultaneously providing justification for the violence that followed. "She claimed the Red Moons were pushing harder for territory," Korash continues, his remaining eye fixed on the path ahead as we navigate between towering pines. "Said the hunting party was engaged, holding defensive positions. I sent reinforcements immediately." Oh, of course he did. Korash has served as my captain for nearly a decade. He knows our protocols, understands the tactical requirements of defending Wintermaw territory against organized incursion. Faced with reports of my death in active combat, he would have responded exactly as training and loyalty demanded. "How long have they been fighting?" "Since that first night. It's been escalating daily." His scarred features twist into something approaching satisfaction. "But we managed to destroy their main camp. Burned it to ash and bone. Intelligence suggests what we're tracking now represents the last of their fighting force." The strategic part of my mind processes this information with cold efficiency. Red Moon's base destroyed, their numbers reduced to whatever survivors managed to escape the flames. This should be simple cleanup, the final elimination of a threat that's plagued the Northern Territories for months. But the personal betrayal underlying it all burns hotter than tactical considerations. Soreen. Beautiful, ambitious Soreen, with her copper hair and green eyes and the kind of curves that once made my younger self forget the importance of careful judgment. We'd grown up together in the clan, shared the awkward fumbling of adolescent experimentation, and I'd been fool enough to believe that counted for something beyond nostalgia. When she'd approached me last spring with offers of alliance, and the subtle suggestion that our childhood connection might develop into something more permanent, I'd been diplomatic in my refusal. Explained that Wintermaw's needs required political marriages, strategic alliances that would strengthen our position against external threats. Assured her that my rejection carried no personal slight, no judgment of her worth or desirability. A Apparently, diplomacy had been a wasted effort. Serene poisoned my water skin, I tell Korash, the words carrying the bitter taste of confirmed suspicion. Probably nightshade extract, judging by the symptoms. Clever, disguised as bad water until the dose accumulated enough to be fatal. Korash's stride falters for half a step, his scarred features darkening with the kind of rage he usually reserves for active combat. That treacherous. She needed cover for what she'd done. The pieces fall together with mathematical precision, each element of her plan revealing itself through the lens of desperate ambition. Start a clan war, hide my assassination in the chaos of a larger conflict, then position herself to benefit from whatever outcome emerged. It's exactly the kind of scheme that would appeal to someone like Serene. Complex enough to demonstrate cleverness, cruel enough to satisfy her wounded pride, and ultimately self-serving in ways that prioritize her advancement over any consideration of honor or loyalty. She'd have offered herself to whichever chieftain emerged victorious, using her beauty and tactical intelligence to secure a position of influence within the new power structure. The Red Moon chieftain may have even suggested it, I continue, working through implications that make my jaw clench with suppressed fury. Promise her status in exchange for eliminating Wintermaw's leadership from within. The betrayal cuts deeper than simple tactical maneuvering or even attempted murder. This represents the violation of bonds that should transcend political ambition, the destruction of childhood trust, the weaponization of shared history against the very clan that had sheltered and protected her since birth. It's the kind of treachery that demands blood payment, not just for the crime itself, but for the fundamental corruption it represents. "We'll handle her when this is finished," Korash growls, his remaining eye blazing with the promise of violence to come. I nod, filing away that particular debt for future collection. Right now, Serene's fate matters less than eliminating the external threat she helped create. Personal vengeance can wait until clan security is assured. The sounds of battle grow louder as we approach the contested ground, the ring of steel on steel, shouts of command and pain, the wet sounds that accompany serious violence. But something about the audio signature strikes me as wrong, lacking the chaotic intensity I'd expect from active combat between significant forces. This sounds more like cleanup than pitched battle, the kind of one-sided engagement that occurs when superior numbers encounter depleted resistance. We crest a low ridge that offers visibility into the valley below, and the tactical situation becomes immediately clear. Perhaps 24 Red Moon warriors occupy defensive positions around a hastily constructed barricade, their formation tight with the kind of desperation that speaks to severely reduced numbers. My own forces, nearly 60 strong and fresh from successful assault on their base, maintain positions that offer multiple angles of approach while preventing retreat. A siege, then. My warriors holding position while the enemy considers surrender or death as their only remaining options. But as we descend toward the combat zone, one figure emerges from the Red Moon defensive line with the kind of arrogant swagger that immediately identifies him as someone accustomed to command. Tall for an orc, built like a weapon designed for close combat, with the kind of predatory grace that marks natural killers. Roken. I recognize him from previous encounters, ambitious, bloodthirsty, and possessed of just enough tactical intelligence to make him genuinely dangerous. More importantly, his presence here instead of with the main force suggests significant changes in Red Moon's command structure. Their chieftain's absence could mean capture, death, or simple abandonment of failing subordinates to save his own position. "Wintermaw!" Roken's voice carries across the intervening distance with practiced projection, the kind of battlefield communication designed to be heard above the noise of combat. "I was wondering when you'd arrive to witness your clan's destruction." I step forward, allowing moonlight to illuminate my features clearly enough for recognition. "Roken, where's your chieftain? Too cowardly to face the consequences of his schemes personally?" Something flickers across Roken's expression. Satisfaction, maybe, or the kind of cruel amusement that accompanies successful treachery. "I am chieftain now. And soon, I'll be chieftain of Wintermaw as well. when I take your head as proof of victory. The casual revelation carries implications that restructure my understanding of Red Moon's internal politics. A successful coup, then. Roken eliminating his superior and claiming leadership at the moment when external pressure demanded decisive action. It's exactly the kind of opportunistic violence that appeals to ambitious subordinates, and it explains why their remnant forces fight with desperate intensity rather than seeking terms for surrender. Roken has committed himself completely to this course of action. Victory here represents validation of his leadership and foundation for future expansion. Defeat means death, either at my hands or from his own warriors' inevitable judgment of failed ambition. The realization narrows tactical options to a single viable choice. This won't end with negotiation or conditional surrender. One of us dies here, tonight, in full view of both forces. The survivor claims absolute authority over whatever remains of both clans. I draw my sword, the familiar weight settling into my grip like an extension of my own arm, and step clear of my warrior's formation. Around the defensive perimeter, combat gradually stills as both sides recognize the significance of this moment. Individual conflicts become irrelevant when leadership itself hangs in the balance. Roken mirrors my movement, producing a weapon that gleams with the kind of professional maintenance that marks a career warrior. His smile reveals filed tusks sharpened to predatory points, an affectation that speaks to deliberate cultivation of intimidating appearance. You should have stayed dead, Nelrish. His voice carries the conversational tone of someone discussing weather rather than imminent violence. Serene's poison would have been quicker than what I'm going to do to you. So he knows about the assassination attempt. Probably planned it if Serene's alliance with Red Moon runs as deep as circumstances suggest. The confirmation settles something cold and final in my chest. This isn't just clan warfare anymore. This is personal. We circle each other with the patient wariness of experienced killers, each seeking advantage while denying opportunity to the other. Roken moves well, his footwork displaying the kind of trained competence that comes from surviving countless battles. But there's something theatrical about his posture that suggests more concern with appearance than pure efficiency. He attacks first, a testing strike designed to gauge my speed and defensive capability rather than achieve immediate resolution. I deflect easily, countering with a thrust that forces him to give ground while revealing the reach advantage my slightly superior height provides. "Getting slow in your old age," he taunts, though sweat already beads on his forehead from the effort of avoiding my counterstrike. I don't respond verbally. Words are a distraction in serious combat, energy better spent on reading subtle shifts in stance that telegraph incoming attacks. Roken talks because he needs the psychological advantage. Beneath the bravado, he knows he's facing a superior opponent. His next assault comes as a combination. Overhead strike followed immediately by horizontal slash, both delivered with the kind of brutal power that would end the fight instantly if either connected cleanly. I step inside his reach, accepting a shallow cut across my ribs in exchange for a position that allows my pommel to connect solidly with his temple. The impact staggers him, disrupting his balance enough for me to follow with a knee strike that doubles him over. But he recovers quickly, spinning away from my attempted finishing blow and creating distance that allows him to reassess tactical requirements. Blood runs from the shallow gash on my side, painful but not debilitating, the kind of injury that can be ignored until more pressing concerns are resolved. Roken's temple sports a rapidly swelling knot that will affect his vision and reaction time, but he's still mobile and dangerous. We engage again, trading strikes in rapid succession as combat intensity escalates beyond preliminary testing. Steel rings against steel in staccato bursts that echo through the valley like irregular heartbeats. Roken fights with the desperate fury of someone whose entire future depends on this single encounter, throwing himself into attacks with suicidal commitment. But desperation makes warriors predictable. His need for quick resolution forces him into increasingly risky gambles, seeking the single decisive blow that will end the contest before accumulated damage reduces his effectiveness further. It's exactly the kind of tactical error that experienced fighters learn to exploit. When he overcommits to a thrust that would split me from sternum to spine if successful, I step aside and let his momentum carry him past my guard. My blade finds the gap between his ribs with surgical precision, sliding between bone and cartilage to pierce lung and heart in a single economical movement. Roken's eyes widen with shocked recognition of his mortality, blood frothing from his lips as he tries to speak final words that emerge only as wet gasps. The strength leaves his legs, and he collapses forward against my blade, his weight driving steel deeper into vital organs. I withdraw my weapon and step back, allowing his body to fall with the boneless finality of sudden death. Around the perimeter, the last sounds of combat fade into silence as surviving Red Moon warriors recognize the implications of their leader's defeat. "Surrender!" Karash's voice carries absolute authority, backed by the implicit threat of immediate execution for anyone foolish enough to continue resistance. "Throw down your weapons!" The response is immediate and universal. Steel clatters against stone as surviving enemies abandon hope of continued resistance. Some raise empty hands above their heads, others simply fall to their knees in postures of submission. The fight drains out of them like water from broken vessels, leaving only the hollow exhaustion of comprehensive defeat. But I know Karash's methods, developed through years of frontier warfare, where mercy represents potential future threats. His next words confirm expectations. No prisoners. The execution proceeds with swift efficiency. Single blade strokes that sever spinal cords, quick thrusts that pierce hearts, the professional elimination of enemies who might otherwise regroup and resume hostilities when circumstances favor renewed aggression. It's brutal but necessary, the kind of absolute solution that prevents future generations from inheriting unresolved conflicts. Within minutes, the valley falls silent, except for the soft sounds of my warriors cleaning their weapons and conducting final sweeps for overlooked survivors. The Red Moon clan ceases to exist as an organized threat, their ambitions and territorial expansion ending here in blood and moonlight. I stand over Roken's corpse, feeling nothing resembling satisfaction or triumph. This represents necessity completed rather than victory achieved, the elimination of cancer that threatened Wintermaw's continued existence. But the personal cost of Sarene's betrayal and the weeks of escalating violence leave bitter residue that success cannot entirely wash away. Karash approaches, his scarred features bearing the grim satisfaction of a warrior who's seen justice delivered through superior force. "It's finished, Chief. Red Moon is no more." I nod, already turning my thoughts toward the journey home and the problems that await resolution there. Sarene's fate, the integration of refugees from destroyed human settlements, the long work of rebuilding after weeks of combat and resource depletion. But first, a reunion with Mara and Era. The thought of them waiting in the safety of Wintermaw territory pulls at something deep in my chest, not just relief at their protection, but genuine eagerness to share this victory with people who matter beyond tactical considerations. "Time to go home," I tell Karash, cleaning blood from my blade with practiced efficiency.
Chapter 19. Mara. My stomach churns like a tempest, each wave of nausea building on the last, until I press my hand against my mouth to keep from retching. The metallic tang in the air grows stronger with each passing hour, carried on winds that bring sounds I don't want to identify. Distant shouts, the ring of metal, things that make my imagination conjure horrors I've only heard whispered about in the bunker's darkest corners. Era. My voice comes out rougher than intended, strained by hours of worry and the effort of keeping my fears contained. "Can you tell anything about what's happening?" She shifts in my arms, her small face scrunched in concentration as she tilts her head like she's listening to something beyond normal hearing. Those gold-tinged eyes of hers, so much like her father's, though she'll never know, search the darkness beyond our small circle of safety. "The air reeks," she finally says, wrinkling her nose in disgust. "It tastes like when the bunker's metal pipes got too hot. Sharp and wrong." Blood. She's sensing blood on the wind, though she doesn't have words for what her developing magic is telling her. The knowledge sits like a stone in my chest, heavy and cold. Somewhere out there in the darkness, men are dying. Maybe Nelrish among them. The thought makes my stomach lurch again, and I have to close my eyes against the sudden dizziness that threatens to topple me from the fallen log where we've been waiting. Hours. It's been hours since he left with his warriors, since Korish's scarred face disappeared into the tree line, with grim determination written in every line of his weathered features. The two orcs Nelrish left to guard us, Theron and Garrick, their names finally coaxed from reluctant lips, maintain their positions with the kind of disciplined patience that speaks to professional training. They haven't touched me, haven't even looked at me directly beyond the occasional glance to confirm my continued presence. Their respect for their chieftain's authority extends to absolute compliance with his commands, even when those commands involve protecting a human woman and her half-orc child. But their very presence reminds me constantly of what's at stake. If Nelrish doesn't return, what happens to us? Will they escort us safely to Wintermoor territory, as he ordered, or will clan politics demand different priorities? I know so little about orc culture, about the bonds of loyalty that hold their society together, or the circumstances that might shatter those bonds. Era wiggles against my chest, her small hands pushing at my arms with the restless energy of a child who's been confined too long. "Mama, my legs are getting pins and needles." I loosen my grip reluctantly, allowing her to slide down from my lap, though every maternal instinct screams against letting her move beyond arm's reach. She stretches with the unconscious grace of youth, rolling her shoulders and flexing her fingers as circulation returns to cramped limbs. "Don't go far," I whisper, though she's already learned the boundaries of our small safe zone, the invisible perimeter that Theron and Garrick patrol with silent efficiency. The waiting is torture. Every minute that passes without word feeds the growing certainty that something has gone wrong, that Nelrish's confidence in his warrior's abilities was misplaced. I've lived my entire life in the shadow of violence, first the clan raids that forced humanity underground, then the brutal hierarchy of bunker life where the strong survived and the weak were traded away. But this feels different, personal in ways that cut deeper than general fear of orc aggression. When did I start caring so much about his survival? When did the safety of one particular orc warrior become more important than my own self-preservation? The questions circle through my mind like carrion birds, picking at assumptions I thought I'd abandoned when survival became the only priority that mattered. The sound, when it comes, makes my heart stutter in my chest. Footsteps approaching through the underbrush, multiple sets moving with the coordinated rhythm of organised return rather than the chaotic scramble of retreat. I rise from the log on unsteady legs, my hands automatically reaching for Era as she turns toward the noise with bright curiosity rather than fear. Shapes emerge from the darkness between the trees, tall forms that resolve into familiar figures as they step into the pale moonlight filtering through bare branches. Korash leads the group, his scarred features bearing the grim satisfaction of completed business. Behind him, other warriors I recognise from brief encounters, their weapons clean, but their clothes bearing dark stains that speak to recent violence. And then Nelrish appears, whole and unharmed, his storm-coloured eyes finding mine across the small clearing with laser focus. Relief hits me, so intense it nearly drives me to my knees. The breath I didn't realise I'd been holding escapes in a shuddering gasp that sounds embarrassingly close to a sob. Era doesn't share my restraint. She breaks free from my reaching hands and rushes toward him with the fearless enthusiasm of a child who's never learned to doubt her welcome. "Nelrish, you're okay." He catches her easily, sweeping her up into his arms with the kind of gentle strength that makes my chest tight with emotions I'm not ready to examine. She reaches immediately for his head, her small hands seeking contact with the temple area where her magic allows her to read memories and experiences. But Nelrish catches her wrist with careful firmness, his voice carrying gentle but absolute authority. There are some things you shouldn't see, sweetheart. Era nods with the solemn understanding of a child who's already witnessed more darkness than her years should allow. Her magical gifts make her more aware than most of the weight that violence leaves on a person's soul. She knows without being told that tonight has brought Nelrish into contact with things that would give her nightmares. "But you're okay?" she asks, her voice small but steady. "I'm okay," he confirms, then adds with the kind of gentle consideration that makes my heart do complicated things. "You can use your magic to check. Just touch my chest instead." She presses her palm against his heart, her eyes closing in concentration as her abilities confirm what his words promise. By the time he starts walking toward me with Era still secure in his arms, she's nodding with visible relief. "He is okay, Mama. Tired and a little sad, but okay." The simple confirmation breaks something loose in my chest, some terrible tension that's been building since the moment he walked away into darkness and uncertainty. He stops directly in front of me, close enough that I can see the faint lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the subtle signs of strain that only someone learning to read his expressions would notice. I don't care who's watching. Don't care that Korash and the other warriors are probably observing every nuance of this reunion, filing away details about their chieftain's unprecedented attachment to a human woman. The relief is too overwhelming for dignity or careful calculation of appearances. I launch myself at him, my arms wrapping around his neck as he pulls me close with his free arm. The familiar scent of him, pine and leather and something essentially masculine, fills my lungs and anchors me to the reality of his survival. His lips press against the top of my head in a kiss that feels like both greeting and benediction. "I'm safe," he murmurs against my hair, his voice carrying the kind of bone-deep weariness that comes after violence successfully concluded. "The Red Moon are gone. No more fighting. No more worrying if they'll come for you." The words sink into my consciousness like water into parched earth. Gone. Really gone. Not just temporarily driven off or strategically relocated. The threat that's shadowed every moment since we fled the bunker, the constant awareness that discovery meant death or worse, has been permanently eliminated. I nod against his chest, feeling something fundamental shift in my understanding of the world around me. Free. For the first time since leaving the underground shelter of my birth, I'm genuinely free. Not just temporarily safe or conditionally protected, but actually liberated from the immediate threat of recapture. The realization makes me dizzy with possibilities I'd trained myself not to imagine. A life where Era can play without constant vigilance. Sleep that doesn't require one ear always listening for approaching danger. The luxury of making plans that extend beyond immediate survival. I tip my head back to look at him, studying the face that's become so familiar in such a short time. The strong jaw, the storm-coloured eyes that can shift from cold authority to gentle warmth without warning. The way silver threads through his dark hair like premature frost. He's beautiful in the way mountains are beautiful. Imposing and dangerous, but possessed of a grandeur that demands recognition. "Will you come with me?" he asks, his voice carrying careful neutrality that doesn't quite mask the tension underneath. To Wintermoor territory, to my clan. The question I never answered, the choice I've been avoiding since the moment he first suggested it, paralysed by the magnitude of what acceptance would mean. Leaving behind the last vestiges of human society, placing my daughter's future in the hands of creatures I was raised to fear, building a life among people whose culture remains largely mysterious despite his patient explanations. But looking at him now, exhausted but victorious, holding my daughter with tender protectiveness, while his eyes search my face for the answer that will determine all our futures, the choice doesn't feel complicated anymore. This time, I don't hesitate. Yes.
Chapter 20. Nelrish! The weight of Ira's sleeping form against my shoulder anchors me to the present moment, her small body warm and trusting as she surrenders to exhaustion. Her breathing creates a soft rhythm that matches our steady pace through the familiar terrain leading home, dusted in snow. One tiny fist clutches the front of my leather vest while the other dangles loose, fingers occasionally twitching in whatever dreams occupy her rest. 2 days of walking have passed like a meditation, each step carrying us further from the violence that ended the Red Moon threat and closer to the life I've been constructing in my mind since that first night when Mara's hands pulled me back from death's threshold. The forest path winds through stands of pine and birch that grow more familiar with each mile, their barks scarred with the territorial markings my people use to define our boundaries. Mara hasn't strayed more than arm's length from my side since we began this journey. Her proximity sends constant awareness through my nervous system. The rustle of her coat when she adjusts her pack, the soft sound of her breathing in the cold air, the way she occasionally reaches out to steady herself against my free arm when the path grows treacherous. She watches everything with the sharp attention of someone cataloging details for future reference, filing away information about clan territory and customs with the methodical thoroughness that's kept her alive this long. Korash maintains his position at the head of our small column, his scarred features revealing nothing of whatever thoughts occupy his mind regarding my unusual traveling companions. His eyes find mine periodically. Quick glances that carry questions he's too disciplined to voice in front of strangers. I appreciate his restraint. The full story of how I came to claim a human woman and her half-orc daughter as mine requires time and privacy to tell properly. The other warriors spread out in loose formation around us, alert but relaxed in the way that comes from traveling through territory they know intimately. Their acceptance of Mara and Ira's presence speaks to their trust in my judgment, though I catch occasional sideways looks that betray curiosity about what changes this unprecedented addition to our clan might bring. The scent reaches me first. Wood smoke and cured leather, the metallic tang of worked iron, the green smell of moss growing on stone foundations. Home. Wintermaw territory spreads before us as we crest the final ridge, longhouses clustered around the central hearth like sleeping giants arranged for mutual protection. Smoke rises from multiple chimneys in gray ribbons that dissipate against the pale afternoon sky. Hera stirs against my shoulder as we begin our descent, her small body responding to some instinctive awareness that our journey has reached its conclusion. Her eyes flutter open, gold-tinged hazel scanning the unfamiliar landscape with the bright curiosity that defines her approach to new experiences. "Are we there?" she asks, her voice thick with sleep but carrying genuine interest rather than fear. "We're home," I tell her, the words carrying more weight than their simple syllables suggest. Home. Not just my clan's territory, but the place where she and Mara will build new lives under my protection. Mara moves closer as we approach the outer perimeter, her shoulder brushing against my arm in a gesture that seems unconscious, but speaks to her need for reassurance in the face of the unknown. The settlement grows larger as we descend, revealing details that must seem foreign to someone raised in underground bunkers, the massive timber construction, the complex arrangement of storage buildings and workshops, the carefully maintained defensive positions that mark clan territory. Warriors emerge from various buildings as word of our return spreads, their faces showing relief at seeing their chieftain alive and unharmed. But their attention quickly shifts to my companions, taking in the sight of a human woman and small child walking freely among us, with expressions that range from curiosity to carefully concealed surprise. I catch Korash's eye and gesture toward the longhouse that serves as our detention facility, a stone structure built into the hillside with reinforced doors and no windows. He nods once, understanding passing between us without need for elaborate explanation. "Make sure Serene remains secured," I tell him quietly, my voice pitched low enough that Mara won't overhear. "I'll deal with her after I get them settled." His scarred features arrange themselves into something that might be satisfaction. Understood. The central fire pit comes into view as we enter the heart of the settlement, its flames dancing against the gathering dusk and casting shifting patterns of light across the carved posts that mark important clan territories. Children pause in their games to stare at our unusual procession, while adults emerge from workshops and storage buildings to witness our return. I carry Era directly toward my longhouse, the largest structure in the settlement, and the one that served as my solitary domain for longer than I care to calculate. The massive timber door swings open on well-oiled hinges, revealing the interior that's been empty of family warmth for my entire adult life. The main room stretches before us, dominated by the central hearth where banked coals wait to be coaxed back into flame. Furs drape every surface, benches, walls, the floor itself, creating layers of texture and warmth that speak to both comfort and practicality. Carved beams overhead disappear into shadows, their surfaces decorated with the ancestral symbols that connect us to the old ways. Mara follows me inside, her eyes taking in details with the same careful attention she's maintained throughout our journey. The space dwarfs anything she would have experienced in bunker life. High ceilings, room to move without bumping into walls or furniture, the luxury of space that underground living never allows. The extra room is through here, I tell her, leading the way toward the alcove that's remained unused since my father's death. The small chamber holds a narrow bed frame, a chest for belongings and little else. Sparse but adequate for a child's needs. I settle Era onto the bed with careful movements designed not to wake her fully, though her eyes open long enough to register the new surroundings before sleep reclaims her. The mattress, stuffed with dried pine needles and covered in soft furs, accepts her small weight like an embrace. "Sleep, sweetheart," I murmur, brushing dark curls back from her forehead. "You're safe here." She nods drowsily, already halfway back to dreams. I draw the fur coverings up to her chin before stepping back toward where Mara waits in the doorway. The main room feels different when we return to it, less empty somehow, as though the simple presence of family has begun to transform its character. I move to the hearth automatically, stirring the banked coals and adding kindling to coax flame back into existence. The familiar ritual grounds me, connecting this moment to countless others where I've performed the same actions in solitude. Mara watches from the center of the room, her arms wrapped around herself in a gesture that speaks to uncertainty rather than cold. The firelight begins to build, casting dancing shadows across her face and picking out the gold threads in her dark blonde hair. She looks small in the vast space, dwarfed by architecture designed for orc proportions, but there's something right about seeing her here. I settle onto the wide bench nearest the fire, the leather creaking under my weight as I turn toward her with open arms. "Come here." She moves without hesitation, crossing the space between us with quick steps that speak to her own need for connection after the strangeness of arrival. I pull her into my lap easily, her soft weight settling against my chest as naturally as if we've shared this intimacy for years rather than days. The fire crackles as it catches fully, sending warmth radiating outward to combat the evening chill that seeps through stone walls. Mara's head finds the hollow of my shoulder, her body molding to mine with the kind of perfect fit that makes me wonder how I survived so many years without this particular comfort. "I'm glad you're here," I tell her, my voice carrying the kind of rough honesty that comes from recognizing fundamental truth. "In my home, with me." Her green eyes find mine, soft and watchful in the flickering light. "I'm glad I'm here too." The simple words carry weight that goes beyond their surface meaning. She's chosen this. Chosen me. Chosen to trust her daughter's future to an orc chieftain she's known for less than a week. The magnitude of that choice, the faith it represents, makes something tight and painful unfurl in my chest. "I meant what I told you," I continue, my thumb tracing the line of her jaw with gentle pressure. "Those nights in the forest, about how you and Era were everything my life was missing. I don't want that to change now that we're here. The truth of it resonates through every word. These past days have shown me possibilities I'd trained myself not to imagine. The warmth of shared meals, the sound of child's laughter echoing through empty rooms, the simple pleasure of meaningful conversation with someone who sees beyond the chieftain's authority to the man underneath. Mara's smile blooms slowly across her features, transforming her careful expression into something luminous. I don't want it to change either. She reaches up to cup my face in her hands, her palms warm against my skin as she draws me down toward her. The kiss she offers tastes like promise and homecoming, soft lips moving against mine with growing confidence as the last barriers between us dissolve in firelight and shared breath. I couldn't give her up, not now that I have her. The realization settles into my bones with the weight of absolute certainty, as fundamental as the need for air or water. Whatever challenges lie ahead, adapting to clan life, earning acceptance from my people, building something lasting from the impossible foundation of these few perfect days, I'll face them all before I let anyone or anything take her from me.
Chapter 21. Mara. The first thing I notice when consciousness returns is the absence of Nelrish's warmth beside me. My hand finds only cool furs where his solid presence should be, the indentation in the massive bed, the only evidence he was here at all. Pale morning light filters through the small window cut into the timber wall, casting everything in soft grey tones that speak to early hours and quiet beginnings. I stretch against the luxurious expanse of space, my body sinking into furs that smell like pine smoke and something distinctly him, leather and clean sweat, and the indefinable scent that's become synonymous with safety in my mind. The bed could easily accommodate 4 people my size, its carved frame speaking to craftsmanship that would have been impossible in the bunkers where furniture was assembled from salvaged scraps and held together with makeshift repairs. For the first time in years, I feel genuinely rested. Not the exhausted collapse that passes for sleep in underground shelters, where every sound might herald danger and every breath carries the metallic taste of recycled air. This is the deep, healing rest that comes from knowing someone else stands watch, someone capable of protecting what matters most. The thought of Era pulls me fully awake. I slip from beneath the heavy covers and pad across the main room on bare feet, my toes finding warmth in the thick furs that carpet the floor. The stone beneath radiates heat from banked coals, a luxury that would have been unimaginable in the bunkers where every bit of fuel was rationed with military precision. Her small form is curled beneath layers of soft fur in the alcove that's already begun to feel like hers. Dark curls spill across the pillow, and her face holds the perfect peace that belongs only to sleeping children. I watch her for a moment, cataloguing the subtle changes that a few nights of proper rest and adequate food have brought. Colour in her cheeks, the absence of that hollow look around her eyes that spoke to constant hunger. "Mama!" Her voice carries the drowsy confusion of someone surfacing from deep dreams. "Morning, sweetheart." I settle onto the edge of her bed, smoothing the curls back from her forehead. "How did you sleep?" "Good." She sits up, rubbing her eyes with small fists before taking in the unfamiliar surroundings with typical 5-year-old adaptability. "Where's Nelrish?" "He's already up and about. Chieftain duties, I imagine." The easy way his title falls from my lips surprises me. 3 days ago, the concept of orc leadership represented everything threatening about this new world. Now it simply describes the man who's claimed responsibility for our welfare. Era's stomach chooses that moment to announce its needs with an audible growl that makes her giggle. The sound fills the space between us with warmth that has nothing to do with the heated stones. "Let's get you dressed and find some breakfast," I tell her, though the prospect of navigating clan politics and curious stares makes my chest tight with anxiety. The bathing chamber attached to Nelrish's quarters reveals luxuries that make my throat close with unexpected emotion. Hot water flows from a spigot connected to pipes that snake through the heated stones, filling a basin carved from a single piece of granite. Steam rises from the surface, carrying scents of herbs and minerals that speak to natural hot springs, rather than the chemical treatments that made bunker water barely palatable. I help Era wash the travel dust from her skin and hair, marvelling at the simple pleasure of unlimited clean water. The soap, actual soap, not the harsh blocks of lye and ash we'd made do with underground, creates rich lather that leaves her skin soft and faintly scented with lavender. "This is so much better than the other place," she says, splashing contentedly in water that would have represented a week's ration in the bunkers. Her casual dismissal of the Red Moon compound makes me pause. To her, these past months were simply another temporary stop in a life that's known too much upheaval. The resilience of children never fails to astonish me, their ability to adapt, to find joy in simple pleasures, to trust that adults will somehow make everything work out. We dress in the clothes Nelrish provided yesterday, sturdy woolen undergarments and leather outer layers that smell of careful storage and speak to quality that would have been reserved for clan leaders. The garments hang loose on my smaller frame, but the warmth they provide makes up for any issues with fit. Era's outfit mirrors mine in miniature, though her excited twirling suggests she finds the novelty delightful rather than awkward. The sight of her small hands smoothing down unfamiliar fabric tugs at something deep in my chest. She deserves this. Clothes that aren't patched and repatched. Food that doesn't come from carefully rationed stores. A life where childhood means something more than preparing for survival. The cookhouse sits at the settlement's heart. A low building constructed from the same massive timbers that characterize all clan architecture. Smoke rises from multiple chimneys, carrying scents that make my mouth water. Roasting meat, baking bread, the complex blend of herbs and spices that speaks to adequate supplies and skilled hands. I pause at the entrance, Era's small hand clasped in mine, as I gather courage for what amounts to my first real test of acceptance within Nelrish's world. The buzz of conversation filters through wooden walls, punctuated by the sounds of meal preparation and occasional laughter. Normal sounds, the kind of community noise that the bunkers tried to recreate in their cramped common areas, but never quite achieved. "Ready?" I ask Era, who nods with the fearless enthusiasm that defines her approach to new experiences. The interior opens into a space dominated by long tables, arranged around a central cooking area, where massive pots bubble over controlled flames. Women move between workstations with practiced efficiency, their conversations flowing around tasks that speak to years of shared routine. The warm air carries layers of aroma that make my empty stomach clench with anticipation. Conversation doesn't exactly stop when we enter, but it shifts, becomes more self-conscious, loaded with the weight of curious observation. I feel the attention like physical pressure against my skin, though most glances remain politely indirect. They're taking my measure, these women who've known Nelrish their entire lives, trying to understand what their chieftain sees in a human who's appeared from nowhere to claim space in their carefully ordered world. "You must be Mara." The voice belongs to a woman whose iron-grey hair is braided with coloured threads that mark her as someone of importance within the domestic hierarchy. Her tusks are worn smooth with age, and her eyes hold the kind of sharp intelligence that sees everything without seeming to try. "I'm Vienna. I manage things here." "Yes, thank you for—" I begin. But she's already turning toward the cooking area, with brisk movements that suggest action over extensive conversation. "Can you work with bread?" she asks, gesturing toward a table covered in risen dough that awaits shaping. "Or do humans manage food differently?" The question carries careful neutrality, though I catch undertones that speak to genuine curiosity rather than dismissal. These women have heard stories about human capabilities, but I'm their first opportunity to observe the reality. "I can work with bread," I tell her, settling Era at a nearby table with a small bowl of porridge before moving toward the waiting dough. My hands remember the motions from childhood mornings spent helping my grandmother, muscle memory surfacing despite years of eating nothing but pre-rationed bunker meals. The dough responds to familiar techniques, gentle stretching, careful folding, the precise pressure that develops texture without overworking the gluten. Around me, other women return to their tasks, while maintaining the kind of peripheral awareness that lets them observe without seeming to stare. Where did you learn that? The question comes from a younger woman whose belly speaks to advanced pregnancy. Her tone carries genuine interest rather than suspicion. My grandmother taught me, before the bunkers. I shape another loaf with movements that feel like meditation. She used to say that bread was the foundation of civilization. Smart woman. Vienna's approval carries the weight of someone who understands the deeper truth behind simple statements. Bread requires planning, patience, the faith that tomorrow will come and bring hungry mouths to feed. The observation settles something anxious in my chest. These women understand survival in ways that go beyond simple endurance. They've built lives that create meaning from daily tasks, that find joy in the successful completion of necessary work. Era finishes her porridge and begins gravitating toward a group of children who've gathered near the cooking fires. Their initial wariness dissolves quickly in the face of her bright curiosity and genuine interest in their games. Soon she's seated cross-legged on the floor, listening intently as an older girl explains the rules of some complex variation on stones and shells that requires both strategy and quick reflexes. She's adapting well. The pregnant woman, Raka, someone had called her, settles onto a nearby stool with movements made careful by her changing balance. How old? 5. She's been through too many changes already, but children are resilient. I watch Era laugh at something one of the other children says, her small face bright with the kind of uncomplicated joy that's been rare in our previous life. Children need stability. Raka agrees, one hand resting on her swollen belly. Community, the knowledge that they belong somewhere. The words carry layers of meaning that go beyond simple observation. She's telling me something important about clan values, about what Nelrish's people consider essential for proper child rearing. The message is clear. They're willing to accept Era as one of their own, to provide the stability and community she needs to thrive. The morning passes quickly, filled with the comfortable rhythm of shared work and gradual conversation. I learn about seasonal preparations, about the careful balance of preserved foods and fresh hunting that keeps the clan fed through harsh winters. The women share information with the generous assumption that I'll be staying long enough to need it, their acceptance growing more comfortable as they observe my willingness to contribute rather than simply receive. But I feel the undercurrent of curiosity that follows my movements, the subtle attention that marks me as foreign, different, requiring evaluation. Some gazes carry warmth that speaks to genuine welcome. Others hold the careful neutrality of people withholding judgment until they understand my intentions more completely. As the sun climbs higher, Vienna begins organising the midday meal preparation with the kind of practiced authority that suggests this routine has been perfected through years of repetition. The rhythm of chopping vegetables and stirring pots creates a soundtrack that fills the space with productive energy. We should head back, I tell Era, who protests the interruption of her game with the kind of mild disappointment that suggests she's found her morning genuinely enjoyable. The walk through the settlement feels different now that I've begun to establish connections, however tentative. Warriors nod politely as we pass, their curiosity tempered by respect for their chieftain's choices. Children wave shyly from doorways, already beginning to accept Era's presence as normal rather than noteworthy. I like it here, Mama. Era skips beside me, her small hand warm in mine as we navigate the packed earth paths between buildings. The other children taught me a new game, and Kessa said she'd show me where they find the best berries when it gets warmer. The easy enthusiasm in her voice makes something tight and anxious finally relax in my chest. She's found her place here with the kind of instant adaptability that children possess when they feel genuinely welcome. No hesitation, no fear, just the simple acceptance of a new home and new friends. Do you think we'll stay here? She continues, her gold-tinged eyes bright with hope. With Nelrish? I like him. He makes you happy. The observation catches me off guard with its simple accuracy. She's right. Nelrish does make me happy in ways I'd forgotten were possible. Not just the surface contentment of safety and adequate resources, but the deeper satisfaction that comes from being truly seen and valued by someone whose opinion matters. Would you like that? I ask, though her expression already provides the answer. Yes, he's teaching me about orc stories, and he said maybe Vienna would show me how to help with the cooking when I'm bigger. And the children here know games I've never learned, and they said the autumn festival has dancing and special food and presents for everyone. Her enthusiasm bubbles over into the kind of detailed planning that speaks to a child who's found something worth treasuring. The casualness with which she envisions our future here, learning clan customs, making friends, participating in celebrations, makes my decision crystallize with absolute clarity. This is what I want for her. Not just survival, but the kind of rich community life that builds confidence and character. The knowledge that she belongs somewhere, that her future holds possibilities beyond mere endurance. Then yes, I tell her, my voice carrying the weight of finality. We'll stay here, with Nelrish. This is our home now. Her delighted squeal draws smiles from passing clan members, and she bounces on her toes with the kind of pure joy that makes my heart swell with protective satisfaction. I've made the right choice. Whatever challenges lie ahead in terms of earning full acceptance within clan society, Era's happiness provides all the confirmation I need. The longhouse welcomes us back with the scent of pine smoke and the warmth that speaks to banked fires and careful maintenance. But more than that, it carries the indefinable sense of home that comes from knowing you belong somewhere, that someone waits for your return with genuine gladness. Nelrish's voice reaches us from the main room before we've fully cleared the entrance. Deep tones that carry conversation with someone whose response I can't quite make out. I pause, uncertain whether we're interrupting something important, but Ira has no such hesitations. Nelrish! She releases my hand and rushes toward the sound of his voice with the kind of uncomplicated affection that speaks to trust freely given. I follow more slowly, giving him time to finish whatever business requires attention. But when I round the corner, I find him alone, rising from the bench near the fire with Ira already wrapped in his arms. A collection of small objects sits on the nearby table. Carved figures, a set of what look like children's gaming pieces, and something that might be a child-sized knife with a carefully dulled blade. "How was your morning?" he asks, his storm-grey eyes finding mine over Ira's dark head. The genuine interest in his expression makes warmth bloom in my chest. "Educational," I tell him, settling onto the bench beside where he's seated with Ira still clinging to his neck. "Vienna put me to work immediately. I think I passed some sort of test." His low chuckle vibrates through his chest. "Vienna's approval is worth earning. If she's accepted you, the rest will follow." Era finally releases her hold on him enough to notice the objects on the table. Her eyes go wide with the kind of wonder that belongs to children discovering unexpected gifts. "Are those for me?" she asks, her voice carrying careful hope rather than assumption. "They are." Nelrish reaches for the carved figures first, small animals rendered in dark wood with careful attention to detail. These are for learning clan stories. Each animal represents different aspects of our history and beliefs. He places them in her small hands one by one, naming each creature and beginning to explain their significance within orc lore. The patience in his voice, the careful way he adapts complex concepts to her 5-year-old understanding, makes something deep and warm unfurl in my chest. This isn't duty or obligation driving his attention to my daughter. It's genuine affection, the kind of instinctive care that can't be faked or forced. He wants her to understand her heritage, not just the human side she's inherited from me, but the orc traditions that flow through her magical abilities and physical characteristics. Era listens with the intense focus she reserves for subjects that truly capture her interest, asking questions that reveal her quick mind and natural curiosity. When Nelrish presents the gaming pieces, carved stones marked with symbols that represent different clan territories, she immediately begins experimenting with arrangements that might form valid moves. And this, he says, lifting the small knife with reverent care, is for when you're ready to learn proper blade work. Not yet, he adds quickly, catching my expression of alarm. But every orc child learns to handle weapons safely. It's part of understanding respect for tools that can preserve life or take it. The explanation makes sense within the context of clan culture, even if my maternal instincts rebel against the idea of my daughter handling bladed weapons. But I force myself to remember that she's growing up in a world where self-defense isn't optional, where understanding danger might mean the difference between safety and catastrophe. Thank you, Era breathes, gathering her new treasures with the kind of careful reverence that speaks to understanding their importance. Can I put them in my room? Of course, it's your room now. The simple statement carries implications that make my throat tight with emotion. Not a guest space or temporary accommodation, but hers. Permanent. Home. She disappears into the alcove with her arms full of carved wood and marked stones, her voice carrying back to us as she arranges everything to her satisfaction. The domestic sounds, small objects being placed just so, pleased murmurs of approval, fill the silence with contentment. Nelrish turns toward me when her chatter fades to concentration, his expression shifting from paternal indulgence to something more serious. The change in his demeanour sets warning bells chiming in my mind. There's something I need to tell you, he says, his voice carrying the careful neutrality that means difficult news. About what happened to me in the forest, about who was responsible. I settle more fully onto the bench, giving him my complete attention. The topic of his poisoning has remained largely unexplored during our journey, too many immediate concerns demanding focus for extended discussion of past events. Serene. The name emerges with the kind of controlled anger that speaks to deep personal betrayal. She's the one who poisoned my water. I remember the name from his fever dreams, the way he'd spoken it with confusion and pain during those first delirious hours. But I'd assumed she was simply another casualty of the clan wars, not the architect of his near death. Serene was someone I've known since childhood, he continues, his hands clasped between his knees as he stares into the fire. We grew up together, trained together. I thought I could trust her with my life. The pain in his voice goes beyond simple anger at betrayal. This cuts deeper, the violation of bonds formed in childhood, the destruction of faith that can never be fully repaired. She came to me last spring, he says, his tone carefully controlled. Declared her feelings, wanted me to take her as my mate. When I refused, gently, I thought, she accepted it with grace. Or so I believed. Understanding begins to crystallize. A woman scorned, jealousy festering into something poisonous, revenge planned with intimate knowledge of his habits and vulnerabilities. She allied herself with Red Moon after my rejection, fed them information about our defences, our patrol routes. The poisoning was meant to remove me as an obstacle to their territorial expansion. If you hadn't found me... He trails off, but the implication hangs heavy between us. I reach for his hand, twining our fingers together in a gesture meant to anchor him to the present moment, rather than the possibilities that never came to pass. His skin is warm, calloused from weapon work, completely alive beneath my touch. But I did find you, I tell him, my voice carrying fierce certainty. You're here, safe. His smile carries gratitude that goes beyond simple thanks for medical care. I saved more than his life that night. I preserved his future, our future, everything we're building together. Tomorrow there will be a public execution, he says, his tone shifting to something more formal. Clan law requires it for betrayal of this magnitude. Serene will answer for her crimes before the entire community. The words settle into my stomach like stones. I've never witnessed an execution, never seen life deliberately ended as punishment for wrongdoing. The bunkers handled serious crimes through exile, casting offenders out into the wasteland to face whatever fate awaited beyond protective walls. I wanted to tell you in case you preferred to keep Ira away, he continues. It will draw most of the clan. Justice must be public to serve its purpose as deterrent, but I understand if you find it too harsh for a child to witness. I consider this carefully, weighing my protective instincts against the practical realities of clan life. Era will grow up surrounded by orc customs and traditions. Shielding her from difficult aspects of that culture serves no useful purpose if this is truly to be our permanent home. She needs to understand how justice works here. I tell him finally. This woman tried to kill you. Tried to kill the person who's become her protector and provider. Era's intelligent enough to understand why that requires punishment. More than that, I want to support him through what must be a painful duty. Executing someone he's known since childhood, regardless of her crimes, can't be easy. My presence, my acceptance of clan justice, might provide whatever small comfort public solidarity can offer. You're certain? He asks, his grey eyes searching my face for any sign of doubt or reluctance. I'm certain. The words carry absolute conviction. We're part of this clan now, part of your life. That means accepting all of it, the pleasant traditions and the difficult necessities. Something shifts in his expression. Surprise, perhaps, or relief at finding acceptance where he might have expected resistance. He lifts our joined hands to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles in a gesture that speaks to gratitude beyond words. You continue to amaze me, he murmurs against my skin. Your strength, your understanding. I don't know what I did to deserve you. The comment makes warmth bloom through my chest, spreading outward until it reaches places that have been cold for longer than I care to calculate. Not just physical attraction or practical gratitude, but the deeper satisfaction that comes from being truly valued by someone whose opinion carries weight. You saved us, I remind him. Not just from Red Moon, but from a life of hiding and scraping and never quite having enough. You gave us a home. He cups my cheek. I'd give you both anything. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 22. Nelrish. The first snow of winter arrives like a whispered judgment, fat flakes drifting through the grey morning air to settle on the packed earth of the settlement. I watch from the longhouse doorway as the world transforms beneath nature's quiet hand, each surface receiving its burden of white, until the familiar geometry of buildings and pathways blurs into something softer, more forgiving than the harsh realities that wait within. But today offers no forgiveness. Today, justice demands its due. Korash emerges from the shadows between buildings, his massive frame cutting through the falling snow with purposeful strides. The burn scar that bisects his face appears more pronounced in the pale light, his clouded left eye reflecting the gray sky like tarnished silver. He stops before me with the kind of rigid attention that speaks to years of military discipline, though his expression carries undertones of something darker than routine duty. "It's time," he says, his voice carrying the weight of finality. I nod, pulling my heavy cloak tighter against the cold as we make our way through the settlement toward the holding cells carved into the hillside behind the armory. The snow muffles our footsteps, creating an odd sense of isolation despite the activity beginning to stir throughout the clan grounds. Windows glow with firelight as families prepare for the morning meal, but today's breaking of fast will wait until justice has been served. The holding area consists of 3 chambers hewn from living rock, their iron-barred doors speaking to construction completed during more prosperous times when metal wasn't quite so precious. Only one cell shows signs of recent occupation, scratches in the stone where desperate fingers have clawed at unyielding surfaces, stains that speak to bodily functions performed without dignity or privacy. Serene huddles against the far wall of her prison, her once pristine appearance transformed into something that barely resembles the woman I've known since childhood. Her dark hair hangs in matted tangles around a face made gaunt by 3 days of minimal rations. The fine leathers she wore during her final betrayal are torn and stained, bearing witness to her attempts to escape through methods both futile and destructive. But her eyes still burn with the same stubborn defiance that characterized her even as a child. The same refusal to accept consequences that drove her to increasingly desperate measures when the world failed to arrange itself according to her desires. Nelrish! My name emerges from her lips like a prayer, though whether seeking salvation or delivering curse remains unclear. She rises on unsteady legs, gripping the iron bars with white-knuckled intensity. Thank the ancestors you're alive, I thought, when they told me you'd survived. You thought what, Serene? My voice cuts through her babbled relief with the kind of controlled coldness that makes even Korash shift beside me. That your poison had failed? That somehow I'd recovered from the nightshade you slipped into my water during our last hunt together? The color drains from her face, leaving only the hollow desperation of someone whose final gambit has crumbled to ash. Clearly she thinks I don't know it was my water skin that poisoned me, that I heard the words she said as she left me on the ground. But still she doesn't break, doesn't offer the clean admission that might have earned her a quicker death. I don't know what you're talking about, she whispers, though the tremor in her voice betrays the lie even as she speaks it. I would never hurt you. We're friends, Nelrish. We've been friends since we were children. The words trigger something cold and sharp in my chest. Not anger exactly, but a kind of crystalline clarity that cuts through any remaining sentiment I might have harbored for our shared past. Friends don't betray sacred trust. Friends don't ally themselves with enemies who've sworn to destroy everything you've built. Friends don't slip poison into water you drink without question, because you've never had reason to doubt their loyalty. Friends, I repeat, tasting the word like something bitter. Is friendship what drove you to share our patrol routes with Red Moon scouts? What convinced you to feed them intelligence about our defenses? What made you think death by poisoning was an appropriate response to romantic rejection? Each accusation drives her back from the bars until she's pressed against the stone wall with nowhere left to retreat. Her mouth opens and closes soundlessly, searching for words that might somehow reconstruct the narrative she's built around her own actions. You don't understand, she finally manages, her voice rising toward hysteria. You couldn't see what was happening. Red Moon was growing stronger, expanding their territory. They would have crushed us eventually. I was trying to save the clan, trying to find a way for us to survive what was coming. By murdering your chieftain. Korash's voice rumbles with barely contained violence, his scarred hands flexing as though imagining the satisfaction of closing around her throat. By selling our people to slavers and butchers. By making the hard choices that he was too honorable to consider. The words burst from her like venom finally released from a festering wound. Nelrish's precious honor would have gotten us all killed. Someone had to act. Someone had to betray everything we stand for. I step closer to the bars, close enough to see the tears that have begun tracking through the grime on her cheeks. You misjudged everything, Serene. The strength of our people, the depth of Red Moon's weakness, the price of abandoning the very principles that make us worth preserving. She stares at me through the iron barrier, perhaps finally beginning to understand that no words will save her from the consequences of her choices. The desperate calculation in her eyes speaks to a mind still seeking escape routes that simply don't exist. The Red Moon clan is gone, I tell her, my voice carrying the finality of absolute truth. Burned out, scattered, their leadership dead by my hand and Korish's blade. Your allies, the people you thought would protect you in exchange for your betrayal, can't help you now. The revelation seems to rip the fight out of her. She sags against the stone wall, her face crumpling as the last of her desperate hopes crumble into dust. Whatever promises Red Moon had made, whatever future they'd painted for her in exchange for her treachery, none of it matters now that they're beyond the reach of earthly concerns. And even if they lived, I continue, each word carefully measured, Wintermaw does not tolerate traitors. We never have. Honor isn't negotiable, Serene. Loyalty isn't something you discard when it becomes inconvenient. She begins to weep then, not the pretty tears of manipulation I remember from our youth, but the raw, ugly sobs of someone finally confronting the magnitude of their mistakes. The sound echoes off stone walls, creating a hollow chorus that speaks to emptiness beyond redemption. Please, she whispers when the tears finally subside enough to permit speech. Nelrish, please. We grew up together. We trained together. You were my first. She stops, perhaps realizing that invoking intimate memories will only deepen my disgust at her betrayal, which makes your treachery all the more unforgivable. I turn away from the cell, my decision crystallized beyond any possibility of reversal. Korash, bring her. The snow has intensified during our conversation, painting the settlement in shades of white that might have been beautiful under different circumstances. Now it simply provides a stark backdrop for the justice that must be dispensed, clean and cold, and final as winter itself. The clan has begun to gather in the central courtyard, their faces grave with the understanding that today marks more than simple punishment. Word of Serene's betrayal has spread through the settlement like infection, carried on whispered conversations and meaningful glances. They've come not just to witness justice, but to reaffirm the bonds that hold us together against forces that would tear us apart. I scan the assembled faces, noting the mix of anger and sorrow that characterizes a community confronting internal betrayal. These people trusted Serene, accepted her as one of their own, welcomed her into their homes, and shared their tables with her. Her treachery has wounded more than just me. It's violated the fundamental assumption of safety that allows close-knit communities to function. But my attention settles on a small cluster near the front of the gathering, where familiar figures stand beneath the shelter of an ancient pine whose branches catch and hold the falling snow. Mara's blonde hair emerges from beneath her hood like captured sunlight, and Ira's small form is pressed close against her mother's side, dark eyes taking in everything with the kind of intense focus that speaks to her empathic abilities, processing more than simple visual information. Vienna stands beside them, her iron-gray braids threaded with colored ribbons that mark her status within the clan hierarchy. Her presence beside my family, and the casual way she's positioned herself as protector and guide, speaks to acceptance that goes beyond mere tolerance. She's claimed them as worthy of her personal attention, which carries weight among the women of the clan. Korash emerges from the holding area, with Serene stumbling between two guards, her wrists bound with rough hemp that's already chafed her skin raw. The crowd parts to allow their passage, creating a pathway that leads inexorably toward the raised platform, where clan justice has been dispensed for generations. She looks smaller somehow in the open air, diminished by exposure to the judgment of people who once considered her family. The defiance that sustained her in the cell has crumbled beneath the weight of collective disapproval, leaving only the hollow shell of someone who's finally understood the true cost of her choices. I step onto the platform, my boots finding familiar purchase on wood worn smooth by decades of use. The assembled clan falls silent, their attention focused with a kind of intensity that transforms individual voices into unified judgment. A week ago, I begin, my voice carrying across the courtyard with the authority of absolute leadership. I was poisoned by someone I trusted. Someone who shared our fires, ate at our tables, trained with our warriors. Someone who called herself friend while feeding our secrets to our enemies. The crowd's murmur speaks to anger barely held in check. These are people who understand betrayal in visceral terms, who know that survival depends on the absolute reliability of those around you. Serene of Wintermaw chose treachery over honor, I continue, each word falling into the snow-muffled silence like stones dropped into still water. She allied herself with Red Moon raiders, shared intelligence about our defenses, and attempted to murder your chieftain to clear the path for invasion. Serene's legs give out entirely, forcing her guards to hold her upright as she faces the collective judgment of people who once accepted her as sister. The sound that emerges from her throat speaks to despair beyond the reach of words. The penalty for treason has not changed since our ancestors first carved law from necessity, I tell the gathered clan. Death, swift and final, so that others may remember the price of betrayal. I draw my blade, the same steel that ended Rokin's ambitions and scattered his followers to ash. The weapon catches what little light filters through the snow clouds, its edge honed to razor sharpness for this final duty. Serene's eyes find mine across the small distance that separates us, and for a moment I see echoes of the girl who once raced me through summer forests and shared her rations when hunt yields ran thin. But that girl died when she chose personal ambition over clan loyalty. What remains is simply the consequence of choices that cannot be undone. Any last words? I ask, though protocol rather than hope motivates the question. She opens her mouth as though to speak, then closes it without sound. Perhaps she's finally realized that no words can bridge the chasm her actions have created, that some betrayals cut too deep for explanation or excuse. The blade moves with practiced efficiency, delivering justice with the kind of clinical precision that speaks to necessity rather than cruelty. Her body crumples to the platform, blood seeping into wood that's witnessed similar scenes for generations uncounted. The clan disperses gradually, their voices subdued as they return to daily routines that carry renewed significance in the wake of demonstrated consequences. Justice has been served, the message delivered with unmistakable clarity. Wintermaw protects its own, but treason earns only death. I clean my blade with methodical care before approaching the small group that's waited near the ancient pine. Mara's expression holds no judgment, no shock at the violence she's witnessed. Her green eyes reflect understanding that this harsh necessity serves purposes beyond simple revenge, that sometimes mercy becomes cruelty when it allows threats to fester and spread. But it's Ira's reaction that surprises me most. She watches my approach with calm attention, her gold-tinged eyes bright with something that might be relief rather than fear. When I'm close enough, she reaches out with one small hand to touch my chest, her empathic abilities flowing outward like warm water. The sensation carries comfort I didn't realize I needed, her innocent magic washing away the bitter taste of necessary violence, replacing it with the clean certainty that justice has been properly served. I'm glad the woman from your hurt dreams can't hurt you anymore, she says, her young voice carrying wisdom that seems far too mature for her years. She made you sad when you were sick. Now she can't make anyone sad. Her simple summation of complex emotions makes something tight finally relax in my chest. Through her gift, she witnessed Serene's betrayal during those fever-clouded hours when poison nearly claimed my life. She understands exactly what that woman represented, not just personal threat, but the destruction of trust that allows communities to function. No one can hurt any of us anymore, I tell her, lifting her small form into my arms where she settles with the kind of absolute trust that children reserve for those they consider family. We're safe now, all of us. I press a gentle kiss to the top of Mara's head, breathing in the scent of her hair beneath its hood. She leans into the contact with the same quiet acceptance that's characterized her response to everything clan life has demanded. Around us, the snow continues to fall, painting the world in shades of white that speak to fresh beginnings and the promise of seasons yet to come.
Chapter 23. Mara. I wake to warmth, not just the familiar heat of banked coals in the longhouse hearth, but something softer, more immediate. Nelrish's arm curves around my waist, his chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of someone who's finally learned to sleep without one ear tuned for danger. The pale winter light filtering through the shuttered windows carries a particular quality that makes my pulse quicken with recognition. Solstice Eve, the longest night of the year. I've been tracking the days with the same meticulous attention my grandmother taught me, marking each sunset against the gradual shortening of daylight until this moment arrived. In the bunkers, we measured time by the dim glow of solar lamps and the rationed meals that divided our underground existence into manageable segments. But here, surrounded by the natural world my grandmother described in whispered stories, I can feel the earth itself holding its breath before the sun's return. A soft rumble of laughter draws my attention upward, where Nelrish's storm-grey eyes hold an expression I've never seen before, something bright and anticipatory that transforms his usually serious features into something almost boyish. "What?" I murmur, my voice still thick with sleep as I shift in his arms to better study his face. He shakes his head, that mysterious smile widening as he dips his head to brush his lips against mine. The kiss carries warmth that spreads through my chest like honey, sweet and golden, and perfectly fitted to this moment of quiet intimacy before the day begins in earnest. "Come," he says, his voice roughened by sleep, but edged with an excitement that makes my stomach flutter with curiosity. "There's something you need to see." He coaxes me from the warm nest of furs and blankets, his hands gentle but insistent as he helps me into my clothes, with the kind of patient attention that speaks to someone who understands the luxury of unhurried mornings. The air beyond our bed carries winter's bite, but the longhouse feels different somehow, charged with an energy that has nothing to do with temperature. When I'm finally dressed and my hair braided back from my face, Nelrish takes my hand and leads me toward the main hall. My bare feet find the familiar path across worn floorboards, but even these surfaces feel somehow transformed in ways I can't immediately identify. Then I see it, and my breath catches in my throat like captured starlight. The longhouse has been decorated, not simply adorned, but transformed into something that might have stepped directly from my grandmother's most vivid stories. Pine boughs drape every beam and doorway, their deep green needles releasing the crisp scent of winter forests into the warm air. Clusters of red berries nestle among the greenery like drops of captured fire, their bright colour providing startling contrast against the dark wood of the walls. Pine cones hang from leather cords at varying heights, some painted with white markings that catch the firelight like fallen snow. Carved wooden bells, some no larger than my thumb, others big enough to fill my palm, sway gently in the air currents, producing soft musical notes that layer together into something approaching melody. But it's what I see through the shuttered windows that makes my heart race with recognition so profound it borders on religious experience. Every tree visible from the longhouse wears decorations of its own, ribbons of red and gold tied to winter-bare branches, more carved bells hanging from sturdy limbs, garlands of evergreen boughs wound around trunks like embraces. "Deck the trees with ribbons red, for warmth and love and daily bread," I whisper, my grandmother's poem falling from my lips like prayer. "And when the morning light returns, the world will know what the winter learns." My vision blurs with tears I didn't realise were gathering. This isn't just decoration. This is the physical manifestation of stories told in darkness, whispered promises that somewhere beyond the concrete walls and filtered air of underground existence, the world still held space for wonder. Nelrish's arm slides around my waist, pulling me against his solid warmth as I struggle to process the magnitude of what he's done. This would have taken days of work, careful planning, the coordination of clan members who've never heard my grandmother's stories, but trusted their chieftain's vision enough to help bring it to life. "You remembered," I manage through the tightness in my throat. Everything I told you about our winter traditions, about how my grandmother said we should celebrate the longest night. I wanted to give you everything she promised, he says, his voice soft with the kind of tenderness that still surprises me when it surfaces. Everything you've carried with you all these years. The simple statement breaks something loose in my chest. Not painful, but like the moment when winter ice finally yields to spring warmth. All those years of holding on to fragments of tradition, of whispering my grandmother's poems to Ira in the darkness of underground storage rooms, of marking the passage of seasons I could never see. It was never meaningless preservation. It was preparation for this moment when someone who loves me would care enough to transform memory into reality. Mama? Era's sleepy voice drifts from her small alcove, followed by the soft rustle of blankets being pushed aside. Why does everything smell like winter trees? Nelrish releases me to stride toward Era's sleeping area, his movements carrying the kind of barely contained excitement I've learned to associate with his rare moments of pure joy. When he emerges, she's cradled in his arms, her dark curls wild with sleep and her golden eyes wide with wonder as she takes in the transformed longhouse. What is all this? She breathes, her small hands reaching toward the nearest cluster of bells with the kind of reverent curiosity children reserve for magic made manifest. The longest night celebration, Nelrish tells her, his voice carrying the ceremonial weight of someone sharing sacred knowledge. Your mother's grandmother taught her the old ways, and now we honour them together. Era's face transforms with understanding that goes beyond her years. She's always been sensitive to the emotional currents around her, and the significance of this moment resonates through her empathic abilities like music only she can hear. We'll have a real celebration for the longest night, she says, her voice hushed with appropriate reverence. The ones grandmother taught me. When the first snow falls on the longest night, when the world grows quiet and the stars grow bright. She continues the poem from memory, her young voice carrying each word with the careful precision of someone who understands they're speaking something sacred. Nelrish listens with the kind of focused attention he typically reserves for matters of clan security, but his expression holds wonder rather than calculation. When she finishes, he sets her gently on her feet and crouches to meet her eyes at their own level. Tonight, we'll have a feast to mark the longest night. The whole clan will celebrate together, with fires and food and stories. Would you like that? The smile that spreads across her face could light the entire longhouse without assistance from hearth or lamp. She throws her arms around his neck with the kind of spontaneous affection that speaks to absolute trust, and I watch this man who leads warriors into battle melt beneath the assault of childish joy. Can we really? She asks, pulling back to study his face for any hint of adult deception. A real celebration, like Mama's grandmother described? As real as we can make it, he promises, and something in his tone tells me he's already planned more than simple decoration. The hours that follow pass in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Word spreads through the settlement that tonight will mark something special, not just another communal meal, but a celebration rooted in traditions most of the clan has never heard. But Nelrish's enthusiasm proves infectious, and by midday, warriors and crafters alike have thrown themselves into preparations with the kind of wholehearted commitment that transforms work into worship. Vienna appears at our door carrying armloads of additional decorations, carved figures that might represent animals or abstract symbols, ribbons in shades of red and gold that seem too bright for our harsh world, clusters of dried berries that must have been saved from autumn's harvest, specifically for this purpose. The chieftain says you know the proper way to arrange these, she tells me, her weathered hands gentle as she passes over items that represent hours of careful work. The women want to learn if you're willing to teach. The request catches me off guard. I've grown accustomed to acceptance within the longhouse, to small kindnesses and gradual inclusion in daily routines. But this represents something deeper. acknowledgement that my traditions have value beyond personal sentiment, that knowledge preserved in whispered stories might enrich the entire community. I spend the afternoon moving between households, sharing fragments of my grandmother's teachings with women who listen with the kind of respectful attention typically reserved for clan histories. They ask careful questions about placement and meaning, about the significance of colours and the purpose behind specific arrangements. Their genuine interest transforms what might have been awkward cultural exchange into something approaching communion. And through it all, Era remains at my side like a tiny ambassador, her empathic abilities allowing her to sense the emotional resonance of each tradition we share. She explains things in her own words when my explanations fall short, her innocent wisdom bridging gaps between different ways of understanding the world. By evening, the entire settlement has been transformed. Every building displays some acknowledgement of the longest night: pine boughs over doorways, ribbons tied to fence posts, clusters of bells hanging from eaves where they catch the wind and produce gentle music that layers together into something approaching symphony. But it's the central courtyard that takes my breath away completely. Nelrish leads me from the longhouse as full darkness settles over the settlement, Era's small hand secure in mine as we make our way through paths lit by torches that cast dancing shadows against snow-covered ground. Other families emerge from their homes in similar processions, their voices subdued with the kind of anticipatory hush that marks truly sacred occasions. The courtyard has been transformed into something that exists somewhere between dream and memory. Fires ring the entire perimeter, not simple warming blazes, but carefully constructed arrangements that throw light and heat in calculated patterns designed to create spaces for gathering and celebration. The scent of burning wood mingles with aromas drifting from iron pots positioned near each fire, where stews and roasted meats simmer in preparation for the feast. Tables constructed from salvaged planks and sawhorses bear platters of food that represent the best the clan can offer. Root vegetables glossy with fat, bread that still steams from recent baking, preserved fruits that taste like captured summer. Barrels of fermented beverages stand ready to warm bellies and loosen tongues for the storytelling that will follow the meal. But it's the decorations that make my chest ache with a fullness that borders on pain. Every surface that can bear ornament has been adorned according to the principles my grandmother described in stories told by lamplight. Garlands of evergreen loop between the fires, their fresh scent cutting through wood smoke and cooking aromas. Ribbons flutter from every available anchor point, their bright colours providing startling contrast against the winter darkness. Carved bells hang at varying heights throughout the space, creating vertical layers of gentle music that respond to every breath of wind. Children weave between the gathering adults, their voices bright with excitement as they discover new details in the transformed landscape. Some carry small bells of their own, gifts crafted by clan artisans during the afternoon's preparation, and the sound of their play adds another layer to the evening's musical foundation. So deck the trees with ribbons red, for warmth and love and daily bread, I whisper, watching Era's face light up as she takes in the magnitude of what's been created in honour of traditions she's only known through stories. And when the morning light returns, the world will know what the winter learns. The snow begins to fall as if summoned by the poetry itself, fat flakes that drift through the firelight like captured stars, settling on shoulders and hair and the decorated surfaces around us with the gentle persistence of nature joining our celebration. Each flake catches and holds the orange glow of flames, transforming the entire courtyard into something that shimmers with otherworldly beauty. Nelrish moves through the gathering with the easy authority of leadership, but tonight his role carries ceremony rather than simple command. He checks food preparations, ensures fires burn with appropriate intensity, exchanges words with clan members who beam with the pride of successful collaboration. But his attention keeps returning to me and Era. his grey eyes bright with satisfaction that goes beyond simple accomplishment. This is the longest night feast my grandmother described in whispered fragments, transformed through love into reality that exceeds even her most vivid descriptions. The warmth spreading through my chest has nothing to do with proximity to fires and everything to do with the profound recognition that some promises, carefully tended, eventually bloom into truth.
Chapter 24. Nelrish. The celebration winds down with the natural rhythm of satisfied exhaustion, clan members drifting back to their homes with bellies full and hearts warmed by more than fermented honey wine. Children droop against their parents' shoulders, their earlier excitement finally succumbing to the late hour and the gentle weight of falling snow. Era fights sleep with the determined stubbornness of someone who refuses to let magic end, but even her remarkable energy has limits. She leans heavier against my side as we stand near the dying central fire, her small body radiating the particular heat children generate when they're fighting unconsciousness. "The bells are still singing," she murmurs, her voice thick with drowsiness, as she tilts her head to catch the gentle chiming that continues despite the evening's end. "Even when everyone goes to sleep, they'll keep making music." The observation carries the kind of profound simplicity that makes my chest ache with unexpected tenderness. She's right. The bells will continue their soft conversation throughout the night, marking the passage of hours until dawn brings the return of lengthening days. "They will," I agree, crouching to gather her into my arms as her eyelids flutter with increasing frequency. "They'll sing all through the longest night, keeping watch while we rest." She nestles against my chest with the boneless trust of a child who's never known a moment's doubt about her safety. Her curls tickle my chin, still faintly scented with pine sap from the afternoon's decoration efforts. Through my shirt I can feel the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, strong and sure and utterly peaceful. Mara moves beside us, her own fatigue evident in the soft curve of her shoulders and the way her green eyes hold that particular brightness that comes from happiness, so complete it borders on overwhelm. She's been radiant all evening, not just smiling, but luminous in a way that transforms her already striking features into something that stops conversation when she passes. Watching her experience traditions that existed only in memory, seeing her face light up as each careful detail proved that her grandmother's stories held truth. I've never felt satisfaction this complete. Not after successful raids, not after territorial negotiations, not even after the victory that secured our clan's survival. This cuts deeper than accomplishment. This feels like purpose. The walk back to the longhouse passes in comfortable silence, Ira's breathing evening out into the deep rhythm of genuine sleep before we've crossed half the distance. Snow continues falling in fat, lazy flakes that catch the torchlight along our path, each one distinct and perfect before melting against warm skin or settled fabric. Our home, and it is that now, truly home rather than simply shelter, glows with welcoming light from banked fires and hanging oil lamps. The decorations we spent the day arranging cast familiar shadows against familiar walls, but tonight they carry additional weight. They're no longer just ornaments, but physical proof that some promises, carefully tended, eventually bloom into reality. I settle Era into her small alcove with the practiced care of someone who's performed this ritual enough times to navigate in near darkness. Her blankets smell like pine and wood smoke, holding echoes of the evening's celebration, even in this quiet space. She doesn't stir when I tuck the furs around her shoulders, lost in the deep sleep of complete contentment. When I turn back toward the main room, Mara stands silhouetted against the hearth's glow, still wearing the soft wool dress that's become my favorite sight in any context. The firelight catches in her loosened hair, turning the escaped strands to spun gold, and her expression holds something I've learned to recognize as the particular contentment that follows moments of perfect rightness. "Thank you," she says, her voice soft enough to preserve the sleeping quiet, but rich with emotion that resonates through my chest like struck bronze. For all of it. For making her grandmother's stories real. The words carry weight beyond their simple construction. I understand what she's really saying. That tonight represented more than celebration, more than successful recreation of half-remembered traditions. It was validation that the pieces of beauty she's carried through years of underground existence, the fragments of wonder she's preserved despite everything that tried to crush them, were worthy of preservation. I wanted to see you both happy, I tell her, moving closer until I can see the way firelight catches in her eyes, turning them to forest moss touched by summer sun. Truly happy, not just safe or fed or surviving. Happy. She reaches for me before I finish speaking, her hands sliding up my chest to frame my face as she draws me down for a kiss that carries everything she can't quite articulate. Her lips are soft and warm, still faintly sweet from the honey cakes shared during the feast, and when she deepens the contact, I taste gratitude and desire, and something deeper that makes my pulse race despite the evening's gentle exhaustion. I am, she breathes against my mouth between kisses that grow progressively more urgent. So very, very happy. The conviction in her voice, the way her body presses against mine with increasing need, sends heat spiraling through my chest and lower. I've seen her content, seen her relaxed, even seen her laugh. But this is something else entirely. Joy so complete it overflows into physical expression, gratitude that demands demonstration rather than simple words. I slide my arms around her waist, lifting her easily as her legs wrap around my hips in automatic response. She makes a soft sound of surprise that dissolves into something approaching hunger when I carry her toward our room, her mouth finding the line of my jaw, the sensitive spot just below my ear that makes my grip tighten involuntarily. The space holds warmth from banked coals and the lingering scent of pine boughs hung near our bed. I set her down with careful reverence, my hands lingering at her waist as I study her face in the dim light. Her pupils are dark with want, her breathing slightly unsteady, and the flush across her cheekbones has nothing to do with cold or firelight. Now it's time for my feast, I tell her, my voice rougher than intended as I guide her backward until her legs encounter the edge of our bed. Understanding flickers across her features, followed immediately by the kind of anticipatory heat that makes my blood surge with answering need. She reaches for the ties of her dress, but I catch her hands gently shaking my head as I sink to my knees before her. Let me, I murmur, my fingers finding the lacings with practiced ease. Let me worship you properly. The wool slides from her shoulders like water, pooling around her feet in soft folds that leave her bare, except for the thin shift that clings to curves I've memorized through touch and sight and desperate need. The firelight turns her skin to cream and roses, highlighting the gentle swell of her breasts, the narrow curve of her waist, the way her breathing quickens as my hands skim along her sides. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. The longhouse around us holds a comfortable quiet, broken only by the distant chiming of bells and the soft crackle of dying fires. Through the shuttered windows, snow continues falling, marking the passage of the year's longest night toward the promise of returning light.
Chapter 25. Mara. Light filters through the shuttered windows in pale, golden bars, carrying the crystalline quality that only comes with fresh snowfall. I wake slowly, emerging from dreams filled with firelight and laughter and the lingering warmth of Nelrish's hands on my skin. The longhouse holds that particular hush that follows celebration, not quite silence, but the gentle quiet of a world wrapped in winter's embrace. Beside me, Nelrish breathes deeply, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of genuine rest. Even in sleep, one arm curves protectively around my waist, as though some part of him remains vigilant, even in unconsciousness. The sight sends warmth spiraling through my chest, mixing with the bone-deep satisfaction that still lingers from last night's fevered connection. Outside, I can hear the soft voices of clan members beginning their solstice morning routines, punctuated by children's excited whispers that suggest gift-giving traditions are about to commence. The sound makes me smile, even as it triggers a familiar pang of anxiety. In all the wonder of yesterday's preparations, the overwhelming joy of seeing Ira's face light up with recognition of her grandmother's stories made real. I never considered the morning's expectations. Gifts, dawn gift-giving on the solstice, another piece of the puzzle my grandmother painted with words and wishes, another tradition I should have anticipated, should have prepared for. The realization sits heavy in my stomach like swallowed stones. What do I have to offer? What could I possibly give to people who've already given me everything? Safety, warmth, acceptance, love I never dared hope for. My possessions consist of salvaged bunker clothes, a few personal items carried in desperate flight, and the growing knowledge that I belong somewhere I never expected to find home. It's not enough. It will never be enough to repay what's been freely given. Mama? Era's voice drifts from her alcove, thick with sleep, but carrying the barely contained excitement that marks special mornings. Is it time? Can we see what the winter brought us? The question pulls me from my spiralling worry, reminding me that regardless of my own inadequacies, this day belongs to her. To the magic she felt waking in the air yesterday, to the traditions finally taking shape in reality, rather than remaining locked in memory and longing. Good morning, sweet girl, I whisper, careful not to disturb Nelrish as I slip from beneath the warm furs. The air carries winter's bite, but the banked fires still radiate enough heat to keep the space comfortable. Let's see what gifts the longest night has left for us. Nelrish stirs as I move, his eyes opening with the immediate alertness of someone accustomed to potential threats. But when his gaze finds mine, the wariness melts into something softer, more intimate. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth as he takes in my sleep-tousled hair and the flush that still warms my cheeks from last night's passion. Solstice morning, he rumbles, his voice rough with sleep and satisfaction. The day of gifts. The reminder sends fresh anxiety cascading through my chest, but I force my expression to remain neutral. This is Aira's moment. My shortcomings shouldn't cast shadows over her joy. She emerges from her alcove like a small whirlwind, her curls even wilder than usual, and her gold-tinged eyes bright with anticipation. The sight of her, vibrant and happy, and utterly secure in this place that's become home, eases some of the tightness in my throat. Whatever else I might lack, I can give her this: the freedom to experience wonder without fear. Where do we look? She asks, bouncing on her toes as she surveys the main room. Do the gifts hide like the story said? Nelrish sits up, the furs pooling around his waist in a way that makes my pulse skip despite the early hour and present company. Even rumpled from sleep, he commands attention. All sharp angles and contained power, beautiful in a way that still catches me off guard. They'll be near the tree, he says, gesturing toward the decorated pine that stands in the corner like a guardian of joy. Hidden among the branches, for those who know where to look. Aira needs no further encouragement. She darts toward the tree with the focused intensity of a hunter, her small hands carefully parting boughs, heavy with pine cones and berries, and the wooden bells that still chime softly with each movement. Her search yields results almost immediately, a soft exclamation of delight as she uncovers something wrapped in supple leather. "There's something here!" she calls, her voice vibrating with excitement as she lifts a bundle that's clearly been shaped by careful hands. "And another one!" She carries her treasures to where Nelrish and I sit beside the hearth, her movements careful but quick. The first package unwraps to reveal a hood crafted from thick fur the colour of winter storms, lined with softer pelts that will frame her face perfectly. The construction is masterful, every stitch precise, every seam reinforced against the harsh realities of northern winters. "Oh," she breathes, holding the hood against her cheek to test its softness. "It's so warm, and it smells like pine and snowflakes." The second gift makes her gasp outright. Nestled in leather wrapping lies a carved figure no larger than her palm, a pine stag rendered in perfect detail, its antlers spreading in delicate points, its eyes holding the alert intelligence of its living counterpart. The craftsmanship is extraordinary, each line flowing naturally into the next, creating something that seems to capture the very essence of forest magic. "He's beautiful," she whispers, cradling the carving with reverent hands. "He looks like he might run away if I'm not careful." Nelrish's expression holds quiet satisfaction as he watches her examine the gifts. The pleasure in his eyes suggests these aren't random offerings, but carefully chosen tokens, selected with intimate knowledge of what would bring her the most joy. "There's more," he says gently, nodding toward the tree. "Your mother's gifts are waiting as well." The words send fresh panic skittering through my chest, but Ira's excitement proves infectious. She's already moving back toward the decorated branches, her new hood clutched in one hand and the carved stag held protectively in the other. "I see them," she calls, her voice bright with discovery. "2 packages, both pretty." She returns with offerings that immediately steal my breath. The first unfolds to reveal a bag crafted from leather so supple it feels like silk beneath my fingers. The construction is flawless, reinforced seams, multiple compartments, straps designed for comfort during long travel. But it's the decoration that makes my throat tighten with emotion. Delicate embroidery in blues and greens, depicting pine boughs and winter stars with such skill it resembles artwork more than simple ornamentation. "It's magnificent," I manage, my voice barely steady as I trace the intricate patterns with wandering fingers. I've never seen anything so beautiful. The second gift renders me temporarily speechless. A knife emerges from leather wrapping, not the crude, functional blades common to survival situations, but something approaching artistry. The handle fits my grip perfectly, its weight balanced with mathematical precision. But it's the blade that stops my heart. Etched along its length are stars, constellations I recognize from childhood stories, rendered with such delicate detail, they seem to shimmer in the firelight. "The stars will guide you," Nelrish says softly, his voice carrying layers of meaning that resonate through my chest, no matter how dark the path becomes. Tears threaten at the corners of my eyes as I hold these impossible gifts, feeling their weight not just in my hands but in my heart. The thought and care evident in every detail overwhelms me. Someone took time to consider what would bring me joy, what would serve my needs, what would remind me that I'm valued beyond simple utility. But beneath the gratitude sits the growing weight of inadequacy. These beautiful, thoughtful offerings demand reciprocation I cannot provide. What do I have to give that could possibly match such generosity? "Thank you," I whisper, the words hopelessly insufficient, but all I can manage around the tightness in my throat. They're perfect." Ira settles beside me, her new hood perched jauntily on her curls, and the carved stag held like a treasured companion. She radiates contentment so complete it practically glows, and the sight eases some of my internal turmoil. Whatever my failings, she's happy. That has to be enough. I lean down, whispering to her. "I think the winter brought Nelrish a gift too." Era's eyes widen and she jumps up, rushing to her room. She'd help me make his gift, one that we both put a lot of love and thought into. A grin is spread across her face as she comes running back, holding the little bundle that she's decorated with berries and small pine cones. Nelrish. She stops before him, holding it out. Me and Mama made you this. He takes it from her, slowly opening the gift, and I find myself nervous. Vienna helped us get the supplies we needed to make Nelrish a medallion to go on his necklace, the one he never takes off. He told me it was the symbol of his family, and I thought it would be nice if he had another one to go with the new family we have made. It's not much, I finally say. His fingers brush over the design stamped into the smooth metal, the design that he and Era drew in the snow, the combination of our winter wishes, of our cultures, of our beginning. But we thought you might like to carry us around with you too. His eyes lift to look at Era first, though his thumb keeps swiping over the metal. I love it. She beams, but my heart still pounds. It feels like he has more to say. Nelrish rises smoothly, his movements carrying the fluid grace that marks him as dangerous, even in moments of gentleness. He approaches slowly, his storm-coloured eyes holding something I can't quite read. Not disappointment, but something deeper, more complex. Era, he says, his voice carrying the gentle authority that always gets her attention. Would you like to take your new treasures to your room and get dressed? We can go to the cookhouse to see the other kids. She nods eagerly, already lost in imaginative play that involves her carved figure and elaborate scenarios that require whispered narration. The sight of her contentment should ease my anxiety, but instead it amplifies the sense of inadequacy pressing against my ribs like trapped breath. Once she's down the hall, Nelrish extends his hand toward me with patient expectation. I take it automatically, allowing him to draw me into him. His warmth is a welcome embrace. Do you really like it? I can't help feeling so insecure over such a small gift. It is perfect, Mara. I can't wait to wear it. I nod, transfixed by his gaze. I have another gift for you, he says quietly, his thumb stroking across my knuckles with absent tenderness. One that couldn't wait under the tree. Fresh panic floods my system. Another gift means deeper debt, greater obligation to match generosity I cannot hope to equal. But his expression holds something that doesn't match simple offering. Something more vulnerable, more uncertain than I've ever seen from him. Nelrish, I can't, I begin, but he interrupts with gentle pressure against my hand. This one is different, he continues, his voice rougher now, carrying an edge of something that might be fear. It's not something crafted or hunted or purchased with trade goods. I stare at him, confusion mixing with the anxiety that's been building since I woke. What kind of gift requires such careful introduction? What offering could possibly warrant the almost nervous energy radiating from his powerful frame? I don't understand, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. His free hand rises to cut my cheek, his palm warm against skin that feels suddenly fragile. The gesture carries such tenderness it makes my chest ache, but beneath the gentleness lurks something deeper, something that resembles the same recognition that's been growing in my own heart, despite every attempt to remain cautious. My heart, he says simply, the words dropping into the space between us like stones into still water. That's the gift I want to give you. My heart, completely and without reservation. The declaration hits me with the force of physical impact, stealing breath and thought and any capacity for rational response. I stare at him, searching his expression for signs of jest or manipulation, or anything except the raw honesty blazing in his storm-coloured eyes. You already own it, he continues, his voice dropping to that low rumble that vibrates through my bones. Have owned it since the moment you chose to save a dying orc rather than flee to safety. But I wanted you to know, wanted you to understand that it's yours by choice, not circumstance. My hands begin to tremble where they rest against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of the heart he's just offered me. The magnitude of his words, the implications of what he's suggesting, overwhelm every defense I've carefully constructed against hope. I thought I had nothing left to give, I whisper, the confession torn from some deep place I've kept locked since my world collapsed around me years ago. Nothing valuable enough to match what you've given me. His thumb traces along my cheekbone, catching moisture I didn't realize had escaped. The gesture holds such reverence, it makes fresh tears threaten, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming recognition of being cherished beyond anything I ever dared imagine. "You're wrong," he says, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "There's one gift I want from you, the only gift that matters." I wait, holding my breath as he gathers whatever courage this moment requires. The silence stretches between us, charged with possibility and terror, and the weight of words that will change everything once spoken. "You," he breathes finally, the single word carrying the force of prayer and promise and desperate hope. "Be my mate, Mara. Choose me as I've chosen you. Let me love you for the rest of our lives." The proposal hits me like lightning, illuminating everything I've tried to keep hidden even from myself. The growing attachment I've labelled gratitude, the fierce protectiveness I've dismissed as practical necessity, the bone-deep sense of rightness I feel when he holds me, when he speaks my name, when he looks at Ira with paternal tenderness that has nothing to do with obligation. Love. The word I've been afraid to acknowledge even in the privacy of my own thoughts. You love me?" He nods, leaning closer. "I love you, Mara. I felt it deep in my bones as soon as I awoke in that forest. You and Ira, you are meant to be my family, and I want to bind that with a ceremony." His voice drops, growing raspier. "Will you be my mate?" "Yes," I breathe, the answer rising from some place deeper than conscious decision. "Yes, Nelrish. I never thought I could trust an orc, but I fell so impossibly hard and fast for you. Era has never been happier than she has been with you. It might be crazy, but you're right. The winter brought us together, and I want nothing more than to be your mate." The smile that transforms his features could power the entire settlement for winter's duration. Relief and joy and something approaching awe flicker across his expression before he's lifting me off my feet, spinning me in a circle that makes me laugh despite the tears streaming down my cheeks. When he sets me down, his hands frame my face with such careful reverence it steals whatever breath I've managed to recover. The kiss that follows tastes like promise and possession, and the beginning of something I never dared hope to find. Home. Not just a place, but a person. A future built on choices rather than circumstances, love rather than survival, hope rather than mere endurance. "My mate," he whispers against my lips, the word carrying possessive satisfaction that sends heat spiralling through my core despite the early hour and present company. "Soon," I agree, the response as natural as breathing. "I love you." He kisses me again. That's the best solstice gift I could ever receive,